Part 1, The Arrival Before Dusk. The rain had begun as a whisper, barely a drizzle, just a cool breath brushing the tops of the trees as the traveler stepped through the mossy undergrowth. The forest was old here, the kind that holds its breath when strangers pass through, each branch thick with lichen and shadow, each stone slick with time. Every step taken forward sank softly into damp leaves, and somewhere far off, the call of a crow echoed like a warning, low and stretched thin. He had been walking for most of the day, the sky above a persistent gray veil, unbroken and listless. His coat was already streaked with water, the shoulders darkened and heavy, but he didn't mind. This was the kind of rain that softened everything, the edges of the path, the bite of the cold, even the thoughts that pressed too hard against the inside of his skull. Ahead, the trees opened slightly, revealing a hollow he'd only heard of in stories. Nestled deep in the forest, it was said to be a place where the land once folded inward, creating a natural basin of stone and bramble where the rain pooled and the wind rarely reached. An ideal place for solitude, or escape. He stepped down into the hollow slowly, his boots crunching lightly over a scatter of twigs. The terrain changed as he descended, more rock than root now, and the ferns thickened at the edges like green hands pulling inward. As he passed under the arching limbs of two leaning pines, a sudden gust made their trunks groan, and he paused. For a moment, there was no sound but the falling rain. Then, a branch snapped deeper in the trees behind him. Not loudly, barely a crack, but enough to make him turn. Nothing but green and gray. He exhaled, held it, then exhaled again. A trick of nerves, perhaps. The forest played those kinds of games when it was quiet enough. Shrugging the thought off, he moved further in and found what he'd come for, a small rise of stone, half sheltered by a sloping outcrop, with a dip just deep enough to build a fire. Setting his pack down, he began collecting dry bark from under ledges, then unwrapped a few precious twigs he'd kept dry in waxed cloth. The motion of building the fire grounded him, stone ring, kindling at the heart, slow coaxing flame. Within minutes, a thin plume of smoke curled upward into the mist, and the orange flicker of fire danced against the wet green around him. As the rain softened again to a patter, he sat cross-legged beside the flame, letting the warmth work its way into his bones. From this spot, he could see the ridges of stone curling outward, the trees tilting in like silent witnesses. The fire hissed gently with each drip that landed too close, but it held strong. Night approached slowly in this part of the world. Shadows stretched before they truly arrived, and the forest seemed to hum, just below hearing, as if it were waiting for something. He pulled his coat tighter and stared into the fire. He wasn't sure if he'd sleep tonight. Not because of fear, exactly. But because there was something about the hollow. Something that felt like memory, but not his. And far above, behind the clouds, the moon rose, unseen but pulling everything just slightly out of place. Part 2, The Dripping Silence. The fire burned low but steady, casting long, wavering shadows that danced over the rocks surrounding the hollow. The rain had lessened to a whisper now, not gone entirely, but softened, like it, too, had decided to settle in for the night. The man leaned back against his pack, pulling the collar of his coat up against the chill, and stared into the orange and red that pulsed in the center of his little world. There was a peace to it. Not the kind you find in comfort, exactly, but the quiet that comes when everything around you slows, as if the earth had taken a deep breath and was holding it. The dripping of rain from the pine branches above landed in an irregular rhythm, tapping against stone, leaf, or the canvas of his gear. Every drop had weight. Every drop, a tiny echo in the stillness. He watched the smoke rise, straight upward, as if even the wind had left this place alone. He wasn't here by accident. He had read about this hollow once, in a leather-bound field journal tucked away in the basement of a forgotten library wing. A passing mention in the notes of an old botanist who studied lichen patterns and bird migrations. But there had been a paragraph, barely half a page, describing a night he'd spent in a hollow where time moved strangely, and no bird dared sing. The words were plain, but their simplicity carried weight. He'd circled them. Then, years later, after his life had folded in on itself like damp parchment, he remembered. And now he was here. He didn't expect to find anything. Not really. But in some half-buried way, he hoped the place would unearth something in him. An answer. A memory. A thread to follow. Instead, what he felt was not clarity, but presence. The kind that lives in the quiet, and watches when you think you're alone. He reached out, feeding a thicker log into the flame. It cracked sharply, and the hollow seemed to flinch. Then, movement. He sat still, eyes narrowing toward the edge of the firelight. Just beyond it, where the trees turned black and the rain deepened into mist, something had shifted. Not enough to see clearly, no figure, no sound, but a definite sense of change. Like a tree had adjusted slightly, or the air had thickened in a new direction. He didn't move. Not yet. Instead, he waited, the firelight licking at his boot soles, the heat radiating against one side of his face. The dripping rain continued, 1,000 fingers tapping at the edge of thought. The wind, what little there was, shifted downward, and with it came a smell. Earth, moss, the faintest trace of something older. Not rot. Not animal. Stone. Cold, wet stone. He turned his head slowly and saw it, just for a moment, between the trees. A shape that didn't move with the rain, didn't blend into the foliage. Narrow. Upright. Gone the moment he focused on it. The wind sighed again, drawing mist into the hollow like breath through a veil. He felt no fear. That struck him first. There was no pounding of his heart, no heat in his throat. Only a sharp, open attentiveness. Like he had become part of the woods. A matching stillness. Then the sound came. Not footsteps. Not a voice. But a soft, resonant vibration, like stone humming under pressure. Deep beneath the earth. So faint, it could have been imagined. But it moved through the hollow, touching the soles of his boots, the bones in his wrists, the place behind his eyes. And then it stopped. The fire flared for a second, sparks riding up into the cold wet air. He stood, not fully understanding why, and stepped away from the fire, just 2 paces. He faced the trees, the direction the shape had been. Silence. No more movement. Only the hush of pine needles dripping. But something had begun. Not an event. A mood. A slow, quiet turning. The forest was listening. And for the first time, so was he. Part 3, The Stones That Remember. The fire cracked behind him, stubborn and steady, sending a warm orange glow into the open mouth of the hollow. But his eyes remained fixed on the trees, specifically the spot where the shape had stood, or had seemed to. It wasn't there now. Nothing moved. But the longer he stared, the more the darkness of the woods felt like it wasn't just absence. It was layered. Alive in its stillness. He returned slowly to the fire and sat, one hand resting on his knee, the other absently touching the hilt of the old camping knife he'd slid beside him earlier. Not for defense, not really. He didn't feel threatened. Just noticed. Like the forest had accepted his presence as a small curiosity, and now regarded him from a distance. Above, a droplet of water rolled along the spine of a branch and fell straight onto the back of his hand. Cold. Perfectly round. It made him blink. He looked up again, and now he noticed something new, the rocks. They were all around the hollow's edges, at first glance, just the usual scatter of ancient boulders, mossy and worn. But here, under the fire's glow and the dripping trees, he saw a pattern in their arrangement. Subtle. A rough circle. Not perfect, but intentional. They were too evenly spaced. Too anchored. He rose again, this time circling the fire slowly, his boots squelching lightly in the wet mulch. One by one, he approached the stones, brushing back vines and rain-slick leaves, examining their surfaces. There were markings. Not deep. Not fresh. Erosion had nearly wiped them smooth. But faint lines remained, carved by human hands, long ago. Symbols, maybe. Perhaps nothing more than time-worn etchings from an old tribe or wayfarer, left behind before maps claimed the land. One stone in particular drew him closer. It sat lower than the others, cracked down the middle but still rooted in the soil. On its face was the clearest symbol of all, two arcs crossing over one another like an hourglass turned sideways, inside a ring. He knelt before it, running his thumb gently across the shape, feeling the groove in the stone. He didn't recognize it. But something inside him stirred at its form, familiar not by memory, but by intuition. A kind of ancient language that bypassed the thinking mind. The wind sighed again. This time from below. Not above, not the trees swaying, but from the ground, just beneath his feet. A breath, low and wide, like a tunnel exhaling. He stood quickly, not in fear, but in astonishment. Was the hollow not just a basin, but an entrance? He looked at the ground near the carved stone, where the soil pooled darker than the rest. Crouching, he brushed aside the leaf litter. His fingers struck something firm, not rock, but wood. Weathered. Unmoving. A cover. A slat. A hatch. Heart steady, breath tight, he cleared more of the debris until the shape became obvious, a square of dark, moss-flecked wood set flush with the ground. Iron nails, rusted but still holding. A ring handle, half buried and cold to the touch. He sat back on his heels, rain dripping from the tip of his hood. The fire hissed behind him. The hollow waited. He didn't move to open it. Not yet. Some part of him knew that would come later, perhaps not even tonight. This place wasn't demanding anything of him. It was inviting. Slowly. Like a host who waits for the guest to speak first. He stood again and returned to the fire, letting the warmth press into his skin. The rain had picked up slightly, a gentle pattering against the canopy above. The trees moaned quietly in the distance, creaking as they swayed. Sleep, he thought, might come hard tonight. But it would come eventually, curled near the flame, the stones at his back, the wood beneath him holding its secrets for just one more night. He lay back and listened, to the rain, to the fire, to the sound of stones remembering something they weren't quite ready to share. And below it all, deep under the earth. That slow, patient breath. Part 4, A Night Without Echoes. The hollow didn't sleep the way the rest of the forest did. Not completely. As the man drifted between waking and dreaming, the rain's rhythm took on strange patterns, no longer random, but purposeful, like a coded language spoken in taps and drips. His body remained still, curled slightly near the fire's warm edge, but his thoughts moved, slow and wide like fog curling through the trees. Somewhere in the folds of sleep, he became aware of a deep quiet, not just silence, but a kind of absence. A space where sound should have existed but didn't. Even the fire, which still burned gently, no longer crackled. No owls called. No insects sang. He opened his eyes. The hollow glowed faintly in the firelight, orange against endless dark. The mist had thickened now, not just around the fire but within it, smoke and fog blending until flame and air became inseparable. He sat up slowly, blinking. Something was wrong. Not dangerous. Just wrong in the way an open door in a locked house feels when found at midnight. There was no wind, but the trees leaned toward him now, subtly, as though gravity had shifted. He turned his gaze toward the wooden hatch in the earth. It hadn't moved. But now the markings on the stone nearby glowed faintly, like damp moss catching moonlight. The sideways hourglass shimmered with the softest blue hue, and when he rose to his feet, he realized it wasn't glowing so much as reflecting something that wasn't visible to the naked eye. Something from beneath. He moved toward it without thinking, barefoot now, he couldn't remember removing his boots. The soil was cold and soft under his feet, but it didn't chill him. It welcomed him, like steps worn smooth by generations of passage. Kneeling by the hatch, he touched the iron ring. It was warm. Just for a moment. A pulse of heat, like holding hands with something alive, something old. Then it faded, and the hatch remained shut. Behind him, the fire let out a long sigh. He turned back. The logs had rearranged themselves. Not drastically. Not enough that someone unfamiliar would notice. But he had built that fire with care. He knew the pattern. Now the largest log, which had burned slowly on one side, had shifted inward, forming a rough triangle of flame that pointed, not up, but toward the woods. Toward the north edge of the hollow. He stood and scanned the tree line. The shape was back. This time, clearer. Tall. Motionless. Its form just distinct enough from the bark and branches to stand out, even in the half-dark. Not human exactly, not animal either. Something in between. Or beyond. It didn't move. Neither did he. And in that strange, suspended moment, a memory surfaced, one he hadn't summoned in years. He was 12, standing in the hall outside his grandfather's study, eavesdropping on a conversation he hadn't understood at the time. His grandfather speaking low, urgently, to a visitor. Words like boundary and marked ground and not the first time. A map spread across the old desk, with a hollow circled in red. This hollow. The figure in the trees remained still. Watching. Then, without a sound, it turned, slowly, and walked into the woods. Not hurried. Not vanishing. Just, leaving. And as it passed from view, something in the hollow exhaled. A gust of wind pushed through the trees, stirring the pines at last. The mist thinned, and the silence broke. Insects chirped. A branch cracked under the weight of water. The fire flared back to its natural pattern, and the glowing mark on the stone faded. The man stood in place, heart steady but alert. Whatever had come tonight had not come to harm. But it had come with purpose. And whatever waited beneath the hatch was starting to listen back. Part 5, Footsteps that Sink. Dawn never truly broke in the hollow, it leaked in. A thin silver light filtered through the branches, turning the rain to soft glimmers on the moss, but leaving the basin itself half in shadow. The fire had died sometime after the figure vanished into the trees. What remained was a small mound of blackened logs, faintly steaming in the damp morning air. The man rose stiffly from where he'd lain. His shoulders ached, not from strain, but from the weight of dreams. Thick ones. Not nightmares, nothing with teeth or screams, but heavy sequences of places that didn't belong to him. A long corridor made of stone and root. A mirror hanging from the ceiling. A voice speaking through water. All of it vanishing the moment his eyes opened. He walked the edge of the hollow again, slowly this time, letting his boots find the shape of the ground. The trees were closer now. Or maybe it was just his perception. The pines bowed inward, tall silhouettes crowned with mist, their trunks slick with last night's rain. As he passed the marked stones, he ran his hand along one of them again, the moss still cold, the carving still faint. But now, it felt warm beneath his palm, as though the stone had retained some memory of his touch from the night before. He paused near the hatch. It hadn't opened. No scratches, no sign of tampering. But the ring lay flat now. Last night, he'd left it standing upright. He was sure of it. He didn't try to open it. Not yet. Instead, he turned to the north, the direction the figure had walked into. His eyes followed the trees where the shadow had faded, noting how the branches parted, not by force but by presence, like something had passed without disturbing anything, yet left a trail all the same. He packed lightly, leaving most of his gear near the fire pit, taking only his coat, knife, and a small water flask. Then he stepped beyond the circle of stones and into the woods. The light changed instantly. The trees closed around him, tall and quiet, each one spaced just far enough to feel deliberate. The ground underfoot was soft, a bed of needles and damp soil. He walked slowly, listening. Every few steps, a drip would fall from a high branch and vanish into the carpeted floor without a sound. Then, footsteps. Not his. Soft. Behind him. Then to the side. He stopped. The sound stopped too. He waited. Eyes still. Muscles calm. Breath even. Then, there. Another step. A shift of weight. But not crunching. Not stumbling. These steps sank, like someone walking on fabric, or on something that accepted feet without resistance. He turned. Nothing. Just trees. Moss. Fog curling between trunks like smoke with nowhere to go. But then he saw them. Not figures. Footprints. Just ahead, pressed into the soft earth, a single pair, human-shaped but wrong in the proportions. Too long and the arched toes too narrow. The prints trailed off between two trees and disappeared as if whoever made them had vanished mid-stride. He knelt beside them. They were fresh. Edges clean. The soil slightly risen at the heel, as though it had pushed back up after the step had been taken. It shouldn't do that. He pressed his fingers into the earth beside the footprint. It didn't give. It was solid. Dry beneath the surface. No reason for anything to sink. And yet, the print was there. As if the step hadn't been onto the ground, but through it. He stood again and looked ahead. The trail was gone. No more prints. Just trees. Rain dripping from the branches. But something in the air had changed. A quiet pressure. Not hostile. Not urgent. Just present. He turned and made his way back toward the hollow, faster now. Not in fear, but with purpose. The hatch waited, and he could feel it now, not calling, not demanding, but ready. The time for waiting had passed. The questions had gathered. And under the earth, something had begun to wake. Part 6, Beneath the Wood and Rain. When he returned to the hollow, the mist had lifted just enough to expose the world as more than shape and shadow. The pines loomed quietly overhead, water still dripping from their needles, and the stone circle surrounding the fire pit seemed sharper in contrast, as though daylight had pulled their contours into focus. He walked directly to the hatch without hesitation now. The hesitation had withered sometime between the strange footprints and the silent forests returned to its usual rhythm. He couldn't shake the sense that the hollow, the stones, even the trees had been waiting, not for him to find the hatch, but for him to decide when to open it. He knelt and took the iron ring again in hand. Still warm. Not from sunlight, there wasn't enough of that to do it. It was a different kind of warmth. Like something just beneath the surface of the wood was alive, waiting. Not breathing, but aware. He pulled. The hatch lifted slowly, protesting with a low groan. The hinges were rusted but intact, and as the cover tilted back, water beaded off its underside and spilled into the darkness below. A hole. No ladder. No immediate steps. Just a vertical shaft of packed earth and stone about 3 feet wide, disappearing into shadow. The air that drifted upward was colder than the forest air, sharper, with a faint metallic tang. Beneath that, the earthy smell of roots and old wood. He lowered a foot in. The edge of the opening held him, and after a few moments of bracing himself against the stone ring, he slid down into the shaft. The descent wasn't far, maybe 8 feet, and the soil was firm enough that his boots found places to grip. When he reached the bottom, he found himself in a narrow corridor, tall enough to stand in, though barely. It wasn't natural. That was clear. The walls were shaped, cut by tools, smoothed by hands or time. Veins of quartz ran through the stone like lightning frozen mid-strike. In the dim light filtering from the hatch above, he could see the passage bend slowly to the right, disappearing into a deeper dark. He took out the small hand-crank flashlight from his coat pocket. Clicked it once. The dim yellow beam flickered to life and spread across the walls in a narrow cone. Symbols. Dozens of them. Etched into the walls on either side, some familiar from the stones above, others completely alien. Lines, spirals, crosses intersecting with crescent shapes, some so faint he had to tilt the light to see them clearly. They weren't written in a language meant to be read. They were meant to be felt. Each one stirred something inside him. Not memories. Not ideas. Sensations. One felt like standing at the edge of a cliff. Another like breathing underwater. One, etched near the floor, gave him the strange feeling of being watched from behind his own eyes. He moved slowly down the corridor. It was dry. Completely dry. No puddles, no dampness, though the earth outside had been saturated with rain. The deeper he went, the warmer the air became, not uncomfortably so, but like stepping into a greenhouse that hadn't seen light in years. After about 30 feet, the passage opened into a small chamber. He stopped at the threshold. The floor was smooth, circular, with a faint depression at its center, almost like a bowl carved into the rock. Around the outer edge were 6 upright stones, each etched with the hourglass shape enclosed in a ring. Each of them was the height of a man, spaced evenly around the circle. But at the very center of the chamber lay something else. A stone slab. Long, narrow. Altar-like. Covered in a kind of black moss that looked dry, but shimmered faintly when the flashlight beam passed over it. He stepped into the room. The moment his foot crossed the threshold, he felt it. A vibration. Not a sound, but a resonance deep in the chest, like being near a bell just before it rings. The moss on the slab rippled slightly, not from wind, but as if something had shifted beneath it. He approached slowly. His hand hovered over the surface of the slab, the moss just inches below his fingertips. And then, he touched it. A single flash behind his eyes. Bright, silent, wide. And in that flash, he saw trees burning, without fire. A hand reaching out of the stone. Eyes, not human, watching from beneath the roots. And the hollow, again, only older. Wilder. Waiting. He staggered back, breath shallow. The slab was still. The moss undisturbed. But now the chamber felt different. Not threatening. Awake. He turned slowly toward the exit, not fleeing, but retreating, giving the place its space. Whatever he had just touched, it hadn't hurt him. It had shown him something. The first step. A vision. A threshold passed. The forest had let him in. But the hollow had opened its eyes. Part 7, Echoes in the Green Flame. He climbed back into the hollow slowly, pulling himself up through the mouth of the shaft, his hands slick with earth. The hatch, left open, yawned beside the fire pit like a waiting question. The sky overhead had begun to thicken again with low clouds, and the mist had returned, curling along the ground like curious fingers. The rain, though soft, was steady now, soaking into his coat as he stood motionless at the edge of the world below. He looked around. Nothing had changed, and yet everything had. The fire was still cold ash. His gear was still arranged where he had left it. But the air buzzed faintly. Not with sound, but with that peculiar energy he'd felt beneath the earth. A tremor in the atmosphere, subtle as a held breath. Then he noticed the moss. The hollow was covered in it, nothing new there, but now, some patches shimmered faintly where the rain hit them. Not everywhere. Just at the base of the trees, and especially around the ring of stones. He crouched beside one. The moss didn't glisten with water. It shimmered from within, like it had absorbed something not of sunlight. He reached out to touch it, but paused. This was the same shimmer that had lined the black moss on the altar. The same pulse he had felt when the symbols beneath the earth lit something behind his eyes. Instead of touching it, he sat cross-legged beside the stone and closed his eyes. The hollow, the rain, the trees, all of it pressed in, gently, like a cocoon. And then he heard it. A low hum, vibrating in his chest, but this time clearer. Musical. Like a single, sustained note held by an unseen voice. It wasn't coming from any one direction, it came from the space itself. The hollow was singing. Or rather, something beneath it was. A voice old enough to shape stone, speaking through time in a single tone. Then, the color. He opened his eyes and saw it, green fire. Not flame in the usual sense. There was no heat. But rising faintly from the cracks between the stones was a flickering emerald glow, like candlelight painted with moss and jade. It swayed gently in the mist, casting strange shadows across the hollow floor. The green flame did not consume. It simply was. And within it, images danced. At first, he thought it was imagination, but as he watched, the shape solidified. People. Moving. Hooded figures kneeling beside the stones. others standing with arms raised toward the sky. A procession. A ritual. All silent. All playing out in the heart of the flame, like echoes trapped in the breath of the forest. He watched as one figure approached the center of the hollow and knelt, placing something, small and wrapped, into the earth. Another covered it with stone. Then the flame flickered, and the vision twisted, the hollow shifted, the trees turned inward like gates, and a new figure emerged from the darkness beyond. Tall. Not cloaked. The same shape he had seen before. It stood at the edge of the circle, watching. Even in the vision, it was still. Silent. Then the flame dimmed, and the mist returned. The images faded like footprints in falling snow. The man sat in silence. He didn't feel fear. He felt confirmation. This place was more than memory. More than myth. It was an intersection, a place where time bent, where past touched present and where silence became speech. The stones weren't just markers. They were keys. And the green fire, the visions, it had shown him something important, the figures. The ritual. The buried object. He stood and walked to the center of the hollow again, to where the earth was softest. There, beneath the pine needles, he began to dig. Not wildly. Carefully. With hands steady and heart alert. After several inches of damp soil and blackened roots, his fingers struck something hard. Wood. He cleared more. It was a box, small, rectangular, bound in iron and stained dark with age. He pulled it free and held it in both hands. It weighed more than it should have. Not just in mass, but in presence. There was no lock. Only a seal. A sigil matching the stone, the twin arcs and the ring. He didn't open it. Not yet. He simply sat with it in his lap, the mist drawing close again, the forest holding its breath. The green flame had faded, but something remained. The hollow had remembered. And now, so had he. Part 8, The Weight of the Box. The box rested in his lap like a living thing, solid, quiet, and humming faintly at the edges of perception. It was not a sound he could hear, not even a vibration he could feel. It was the kind of presence that lived beneath language. The kind that drew your attention even when your eyes were closed. He sat in the center of the hollow, legs crossed, head bowed slightly, the box nestled in his hands like an offering. Around him, the stones loomed in their eternal vigil. The rain had thinned into a fine mist, softening the world into a watercolor of greens and grays. Pine needles clung to his sleeves, to the folds of his coat, and still he didn't move. Not yet. The seal on the box was more than a symbol, it felt like a threshold. Two arcs intersecting inside a ring. A portal, or a crossing. Or perhaps, a warning. He didn't feel fear. He hadn't for some time now. But there was a gravity to this moment. A pressure that lived in his chest, just behind the sternum. A waiting. The wind moved gently through the pines above. He could hear it now. Not in gusts or rustling leaves, but in the deep creak of branches, the whisper of damp needles adjusting their weight. It sounded like a language too old for words. He placed the box carefully on the ground before him and unwrapped the scarf from his neck, using it to wipe away the last of the wet soil and moss clinging to the wood. The box was carved from something dark, maybe yew or walnut, though it had aged so deeply that its original color was almost lost. The iron bands had no rust, which struck him as odd, given the moisture of the forest and the centuries implied by the vision he'd seen. He ran a finger along the seal, feeling the faint indentation in the wood. The symbol wasn't painted or inlaid, it was part of the grain itself, like the tree had grown around the shape. He took a slow breath. Then another. And he opened the box. The hinges made no sound. The lid rose smoothly, and the scent that greeted him was unexpected, neither rot nor dust, but something like herbs and clean stone. Cool. Ancient. Preserved. Inside, nestled in black cloth, was a bundle. Small. Wrapped in thin, brittle leather. Bound with a single length of red thread. He reached in. The moment his fingers touched it, something in the forest shifted. Not loudly. Not dramatically. But every bird that had begun to sing that morning fell quiet. The drip of rain paused. Even the wind seemed to stop, as though the trees themselves had turned their attention inward. He lifted the bundle out and placed it in his hands. The leather was dry, cracking at the corners, but the thread held. He could see faint ink through the layers, shapes, symbols, perhaps even writing. He paused, listening again. The forest was still. Not silent, just held. Like breath at the edge of an answer. He began to unwind the thread. It came loose in one pull, soft as silk. The leather opened with a sigh, and within it lay pages. Folded parchment, old but intact. Each inscribed with symbols and lines. Not random. Not decorative. Diagrams. Instructions. And on the final sheet, at the center, a sketch of the hollow. But not as it was now. As it had been. The trees were younger. The stones newer. Figures stood at each point of the circle, their hands outstretched. In the center, the slab, same as the one below ground, and above it, something hovering. Not a flame. Not a shape. A shadow with form. And at the bottom of the drawing, a single line of text in a language he didn't recognize, yet somehow understood. To remember is to return. To open is to become. He stared at it for a long time. The forest had given him this. Or perhaps it had waited to reveal it. He folded the pages carefully and placed them back into the box. He closed it gently, as one might close a sleeping child's door, and looked toward the trees beyond the hollow's edge. There was no question now. This was not a place to pass through. It was a threshold. A hinge in the world. And he was no longer standing outside it. He was inside the story now. Part 9, The Circle and the Mark. He sat there long after the box was closed, the mist rising around his shoulders and arms like a shawl woven from breath. The phrase lingered in his mind, not as a riddle, but as a truth waiting patiently to be lived. To remember is to return. To open is to become. He repeated it aloud, barely more than a whisper, and as the words slipped into the hollow, the forest responded. A distant creak of a tree. A sigh in the canopy. Then silence again. Listening. The papers had shown a ritual. A gathering. 6 figures in a circle around the central slab, their arms raised not in worship, but in alignment. A sharing. The drawing was not religious. It was mechanical. The symbols, like gears. He stood slowly, the box cradled under one arm, and turned his gaze to the 6 stones surrounding the fire pit. One by one, he approached them, inspecting their bases. It didn't take long to find what he suspected, faint carvings on each stone's inward-facing surface. Unique symbols, none repeated, weathered, but still visible in the damp morning light. He knelt before the nearest one. This symbol was a spiral, curling inward instead of out. It was carved with care, and near it, a shallow depression in the earth, like something had once rested there. He looked to the others. Each stone had its own sign, and each one sat before a slight dip in the forest floor. He walked the circle once more. 6 stones. 6 symbols. 6 shallow impressions. And in the center of it all, the hatch, the fire pit, and the place where he had unearthed the box. A design. A structure. Something long forgotten, or perhaps deliberately buried. He returned to the box and opened it again, carefully removing the folded pages. Turning past the map of the hollow, he found what he hoped for, a page with all 6 symbols drawn in a wheel, each connected to the center by a single, unbroken line. In the middle, the hourglass. The threshold. He crouched near the fire pit, now just wet ash, and brushed the earth back with his hands. As the soil peeled away, his fingers struck stone. Flat. Circular. He cleared more, revealing a ring about 3 feet across, flush with the earth, its edge hidden just beneath the moss. At its center was the same mark from the altar and the box, twin arcs within a circle, etched deeply into the surface. It was a keyhole of sorts. Not for a lock, but for something else. An alignment. He rose, breathing in the thick forest air. The mist around the edges of the hollow was thicker now, obscuring the trees just beyond the stones. It gave the space a feeling of separation, like the world had retreated slightly. Like time had folded inward. He placed the box in the center of the ring, directly atop the carved symbol. Then he stepped back and surveyed the circle again. He knew what needed to be done. He didn't understand the language, not yet. But he knew the rhythm of it. He felt it in the soil, in the quiet thrum beneath his boots, in the pulse behind the symbols themselves. This was no longer a matter of curiosity. It was memory. Return. He took a stick from the edge of the fire and began to trace the 6 symbols into the earth around the circle, recreating them with careful strokes, as the figures in the vision had once done, marking the ground at the base of each standing stone. As he carved, he felt the forest responding. Not loudly. Not with spectacle. But with presence. A hush settled in, heavier than silence. A holding of breath that belonged to more than just the woods. He finished the last symbol and stepped back into the center of the ring. The box at his feet. The hourglass beneath him. The stones watching in stillness. And all around, the forest waited. Part 10, The Breath of the Hollow. The air had changed again. He could feel it in his chest first, a gentle compression, as though the hollow had wrapped itself tighter around him. The mist no longer drifted aimlessly, it circled slowly, curling in looping spirals above the 6 stones, each one barely rising above waist height. The pines beyond them faded further into a veil of gray. Nothing moved beyond the ring now. The forest had drawn its boundary, and the space inside was no longer entirely part of the world above. He stood in the center, feet braced on the carved ring of stone, the box resting silently at its heart. He could feel the symbols in the soil behind him, his careful recreations traced into the wet dirt with charcoal and ash. They hadn't changed. Not physically. But when he looked at them now, they seemed deeper, more distinct. As if they'd been drawn not by his hand, but by something older remembering through him. He took a breath. The sound was loud in the silence. Then, without knowing why, he raised his arms. It wasn't a gesture he decided on. It simply rose out of him, as instinctive as stretching toward warmth after a long walk in cold wind. Fingers spread, palms open, chest lifted slightly. Nothing happened at first. Then, the stones began to hum. Not with sound. Not with vibration. But with attention. His ears rang faintly, the way they did in high altitudes. Pressure building. The kind of quiet that swells just before a distant thunderclap. The box at his feet grew heavier. Not physically, he didn't touch it, but in presence. Its edges became sharper. Its form more solid in the mist. And then, a sound. Not a voice. A breath. Drawn in. Deep. Slow. Beneath the earth. The ground shifted, subtly, just enough to notice. Not an earthquake. Not motion. But tension releasing. The kind that precedes awakening. The kind that loosens the bindings around memory. His body tingled, a chill moving from his fingertips to his spine. Above him, the mist thinned just enough to reveal the tops of the trees. The clouds were darker there. Not storm dark, but deep. Watching. And then he heard it again, the breath. This time released. A long, low exhale that stirred the moss at his feet. That moved the fire's ashes in a spiral pattern outward. That sent a thin stream of smoke curling from the center of the box, even though nothing burned inside. He knelt. The box had changed. Its edges were glowing softly, pale green, like the flame he had seen in the vision. The metal bands shimmered as though reflecting something unseen, and the wood beneath them pulsed faintly with light. The box itself did not open. It remained sealed. But the air around it rippled. A memory emerged, not his, but embedded in the place. He saw the hollow again, but hundreds of years younger. 6 figures stood where he now stood, their hands raised, just as his had been. In the center, another box. Identical. They chanted, not with voices, but with motion, rhythm, alignment. One figure stepped forward, unwrapped something from their arm, a length of red thread, and placed it inside the box. Then the box was closed, and sealed, and buried. A message. A memory. A lock. His eyes opened. The mist had receded slightly. The forest was still watching, but the pressure had lifted. The moment had passed, but not fully. Something had changed, not outside, but within him. The forest had shared its breath. It had offered a glimpse. Not a gift. Not a warning. An invitation. He stood slowly, letting his arms fall to his sides, and looked around the circle once more. The symbols glowed faintly in the soil, just enough to mark their presence. The box at the center pulsed once more, then dimmed. Still sealed. Still waiting. But now, he understood something vital. The ritual had not been completed. What he had done was a key, a first unlocking. But beneath the hollow, there was still a door. And he had only just begun to find its shape. Part 11, Threads in the Soil. The forest exhaled again, but softer now, like a sigh given in trust. As if the old trees had watched him long enough to relax their guard, just slightly. The mist, still curling between trunks, no longer obscured the ring of stone. It framed it. Almost lovingly. As though the hollow had accepted its role not just as a place of sleep and shelter, but as a remembering thing. The man stood in the circle's center, staring down at the sealed box. It no longer pulsed. The glow had faded with the breath, but the air still held that feeling of weight, like something had awakened beneath the ground and had chosen, for now, to wait. He stepped beyond the ring, his boots pressing carefully against the softened earth. His mind was still wrapped in the echo of what he'd seen, 6 figures in the past, and the red thread. That image stuck to him like fog to fabric. The thread. He returned to his gear near the fire pit, where a weathered leather pouch held small tools, flint, twine. Inside, among the loops of paracord and old keys, was something he hadn't used in years, a thin coil of waxed red thread, kept from an old repair kit. He had forgotten he even carried it. His fingers hesitated around it. Was this coincidence? Or had the hollow remembered through him, nudging him toward what it needed? He took the thread in hand. It was light. Smooth. And as he turned back to the circle of stones, something tugged quietly at the edge of his awareness. A pull. Not physical. Not directional. A resonance. He returned to the stone where he had first seen the inward spiral carving, crouching to study the soil near its base. The shallow depression he'd noticed earlier was deeper than the others, lined faintly with traces of blackened moss. He knelt and ran the thread through his fingers. It was a key. No, a bridge. Something in the forest's silence seemed to affirm that. He stood and tied one end of the red thread around a small branch, stripped of leaves and bark, and gently placed it into the depression at the base of the stone. He then turned slowly, moving around the circle, laying the thread across the earth from stone to stone, unbroken, careful not to lift it once it touched the ground. The thread was longer than it should have been. It reached all 6 stones with length to spare, looping each base gently in sequence. And as it did, the air within the circle grew warmer. Still cool, still damp with the memory of rain, but wrapped now in a warmth not made of fire. A pulse. Alive. By the time he returned to the center and tied the final knot, binding the loose end around the box's iron band, the mist had drawn inward again. Not in threat. In focus. He sat down, the box before him. Waited. And then, in the center of the stone ring, just beside the box, something began to bloom. A thread. Red. Not the one he'd placed, but another, older, rising up from the soil like a root remembering where it belonged. It curled once in the air, shimmered faintly in the morning light, and then dropped to the earth beside the others. Still. Waiting. He didn't touch it. Instead, he watched. Because beneath the thread, the soil darkened. Not wet, but rich. Alive. And for a moment, he thought he could see something beneath the surface. A glint of light. A curve. A chamber. Another shape, perhaps. Another box. No, something round. He reached forward, paused. This was not something to rush. He looked up. The pines swayed gently now, their trunks no longer pressing inward but bowing slightly, reverently. The forest was no longer simply sheltering him. It was observing ritual. And the man, now, was part of it. Part 12, The Object Below. The earth beneath the red thread pulsed faintly, like a heartbeat hidden in soil. It wasn't movement he could see, only feel. The ground there had deepened, become looser, darker, as if the hollow had exhaled something buried long ago. The other red thread, the one that had risen from the soil, lay silent beside the one he'd placed, the 2 lines resting parallel across the moss-covered circle like veins newly drawn beneath skin. He reached for the earth beside the box, fingers trembling, not from fear, but from anticipation sharpened to a blade's edge. The soil accepted his touch easily, parting under his hand without resistance. It felt warm now. Not hot, not unnatural, just alive. Like it had been storing something deep beneath the roots, something ready to be remembered. An inch down, his fingertips touched metal. Cold at first, but quickly warming to his skin. He dug more carefully now, brushing the soil back with open palms, clearing the top of what appeared to be a disc-shaped object. Smooth. Almost seamless. Unlike the box, this had no grain, no carving. But as he exposed more of it, faint markings began to appear, etched delicately around the edge. Tiny lines. Not decorative. Measured. Like something made for use. He worked in silence, letting the rain speak for him as it whispered across the canopy, and finally, with both hands under the edges, he lifted the object free from the earth. It was heavier than it looked. Shaped like a shallow bowl turned upside down, about the size of a plate, its underside smooth and matte, but the top bore a single sigil in its center, the hourglass inside a ring. Around it, 6 lines stretched outward in symmetrical spokes, each ending in a notch. He looked up at the 6 stones. Then down again at the disc. The alignment was clear. He stood and walked to the carved ring of stone in the center of the circle, brushing aside more pine needles until the entire circle was visible. A shallow recess had been carved into the center, the exact size and shape of the disc. He placed it carefully into the groove. It clicked gently into place, like a puzzle piece returning home. And when it did, the air shifted again. This time, not a breath, but a sound. A low, distant chime. It seemed to come from nowhere and everywhere at once. Faint, like wind in metal pipes. It echoed once through the hollow, and then was gone. The mist inside the circle began to rise. Not just drifting, but lifting, upward, in gentle columns around each stone. It looked like smoke, rising from invisible flames. His skin tingled. A faint pressure built behind his eyes, not painful, but undeniable. He knelt before the disc. It was no longer metal. No longer cold. It shimmered now, its surface shifting subtly between form and suggestion, like water stretched thin across stone, holding reflections from a world not entirely here. And then, just for a moment, he saw something inside it. A face. Not clear. Not human. Eyes that didn't blink. Features that suggested symmetry, but didn't adhere to it. A being with presence but not shape. It was watching him. Not judging. Not beckoning. Observing. And then it was gone. The disc grew still. The mist around the stones faded. The hum fell back to silence. But the man remained kneeling, breath shallow, heart slow. He understood something now. The hollow was not merely a place of memory. It was a conduit. The disc was not a relic. It was a door. And whatever lay beneath it, beneath all of it, was waking faster now. Not because he had disturbed it, but because he had been expected. Part 13, The Shape of the Door. The forest no longer felt like a wilderness. It felt like a chamber. The mist had retreated again, not vanished, but pulled back to the edge of the circle, coiling along the trunks of the 6 guardian stones, as though afraid to come closer. The trees, too, stood differently now. He hadn't noticed it at first, but the pines that ringed the hollow leaned just slightly outward now, away from him and the circle. As if something beneath the soil had pressed upward and made them step back. He was still kneeling before the disc. It was quiet now, no more shimmer, no more glow, but it had not returned to metal. Its surface remained strange. Softly reflective. Not glass. Not liquid. Something in between. The sigil at its center pulsed faintly, only visible when his breath passed over it. He placed his palm against it. No resistance. No temperature. And yet, it answered. Not with words. With image. Suddenly, his mind was elsewhere, not in memory, not in dream, but in something deeper. A space beneath his thoughts. And within it, he saw a vast cavern, roots hanging from a ceiling lost in shadow. Stone stairs, spiraling down past walls carved with thousands of tiny hourglasses. A tree, inverted, its roots reaching upward like fingers through ash. And at its base, a second circle. But larger. Not made of stone. He gasped as his palm pulled back. The disk was still. But his chest burned with the memory of that vision. The hollow, he realized, was just the beginning. The real place, the thing the forest guarded, was below. He rose and stepped back. If the disk was the key, then the hourglass beneath it was the lock. And he had turned it. He circled the ring slowly, looking again at the stones. Each one remained where it had always been, their markings unchanging. But something was different. He moved to the stone marked with the inward spiral, the first one he had traced earlier. The soil at its base was gone. Not disturbed. Gone. A perfect hole remained, circular and smooth-edged, leading into the earth like the mouth of a tunnel. Only inches wide, too small for a hand, but clearly artificial. Clearly meant to be found. He walked to the next stone. The same. Each one. All 6. 6 tunnels. Aligned with the 6 spokes on the disk. Empty. Waiting. He returned to the box. Still sealed. Still quiet. But now, he knew. It was time to open it, not the lid. The meaning. The message. He brought it to the disk, placed it beside the sigil, and unwrapped the leather once more. The red thread, now faintly darker than before, trembled slightly as if aware of the proximity to the door. He unfolded the parchment again. There were new marks on the page. He was certain they hadn't been there before. Faint smudges near the hourglass at the center. 6 dots. Aligned to the outer edge. Connected by threads. And beside each dot, a small symbol, now recognizable from the stones. Spiral. Crescent. Forked lines. Hooks. A map. Or rather, a pattern. He looked to the hollow around him. The earth felt soft again. Not weak, but receptive. The forest was listening. It had offered him its breath. Then its silence. Now, its path. The man folded the parchment carefully and stood, heart steady. There was no longer a question of if he would go further. Only how deep. And whether, once inside, he would still be able to return. Part 14, the descent begins. Even the rain had paused. The mist still curled softly between the pines, and the trees stood in their crooked reverence around the hollow, but the rain, steady for days, had gone quiet, as if the sky, too, now waited. He stood in the center of the circle, the box cradled under one arm, the folded parchment in the other, and the red thread coiled loosely around his wrist like a vein plucked from some deeper body. Around him, the 6 small tunnels beneath the stones breathed silence. There was a ritual to follow. That much was clear. The forest had not demanded it, it had revealed it. The disk, the markings, the buried box, the hourglass, all pieces of a mechanism too old for memory but too alive to ignore. The drawings had shown the 6 dots, the red thread, the alignment. But what lay beneath? He would need to find the path. He turned to the first stone again, the one marked with the inward spiral, and crouched low before its open tunnel. The passage was small, barely the width of a wrist, but as he leaned in, he felt a breeze against his cheek. A breeze. From below. The tunnel was deep. He unspooled a section of the red thread from his wrist and fed it gently into the opening, letting it slide inward like a fuse finding its source. The thread was pulled softly, as though something deep inside had accepted it, not grabbing, not pulling. Just receiving. He tied the thread off to the base of the stone with a small knot, anchoring it. Then he moved clockwise to the second. Another breeze. Another tunnel. Another length of thread, unwound and lowered gently. He moved slowly, methodically, his hands precise. By the time he reached the 6th and final stone, the mist had thickened again, but it no longer felt like fog, it felt like veil. Curtain. Boundary. Not meant to obscure, but to mark the edge of something sacred. When the final thread was anchored, he stood back in the center of the hollow. 6 tunnels. 6 threads. Each one leading down. The disk before him hummed once more, not with light, but with resonance. A tone he didn't hear with his ears, but with his teeth. The kind of low frequency that made bones remember. He placed the box beside it again. Then, gently, he stepped off the carved stone ring and walked to the fire pit. He would need a torch. The flashlight wouldn't follow where he was going, not if what he suspected was true. It had worked in the corridor. But not in the vision. Not in the chamber of the inverted tree. He pulled a piece of dried pine branch from the pile, one of the few things untouched by rain, and wrapped a scrap of cloth from his bag around its tip. A touch of oil. A strike of flint. Flame bloomed, orange and uncertain. But it held. As he turned back toward the circle, the flame caught something in the mist, a reflection, just beyond the 6th stone. He froze. A figure. Only for a moment. Tall. Watching. Just past the boundary of the hollow, where the trees thickened and the world slipped back into distance. It didn't move. It didn't speak. Then the mist swallowed it. He didn't follow. He couldn't afford to. Not yet. He returned to the center. To the disk. To the ring. The threads. The hush. And the soft breath of something waiting below. He knelt one last time. Placed his palm upon the disk. And it opened. Not with sound. Not with dust or violence. It simply parted. Like stone made liquid. The sigil melted away, and the disk split cleanly down the center, sliding outward in a perfect circle. Beneath it, darkness. A tunnel, wide enough to stand. Descending. He held the torch above it. The flame flickered, but held. Then he stepped into the passage and began the descent. The earth closed gently behind him, and the forest above went still. The hollow had opened its mouth. And swallowed him whole. Part 15, The Stare of Root and Stone. The air shifted the moment he crossed the threshold. It was subtle at first, like passing from one room to another, but deeper than temperature or smell. It was density. Pressure. The feeling of space changing around you in a way your skin remembered before your mind could. The tunnel sloped gently downward, the walls packed tight with earth and lined occasionally with stone ribs, as though the earth itself had grown a skeleton to protect what lay below. His torch sputtered once, startled by the new air, but the flame caught again, casting amber light in uneven ripples across the walls. He descended slowly, hand grazing the side of the tunnel as he moved, and though the ground was dry, the air was not. It was damp with memory. The kind of damp that seeps into wood over centuries. The kind that remembers voices long gone. The deeper he went, the quieter the world became. Not silence. Something more refined. A hush made of intention. A quiet that watched. And then, the tunnel opened. Not sharply, there was no threshold, no door. It simply widened as if the earth had drawn a long breath and loosened its ribs. The floor beneath his boots flattened into a wide stone ledge, and he found himself standing at the top of a massive, spiraling stairwell carved directly into the bedrock. He stopped. Stared. The stairs coiled downward around a central shaft of darkness. There were no handrails. No ropes. Just smooth, worn steps that turned and turned until they vanished into the gloom. The torchlight revealed only the first few dozen feet, but below that, only black. Above him, the tunnel he had entered through was already gone. Not collapsed, simply vanished behind the mist and the curve of the walls. The forest had given him this path. And now, he was on it. He took a breath, adjusted the box under his arm, and began to descend. Each step felt deliberate. The stair was wider than expected, nearly 6 feet across, and the walls around him bore no markings. No carvings. No moss. Just smooth, patient stone. But every few turns, a root broke through. They hung like veins from the ceiling, thick and twisted, some draped across the stair like tendrils reaching down. They were old, but not dead, each one damp to the touch, pulsing faintly with warmth. He passed under them in silence. Further down, the temperature dropped. But not sharply, not like a cave. This was a different cold. Not of air. Of time. He began to see things in the stone. Shapes not carved, but embedded. Fossils, maybe. Small ones. Spirals. Shells. But others, not so easily named. One looked like a jawbone. Another like an eye, still wet. He didn't look too long. The torchlight began to behave strangely. It no longer illuminated evenly. Some parts of the stair glowed golden, while others swallowed the light entirely. He passed through a patch where shadows clung to him like static, refusing to lift from his skin for several steps. He gripped the torch tighter. Then, as he rounded the 15th coil, he saw light. Not his. Not fire. A faint green glow. It came from below, soft at first, then brighter as he approached. The kind of glow that has no source. Like moonlight made of moss. He stepped onto the final stair and found himself at the edge of a vast chamber. And he froze. The space was immense, easily the size of a cathedral, and at its center, suspended in silence, was the tree. Inverted. Its roots stretched upward into the stone ceiling, splitting into thousands of tendrils that seemed to hold the chamber itself in place. Its trunk was thick, twisted, smooth like petrified flesh. And its branches. Its branches grew downward, like bones curved into 100 spines, curling toward the floor where they cradled a second stone circle. Larger than the one above. This one pulsed with green flame. Not fire. Not heat. Light. Like breath. The symbols carved into the stones flickered in rhythm, 6 again, each mirrored from above, but altered. As if the above was a memory, and this was the origin. He stepped forward. The box under his arm grew warm. And from the base of the inverted tree, a figure stepped forward. Not from shadow. From the trunk itself. It had no face. But it knew him. And it was waiting. Part 16, The One Who Waits. It did not walk. It unfolded. The figure that emerged from the base of the tree was not cloaked or robed, but covered in something organic, like bark that had learned to move. Its limbs were too long, slightly bowed at the joints, as if shaped by gravity deeper than the one above. Its surface was not skin, but a lattice of dark wood and pale lichen, woven together like armor grown rather than made. Where its face should have been, there was only a smooth curve, no eyes, no mouth. Yet still, he knew, it was watching. Not through sight. Through knowing. The figure stood still at the far edge of the circle, just beyond the flickering green flame that swirled around the larger stones in gentle, pulsing waves. The flame didn't rise, it moved sideways, as if drawn toward something. Toward the figure. Toward the man. He took a step forward. The torch in his hand flickered once, then extinguished completely. Darkness fell, but it was not total. The green light of the circle illuminated everything now. It needed no fire. It needed no fuel. It simply existed, glowing from the cracks in the stone, the symbols etched into the floor, the very air itself. Every inch of the chamber hummed with the same rhythm he'd first felt in the hollow above. A breath beneath the world. The figure raised one long arm, slowly, reverently, and pointed toward the center of the circle. He understood immediately. This was not an invitation. It was a continuation. The ritual had begun long before he'd arrived. His descent had not awakened it. It had only fulfilled its rhythm. He stepped forward, passing through the green flame as it curved gently away from his body, making space for him as if it recognized something in him, his breath, his blood, his memory. He stepped into the center. There, beneath the canopy of the inverted tree, he saw the slab, larger than the one buried in the first chamber. Covered in the hourglass symbol, repeated dozens of times in spiraling patterns. The box under his arm grew heavier. He placed it down. Immediately, the light changed. Not brighter, deeper. The flame receded from the stones and sank into the slab, illuminating every carving, every crevice, until the stone looked like molten emerald. And then, the figure spoke. Not with sound. With memory. Suddenly, he was elsewhere. Standing in the hollow, but not as it was now. As it had been. The sky above was unfamiliar. No clouds. Only stars, dozens more than he had ever seen. The stones around the ring were taller, newer. The trees younger. And around the circle, people. Hooded. Silent. Not frightened. In awe. One of them stepped forward. Held a box. The same box. They opened it. And from within, drew the red thread. They tied it around their wrist. They raised their hand to the sky. And something answered. A shadow passed overhead, not a bird. Not a shape. A presence. The stars blinked as though something vast had shifted behind them. And the vision broke. He was back in the chamber, hand resting on the sealed box. The figure had not moved. But something had changed. The branches of the tree above him were lowering, slowly curling down like fingers, reaching for the circle, the slab, the box. One branch stopped just above his head. From its tip, a drop of liquid formed, green, gold, and black. It hovered for a moment. Then fell. It struck the box. And the seal broke. The lid opened with no sound. Only weight, as if time itself sighed. Inside, the same folded parchment. The red thread. And something else. A stone. Small. Black. Perfectly smooth. Carved with a spiral on one side, and the hourglass on the other. He picked it up. The figure across the circle lowered its arm. And slowly began to sink, back into the tree. Not retreating. Returning. The branches above him rose again, folding gently upward. The green flame pulsed once more, slow, full. And then, the chamber began to breathe. Not with air. With light. The slab beneath him shifted. The spiral and the stone in his hand glowed faintly, warming his palm. He looked up. He knew what he held was not a tool. It was a key. And this was only the first lock. Part 17, Beneath the Spiral. The spiral on the stone was shallow, but perfect. It seemed to pull his eye inward no matter how he turned it, drawing thought and attention toward its center like a tide. The hourglass on the opposite face pulsed dimly, sinking with the green glow that still traced through the carvings in the slab beneath his feet. The box beside him lay open now, its contents still, the parchment, the thread, and the strange, black key. The chamber had settled into stillness. The figure was gone, back into the roots of the inverted tree. The flame no longer moved along the floor, it hovered now, suspended in tiny particles across the room, like dust caught in moonlight, waiting for air to stir it. He stood alone. But not unwatched. Not here. The key warmed in his hand. Not uncomfortably, but with intention. He knelt, placed the box aside, and examined the central slab again. There were no obvious indentations, no hinges, no seams. Just dozens of symbols, hourglasses, lines, spirals, all overlapping in spirals and clusters across the stone. But in the center, he found something. A small, shallow hole. Barely the width of a thumb. The same shape as the stone he now held. He held his breath and placed the key into the socket. A click. No louder than a pine cone falling. Then, the entire slab shifted downward, an inch, maybe two, just enough to suggest it wasn't stone at all, but a lid. And the spiral lit up beneath his feet. The carvings flared with green light, brighter than ever before. A hum built in the floor, low and sustained. The dust in the air began to move again, circling the chamber like starlings drawn into orbit. He stepped back as the slab rotated once, slow, steady, and began to descend. It revealed a shaft. Round. Narrow. And far deeper than he'd expected. Steps lined the inner wall, small and steep, leading downward into black. But this darkness didn't feel empty. It felt full. He took the box, tucked the parchment and thread safely into his pack, and held the stone tight in one palm. The moment he stepped onto the first stair, the spiral began to spin. Not fast. Not physical. But within his mind. Like it was showing him the descent before he made it. He moved slowly, following the spiral. Each step downward narrowed the world. The chamber above faded until only the thinnest rim of green light remained. The air thickened, but not unpleasantly. Like being wrapped in layers of wool and breath and memory. Time slowed. He passed into silence so complete it was no longer quiet. It was presence. And then, on the 33rd step, he stopped. There was a wall. Not dirt. Not stone. Glass. Beyond it, he saw something impossible. A room. Circular. Lined with books, with objects, with bones. In the center, another tree. Not inverted. Not upright. Floating. Its roots spread like veins into the air, its leaves motionless but alive. Suspended in a shaft of greenish gold light that came from nowhere and everywhere. Beneath it, a chair. A desk. And a mirror. But no door. Just glass between him and this impossible place. He pressed his hand to it. The spiral in his palm burned slightly. Then the glass rippled. And opened. No sound. No wind. Just an invitation. He stepped through. The temperature changed. And every object in the room, every relic, every book, turned ever so slightly toward him. As if they had been waiting. As if they remembered his scent. He wasn't the first to enter this place. But he might be the first to return. Part 18, The Memory Library. The moment he stepped across the threshold, the atmosphere changed. Not just the air, it was heavier now, yes, thicker with the scent of moss and something older, but the sense of time itself felt different. As if the room he entered wasn't moving at the same pace as the world above. As if the walls themselves held back the flow of hours, cradling him in a moment stretched impossibly wide. The door, or what had been the door, sealed silently behind him, the glass melting back into seamless wall. There was no panic. Only the weight of presence. The chamber was perfectly round, its walls carved from dark stone but softened by shelves upon shelves of ancient volumes and forgotten tools. The books were bound in leathers of colors he couldn't name. Some were small, delicate things, barely the size of a hand. Others were massive, spined with bark and iron, chained to their shelves like they needed restraining. Not all were in languages he could read, many bore symbols, some living scripts that seemed to shift under his gaze. He didn't touch them. Not yet. He moved slowly, letting the silence guide him. The floating tree in the center of the chamber didn't drift or spin, it remained suspended above a pedestal of black stone, its roots writhing gently like threads of ink in water. It pulsed in the same rhythm as the hourglass symbol still etched in the stone beneath his feet. He circled it once. And then he saw the mirror. It leaned against the wall, tall and narrow, framed in a dull metal that looked like it had once been gold. Its surface, however, was not reflective, not in the way a mirror should be. It shimmered softly, like it remembered light but did not reproduce it. He stepped closer. And as he did, the surface shifted. It didn't show him. It showed the hollow. From above. From afar. A bird's-eye view of the circle he'd dug. The fire pit. The stones. But there was more, a figure stood in the center. Not him. Someone else. Another traveler, in another time, holding a box. He watched as the figure moved through the same steps, the tracing of symbols, the placement of thread, the opening of the hatch. And then, the mirror blinked. The image vanished. And for a split second, just long enough to freeze his breath, the mirror showed him. Standing where he was. But older. Gaunter. His clothes darker, wet with rain. Then the image fractured. Gone. The torch flickered in his hand, though he could not remember lighting it. The room had no flame. Only memory. He turned from the mirror. Back to the floating tree. Below its roots, the black pedestal held a shallow bowl. Inside it, soil. Damp and rich. Resting atop the soil was a single object. A coin. Smooth. Pale. With an engraving on each side, spiral and hourglass. Like the stone he still carried. But this one pulsed. He reached for it. His fingers brushed the surface. And the room responded. Every book shook gently on its shelf. Every object, a quill, a bone charm, a pendant shaped like an open eye, turned ever so slightly in his direction. The tree's leaves rustled once, though there was no wind. And then, in the air just above the coin, a word formed. Not written. Not spoken. Impressed, like light pressed into memory. Exchange. He understood. This was not a place to take. It was a place to offer. He withdrew the spiral stone from his pocket, the one given by the figure at the tree, and placed it gently into the bowl in the pedestal. The moment he did, the coin lifted, just an inch. He took it. And as he did, knowledge whispered through him. Not words. Images. A great gate in a mountain's heart. A staircase submerged in black water. A name, long buried, that pulsed behind his ribs like a second heartbeat. A word not to be spoken, but remembered. He gasped. The room quieted. The coin in his hand was warm. The bowl and the pedestal was empty. And across the chamber, the glass door began to open once more. He turned back to the tree. It had rotated. Its roots now pointed toward a new tunnel, one that had not existed when he first arrived. Stone. Narrow. Leading down. Always down. He passed the mirror once more. It showed nothing now. Only mist. He stepped through the door. And descended into the place the forest had hidden even from itself. Part 19, The Vault of Names. The tunnel beyond the mirror was unlike the others. It was older. Older than the spiral stairs. Older than the chamber of flame and thread. It didn't feel carved, it felt grown. The walls were smooth, but not from chisels or time. They curved organically, following no straight lines, like the passage had formed the way a riverbed does, through centuries of flow. The air here was still damp, but heavier, mineral-rich, metallic on the tongue. He held the coin tightly in one hand, feeling its pulse slow to match his heartbeat. Every time he squeezed it, a faint warmth returned, a rhythm. As though the coin itself was alive, and it, too, remembered the path. There was no light source. But he could see. A dim, bioluminescent sheen spread faintly across the tunnel's skin, soft green veined with darker lines, like roots underwater. Occasionally, small glints of amber appeared embedded in the walls. At first he thought they were resin, but no. As he passed one, he stopped. A name was etched inside it. Not scratched into the surface, within the amber itself, as though it had grown around it. A single word, written in long, looping script he couldn't read. He moved on. The next amber shard had another name. Different script. Then another. And another. He was walking through a corridor of memory. A vault. A graveyard. Or maybe all three. Some pieces of amber glowed faintly as he passed, pulsing in rhythm with the coin in his palm. The warmth in his fingers spread up his wrist now, not burning, but steady. Encouraging. The corridor led him deeper still, and with each turn, the amber grew larger. And the names more familiar. He passed one stone, taller than him, where 6 names circled an hourglass. One name was half erased. As if the amber had tried to forget it. Farther down, he came to a bend. The tunnel opened into a chamber the size of a chapel, vaulted high and lit from nowhere. The walls were lined floor to ceiling with thousands of amber shapes, some the size of coins, others the size of doors. Each one held a name. A word. A memory. In the center of the chamber, raised on a stone dais, stood a single pedestal. No tree this time. No roots. Just a mirror. But this mirror was not made of glass. It was made of amber. And as he approached it, the coin in his hand flared with sudden heat. The mirror did not reflect his body. It reflected his name. Not the one he spoke aloud. The one he had forgotten. The one buried too deep for language. It glowed across the mirror's surface in soft golden strokes. No sound accompanied it. No voice. Only knowing. He stepped closer, hand outstretched. And as his fingers brushed the surface of the amber, he remembered. Not his life. Not fully. But the first moment he came to the forest. Not in this life. In another. The hollow. The box. The thread. Again and again. Each time the same. Each time different. A cycle. He gasped and stumbled back. The chamber rippled. The amber names flickered. And across the mirror, his name changed. Became a spiral. Became an hourglass. Then vanished. The coin in his hand cooled. And from the far side of the chamber, another door opened. This one framed by 2 standing stones, carved in languages not meant to be read, only felt. He turned once more to the amber mirror. It was blank now. Not empty. Just paused. He passed between the stones. And into the next passage. Where memory was no longer collected. But written. Part 20, The Scriptorium. The passage narrowed again. This time, not from design, but from pressure. The walls leaned inward, not in collapse, but in shape. As though the tunnel didn't want him to pass, but allowed it anyway, reluctantly, like a secret being whispered only once. He walked slowly, ducking slightly where the stone arched low, brushing against roots that hung like threads from the ceiling. He was descending again, though the slope was so subtle he almost didn't notice. The coin in his hand remained warm, but the pulse had faded. It no longer led, it observed. After a dozen paces, the tunnel opened. The new chamber was small. Round. Smooth. Every surface polished like river rock, not sharp but curved, shaped by something gentle and old. No books, no shelves. Only writing. Every inch of the walls was covered in it. But not in ink. Not etched. Grown. Letters, words, symbols, so many different forms of language, rose gently from the stone itself, like bark curling off an old tree. Some lines coiled like vines, others stood rigid and upright. Some moved, faintly, as if breathing. He stepped inside. And the light changed. It came from the walls, softly bioluminescent, each line of text glowing faintly from within. The colors varied: green, gold, violet, but never harsh. The light here did not illuminate as much as it revealed. And in the center of the room, yet again, stood a pedestal. But this one held no coin. No bowl. It held a tool. A stylus. Carved from bone. Wrapped at the end in red thread. He approached slowly. And as he stepped closer, the walls responded. They shimmered. Lines of writing rearranged themselves. Not all, just a few. And suddenly, he could read one. A single sentence. Write what the forest cannot say. His fingers trembled as he reached for the stylus. The thread around it felt warm, alive, even. He picked it up, and as he did, the center of the floor darkened slightly, revealing a slab beneath the dust. Smooth. Black. Empty. A writing surface. But not blank. Waiting. He knelt before it, heart thudding in his chest. The stylus in his hand moved gently. Not with resistance, but with rhythm. A beat. A call to memory. And without knowing why or how, he began to write. Not in words he knew. Not in a language he recognized. But his hand moved with certainty, drawing symbols that grew from the stylus like roots unfurling beneath water. Spirals. Hooks. Hourglasses. Moments. His hand did not ache. Time did not pass. And when the writing was done, the coin in his other hand burned bright once more, then dimmed. He looked down at the slab. The writing glowed for a moment. Then sank. Not faded. Sank, into the stone, like water absorbed by soil. The slab became smooth again. Empty. Ready for the next name. The next memory. He placed the stylus back on the pedestal. The thread unwound itself. And the door on the far side of the chamber opened. This one not stone. But wood. Old pine. Cracked with time. He stood. Stepped toward it. Pressed one hand against its surface. It was warm. And it was breathing. He pushed it open. And stepped into the dream the forest never dared to remember. Part 21, The Forgotten Grove. The wooden door opened inward with no sound. No creak. No weight. It simply gave way beneath his hand, like it had always been waiting for that specific pressure, that exact breath, to awaken. And what lay beyond was forest. But not the one above. Not the dripping, pine-dark, rain-soaked woodland he had descended from. This was a grove suspended in memory, lush, quiet, and impossibly still. The ground was soft beneath his boots, covered in a moss that glowed faintly green, releasing motes of light with each step, like dust stirred in sunbeams. Strange flowers grew in spirals along the roots of enormous trees, their petals opening and closing in slow motion, as if breathing. The canopy arched high above him, not with darkness, but with silvered leaves that shimmered like frost. No breeze moved them. They rustled on their own, whispering. He stepped further in, torch forgotten now. The grove lit itself. All around him, the air was thick with a hum, not sound exactly, but memory made physical. It pressed against his chest, not painfully, but with the weight of recognition. He was not the first to walk here. He would not be the last. But for this moment, he was the only. The coin in his hand was glowing again. Steadily. Constantly. It no longer pulsed. It no longer guided. It simply was, an anchor to something deeper. He passed trees older than stone, their bark smooth and silvered. At their bases, small pools of perfectly still water reflected not his face, but his shadow. And not just the one he cast now, but others, echoes of himself, standing in different places, facing different directions. He did not linger at the pools. The grove opened as he walked, guiding without paths. There were no trails, no signs. But the trees moved. Not visibly, not loudly, but gently, like shifting just enough so that the way forward was always clear. And then, he came to the clearing. Perfectly round. In its center stood a single tree. Unlike the others. Dead. Charred black. Leafless. Its trunk split down the center, revealing a hollow space within, large enough to step inside. It was here the hum ceased. Here, the air stilled. Even the moss at his feet stopped glowing. The coin in his palm dimmed, then vanished completely. Not dropped. Not stolen. Gone. As if it had never been a coin at all. Only a key. One-time use. He stepped closer. The dead tree waited. Its hollow center exhaled the faintest wind. A breath long held. He placed a hand on its surface. It was cold. Colder than stone. Colder than bone. But not lifeless. No. Something was sleeping within. Something vast. Something old. And it knew his name. He stepped into the hollow. And the bark closed around him. Part 22, Inside the Hollow Tree. Darkness. But not the kind that blinds, it welcomed him like a familiar room in a forgotten house. It pressed gently against his skin, thick and velvety, not empty, but full. Full of soundless echoes, of memory too old to speak, of breath not yet drawn. He didn't fall. He didn't float. He descended, without motion, without time. The tree held him, swallowed him, folded him into itself. And then, light. Not ahead. Within. It began in his chest, a glow behind the sternum, small and steady. It pulsed once. Then again. And with it came the faint impression of drums. Slow. Distant. Like heartbeat and thunder, low and far off. His feet found ground. Solid, warm, and humming with rhythm. He opened his eyes. He stood inside a chamber made entirely of root. Not wood. Not earth. But root, endless tangles, pale and fibrous, woven tightly into walls, floor, and ceiling, coiled into shapes too precise to be accidental. The hollow tree was far deeper than it appeared. This space was not natural, it was designed. The roots around him moved faintly, like sleeping muscles beneath skin. Breathing. Remembering. At the center of the room stood a low altar made of black stone, draped in a thick layer of lichen that pulsed gently with every beat of the silent drums. Upon it sat a bowl. And within the bowl, soil. He stepped forward. The soil wasn't ordinary. It shimmered with faint light, swirling gently like dust caught in breath. Something glowed beneath it. He reached in. His fingers brushed glass. He lifted it. A jar. Sealed with wax. Inside, a single word, written on parchment, floating like it had been suspended in water. But the jar was dry. The word, return. His breath caught. The air shifted. A presence moved behind him. He turned. The figure from the chamber beneath the tree was here again, but changed. Its limbs shorter now, closer to human shape. The bark-like skin had peeled back slightly, revealing a face beneath, not entirely human, not entirely other, with eyes like split seeds and a mouth that did not open. It raised a hand and pointed to the bowl. Another jar rose from the soil, unprompted. This one empty. The figure extended its arm, offered him the stylus. Wrapped again in red thread. He understood. He was not just here to receive. He was here to give. He took the stylus. Kneeling beside the altar, he opened the empty jar. Then, holding the stylus in both hands, he closed his eyes. The word came without effort. Not chosen. Known. He wrote slowly, the thread tightening around his wrist as he pressed each curve into the parchment inside the jar. When he was finished, he sealed it and set it beside the first. The figure bowed its head, and the room responded. Roots above him pulled open like eyelids, revealing a ceiling made of woven black branches, through which light now poured, dim, golden, and ancient. The glow spread through the chamber, casting long shadows and painting the soil in fire-colored veins. The stylus vanished from his hand. The figure stepped backward, fading once more into the root walls. And behind the altar, the wall split open. A new path. Downward. Always downward. He gathered both jars, placed them carefully in his pack, and stepped through the final veil of roots, toward the place the drums had come from. The true center. The forest's forgotten heart. Part 23, The Drum That Waits. The air beyond the root wall was warmer. But not with heat. With sound. The moment he crossed the threshold, the pulse he'd been feeling, the slow, distant drumming, grew louder. It wasn't percussive. Not tribal. Not rhythmic in the way of music. It was deeper, more primal. Less an instrument, more a presence. It throbbed through the floor. Through the air. Through him. Each step forward felt like walking into a heartbeat. The tunnel ahead sloped slowly downward. Unlike the natural curves of the root chambers, this corridor was carved from black stone, perfectly smooth, its surface rippling faintly under the glow of the amber light that clung to his shoulders now like static. No torch. No coin. No stylus. Just the memory of what he'd carried, and the weight of 2 sealed jars in his pack. He walked for what felt like hours. Or seconds. Time had begun to stretch again, bending around the sound that filled the corridor. It didn't threaten him. But it didn't comfort him either. It was simply true. At last, the corridor opened. And he stepped into the chamber of the drum. It was vast. Larger than the grove above, larger than the mirrored chamber, larger than any cathedral carved by human hands. The ceiling was lost in shadow, and the walls curved into infinity. The floor beneath his boots was black glass, polished so perfectly it didn't reflect light, only memory. At the center of the chamber was the drum. He knew it instantly. It stood 20 feet tall, suspended on nothing, hovering just above the floor. Its surface was taut, dark, alive. Not hide. Not wood. Something older. It pulsed with each beat, not visibly, but with vibration. Like thunder trapped in flesh. And around it, 6 stones. Tall. Weathered. Familiar. Each marked with a single symbol. Spiral. Crescent. Tree. Hourglass. I. Fred. He approached the stones. Each one hummed faintly when he neared, vibrating in tune with the drum. Not separate instruments. Parts of the same breath. He reached into his pack. Removed the first jar. Return. He knelt and placed it at the foot of the stone marked with the spiral. The hum deepened. The floor shivered slightly. Then, he removed the second jar. The one he had written himself. The one with the word he still hadn't spoken aloud. He placed it before the stone marked with the hourglass. And the sound changed. The drumbeat ceased. For the first time since entering the hollow, there was silence. But it was not empty. It was listening. The floor beneath him rippled. Not violently, but with purpose. In the center of the chamber, the drum lowered. 1 inch. Then 2. Then gently, it touched the ground. And opened. Not with hinges. Not with cracks. It peeled, like the husk of a fruit, revealing something beneath its surface. A stair. Carved not from wood, or stone, or root. But light. Pale, golden, and deep. The final descent. He stepped forward. The light did not burn. It welcomed. His shadow stretched long behind him as he stepped onto the stair. And as he moved downward, into the drum, into the last breath of the forest's buried soul, the stones behind him began to hum again. Each one, in turn. And the drum resumed its heartbeat. But now, it beat in time with his own. Part 24, The Heartroot. The staircase was made of no substance he recognized. It wasn't stone. It wasn't wood. It wasn't glass. It was something between, all of them, none of them, woven into beams of light so pale they seemed born from dawn itself. And as he descended, the sound of the drum faded not because it stopped, but because it passed through him, became part of him, like an echo moving inward. The stair spiraled. Always downward. But this descent was unlike the others. There was no fear. No tightness in the chest. Only understanding. As though, with every step, something once forgotten became known again, not in language, but in weight. In the gentle, aching gravity of memory returning. Around him, the walls were gone. No roots. No stone. No forest. Just space. A soft, golden vastness, as if the world had peeled back its layers and shown him the marrow beneath. And then, the stair ended. He stepped onto a surface that shimmered like water but held like earth. And before him, suspended in silence, was the heartroot. It was a tree. But not. It hung in the air, roots reaching upward and downward, both directions at once, into nothing. Its branches curled gently, each one tipped with a droplet of glowing sap that never fell. The trunk was wide and smooth, and in its center, a hollow. Not like the one above. This one held something. He stepped closer. And saw. A shape curled inside. Small. Still. Breathing. It was not him. But it was. A version. A shadow. A memory-given form. His face, but younger. Eyes closed. Lips parted slightly as if caught mid-word. And wrapped around its wrist. Red thread. He understood nothing. And everything. The jar he had written, the second one, was glowing now inside his pack. He reached for it, but as his fingers touched the glass, the heartroot pulsed. And the figure within opened its eyes. Golden. Reflective. Knowing. It didn't speak. But its mouth moved. One word. The one he had written. The one the forest could not say. He didn't need to hear it. He had already felt it. The thread around the figure's wrist began to unspool, slowly, gently, rising into the air like smoke pulled backward. It floated to him. Wrapped once. Twice. Around his wrist. And tightened. The glow from the jar faded. The memory had transferred. The knowledge passed. The heartroot closed its hollow. The figure inside did not disappear. It became still again. As though it had only woken long enough to give him what he'd come for. Or perhaps, what he had always been returning to. The golden floor rippled. The stair behind him lit once more. It was time to leave. He looked up. There was no ceiling. Only branches curling outward into forever. He did not know if he was beneath the forest anymore. Or beneath himself. He turned from the heartroot. And began the long, slow ascent. Carrying not an answer. But the question restored. Part 25, The Way Back Up. The ascent began not with motion, but with surrender. He didn't climb the stair in the way he descended it. His feet moved, yes, but the light beneath them carried weightless intention, as though the stair itself remembered the way better than he did. The golden treads lit one by one, never ahead of him, only beneath, like breath under each step. Behind him, the heartroot stood silent. Not absent. But fulfilled. The golden droplets hanging from its branches no longer glowed, they shimmered, transparent now, like tears made of mourning. As though something deep in the forest had been weeping in silence for centuries, and now at last, had exhaled. He didn't look back. Not out of fear. Out of reverence. Every step upward returned some sense of gravity, of surface. The golden light softened, yellowed, dimmed. And then, quietly, solid ground met his feet again. Moss. Soil. A floor he hadn't felt in what felt like lifetimes. He was back in the chamber of the drum. But it was changed. The great drum no longer floated. It sat silent, opened and folded like a flower turned to seed. The 6 stones were still there, but their symbols had dimmed, their hum gone. Resting. Waiting for whatever came next. The jars he had left were no longer at their bases. They had been taken. Not stolen. Not hidden. Accepted. He stood still for a moment. Listened. But the chamber did not speak again. The silence now was not holding its breath. It was peace. He walked the black glass floor, across the mirrored reflection of himself, and found the passage open. The corridor of memory. The amber hallway. Still lined with names, but dimmer now. At rest. And as he passed each name, they no longer pulsed in response. He was no longer part of their rhythm. He had become something else. The ascent continued. Through the vault of names. Through the root chambers. Past the bowl where he had exchanged the coin, the mirror that had shown him futures. All of it still. As if the forest, having shown him its dream, had fallen back to sleep. He rose further still. Back through the tree that had sealed him in its hollow heart. Its bark peeled gently open as he approached, allowing him to step back into the forgotten grove. But the grove was no longer glowing. The moss was gray now. The silver-leaved trees stood quiet, brittle. And the flowers had closed. The breath of the place was gone. Not dead, but returned. He crossed the grove in silence. Back through the pine door. Back through the mirrored corridor. Up through the spiral stair, the echoing chambers, the fireless flame. Up and up. Until, at last, he reached the surface. The hatch stood open. The stone ring around the hollow lay still. Rain had fallen, fresh, gentle. The moss was darker. The sky, pale with dawn. He stepped out. The box was gone. The forest was the same. And entirely different. It no longer watched. It walked with him. He turned once to look back at the stones. One was new. Smaller than the others. Barely a foot tall. Upon it, a symbol carved by hand. Not spiral. Not thread. Not eye. Something simpler. A seed. He smiled. And stepped into the trees. Not as a seeker. Not as a stranger. But as one who had gone below. And returned with his name. Before we drift away, don't forget to like the video and subscribe for more calming sleep stories. Sweet dreams await. Part 1, The First Raindrop. The forest had been waiting. For hours, perhaps days, the clouds above had stirred and gathered, whispering to one another in low tones, promising what would soon come. And now, at last, the first raindrop fell, quiet and solitary, striking a wide fern leaf with a sound so soft it could have been imagined. But it wasn't. It was real. And it was only the beginning. Elia stood at the edge of the tree line, the hood of her worn coat pulled loosely over her head. Her boots sank into the softened moss as she stepped forward, deeper into the woods. She was in no hurry. There was no one left to hurry for. Behind her, the world she knew had been fading for years, its cities too loud, its skies too bare, its nights too restless. But here the quiet had a presence. The silence was a listener. And now the rain, gentle and steady, had begun to thread through the canopy like a needle through cloth, stitching her fully into this new place. She carried little. A canvas pack, heavy with soaked wool and dry provisions. A bundle of kindling wrapped in waxed linen. A journal tucked deep in the inside pocket of her coat, its pages warped from old storms. And in her hand, a copper lantern, its glass fogged with the warmth of a low flame. The trees welcomed her like old friends, their dark, dripping limbs parting just enough to guide her along the familiar trail. Mud clung to her soles, but she didn't mind. In fact, she liked the weight. It reminded her that she belonged here, part of the forest, part of the rain. As she walked, the rain thickened, slow and deliberate, like a lullaby from above. It struck every surface differently, the broad leaves clapped softly under its touch, the fern sighed, the earth itself seemed to hum low and deep. Elia listened. Every sound mattered now. In a world emptied of voices, this music was sacred. It wasn't long before she came upon the old clearing. It looked as she remembered, damp, mossy, encircled by elder trees that leaned in like gossiping elders. In the center, still untouched by wind or time, was the fire pit, a ring of stone blackened with soot, fringed by wet needles and ash. She lowered her pack and crouched to touch the edge of the stones, as if making sure they were real. Then, with practiced care, she unwrapped her bundle of kindling and stacked it into a neat little pyramid. The flick of a match sounded loud in the rain, and within seconds, a tongue of flame leapt up, eager and golden. It licked the damp air and danced in the lantern's glow. She sat back and watched it take. The fire cracked gently, warming the silence. It was a humble flame, no bigger than her hand, but it gave the clearing life. Shadows returned to the trunks around her. The mist seemed to part in deference. And from somewhere deep in the trees, a distant owl called once, long and low. Elia let her eyes close. The world would not find her here, not tonight, not for many nights. And if it did, it would have to cross through a very old forest, one that had learned to whisper secrets, one that never forgot. The rain fell on, steady and soft. And the fire crackled, holding the darkness at bay. Part 2, Beneath the Canopy. By the time the sky had turned a deeper gray, the fire was burning steady and low, its embers glowing like little coals buried in orange. The smell of the wood smoke curled around Elia like a shawl, mingling with the damp scent of wet bark and the musky undertone of earth soaked deep by rain. Every breath she took was filled with that wild, living fragrance, the kind you could never bottle, the kind you could only earn by staying. She leaned back against a moss-covered log, her coat pulled tighter, and watched as the canopy above gently shifted and sighed under the weight of falling water. Every leaf caught the rain a little differently. Some held it like cupped hands until it spilled over, others shuddered with every drop, releasing beads like glittering pearls. Now and then, a larger drop would plummet from high above and strike the forest floor with a satisfying pat. No wind, no thunder, only the pure rhythm of the rain. Night crept in slowly, inching between the trees like a cautious guest. The fire's glow reflected faintly on the undersides of the leaves, and shadows deepened in the spaces between trunks. But the forest wasn't empty. Far from it. Somewhere nearby, there was the delicate rustle of movement, a soft crunch of leaf, a twig bending under cautious weight. Elia turned her head slightly, listening, but didn't stir from her seat. The sound didn't alarm her. It was familiar. The creatures of the forest knew her now. They kept their distance, but they watched. And occasionally, they ventured closer, emboldened by curiosity or a sense of shared stillness. She reached into her pack and pulled out a folded cloth. Inside it were small parcels of dried fruit and nuts, a few crumbs of smoked bread. She ate slowly, letting the quiet be her companion. Above, a crow called once, sharp and echoing through the rain, then went still. It reminded her of the way city sounds would briefly pierce the quiet, then vanish, like a memory trying to surface before sinking again. Elia had not spoken aloud in days. She didn't need to. Her thoughts had grown quieter with each passing night, as though the deeper she went into the forest, the more the noise of the past slipped away. The ache, the worry, the rush of machines and lights and voices, out here, all of it softened, until only breath remained. She stood slowly, brushing the crumbs from her lap, and wandered toward the edge of the clearing. Her boots left shallow prints in the mud, soon softened by the rain. Just beyond the circle of firelight, the forest looked different, not threatening, but vast. Ancient. Like it had been waiting for someone to notice it again. She pressed her palm to the bark of a massive cedar. It was slick and cool, but pulsing with something that felt alive. In the hush, she could almost believe the tree was listening. Maybe it was. She leaned in close and whispered, not words, just breath, and stood there a moment longer. Then, with quiet steps, she returned to the fire, fed it another few twigs, and settled back into her place. The heat brushed her legs, the rain touched her face like a soft hand, and the forest continued to breathe all around her. And somewhere beyond the veil of trees, something else breathed too, slow and deep, like it had just begun to stir. But Elliot didn't fear it. She simply listened. And let the rain carry her into the deeper night. Part 3, The Watchers. The fire had dimmed to a smolder, casting a red pulse across the clearing like the faint heartbeat of something still alive. Elia lay wrapped in her blanket, her back cushioned by a bed of dry pine needles she'd carefully arranged before dusk. The rain had eased for now, though not stopped, and the silence it left behind felt strangely louder. As if the whole forest was holding its breath. She opened her eyes. Above her, the canopy was a patchwork of shifting black and soft gray, gently breathing in the slow rise and fall of the wind. The stars were hidden, veiled by cloud, but she didn't need to see them to know they were there. Their presence could be felt, humming faintly in the spaces between the branches, like a quiet promise whispered behind a curtain. A sharp crack, a twig snapping, sounded from just beyond the trees. Elia didn't move. The sound hadn't come from something large. It was too clean, too crisp. Not heavy enough to belong to a bear or wandering deer. It was something lighter. Quicker. Intentional. She turned her head slightly on the bundle beneath it, her eyes open now, watching the edge of the clearing. The fire's last flickers offered little light, but she didn't need light to feel it. There was something standing just beyond the trees. Just out of reach. She didn't fear it. Whatever it was, it had been here last night, too. She hadn't seen it then, but she'd felt it. The presence had a rhythm, like someone watching patiently from the dark, not hiding, just waiting. Not hunting, just observing. The forest had its watchers. That much was clear. Elia didn't try to reach for the lantern. Instead, she kept still, her breath slow, eyes fixed on the place where the shadows deepened. And there, yes. A faint shape. Tall and narrow. Slight movement, like a cloak rippling gently in the breeze. No sound. No eyes she could see. But watching. Definitely watching. She blinked slowly. "You're back," she whispered, the words barely more than breath. They floated into the night and dissolved. The figure didn't move. It didn't need to. Elia felt no fear. If it had wanted her gone, it could have done so already. She sensed no threat, only a presence. A sentinel, maybe. Or something even older. Perhaps the forest had guardians. Perhaps it simply wanted to understand the small, fire-making creature who slept beneath its boughs. She turned her gaze back to the fire. Let it flicker behind her eyes. In the morning, she would not mention what she saw. There would be no need. Some things in the forest were not meant to be spoken of. Some things were only meant to be felt, and honored, and left unnamed. The wind whispered a single gust through the branches above, scattering a cascade of droplets down onto the clearing. The shape at the forest's edge vanished, gone not in haste, but as if it had melted back into the trees. Elia smiled faintly. Then she closed her eyes again. And slept. Part 4, The Hollow Path. The rain had stopped by morning. Elia woke to the scent of wet bark and ash, her breath visible in the cool morning air. The embers in the fire pit were still alive, barely. She crouched to stir them, feeding in a few dry twigs from the stash beneath the log, the ones she'd kept shielded under waxed cloth. The flame bloomed lazily, stretching like someone waking after a long sleep, and with it came warmth, and the familiar, calming crackle. The forest was quiet, but not silent. Dew clung to every surface, and when the wind stirred, tiny beads fell in shimmering waves from the leaves above. Somewhere to the east, a woodpecker worked rhythmically at a trunk, and in the far distance, the soft, low call of something moving echoed through the hills. Not a howl, not a bird call, just a sound too far to identify. The kind that made the forest feel like it was dreaming out loud. She stood slowly, stretching out the stiffness in her limbs. Her boots were damp, her coat sleeves chilled, but her breath was steady and calm. There was a rhythm to the forest now. It welcomed her like a body welcomes its own breath, unnoticed at first, but essential once understood. Today, she would walk the hollow path. It wasn't on any map, not anymore, if it ever had been. But Elia had seen it before, years ago, when she first wandered these woods as a girl. Her father had spoken of it only once, in a half-whispered story by candlelight. A path that went beneath the trees, not beside them. One that dipped into the folds of the land, sinking between roots and fallen trunks, winding through the spaces the forest forgot. Some called it the hollow. Not many found it. Fewer returned. She followed the brook upstream, boots sloshing through dark moss and slick stone. Her lantern hung at her side, though it wasn't lit. The day was dim, the sky a flat, drowsy gray, but it gave enough light to travel by. She kept her eyes low, scanning for the shift she remembered, not a clearing, not a break in the trees, but a sloping angle in the land. Like the earth itself had yawned and left a scar. It took her hours. By the time she found it, her legs ached, and her hands were flecked with dirt from steadying herself along the way. But there it was. Just past a fallen birch and beneath a wide-branched oak. The forest dropped suddenly, like a small gorge, shielded on all sides by overgrown ferns and thick moss-covered boulders. The trees leaned in tighter here. The light dimmed unnaturally. She took a breath. And stepped down into the hollow. The sound changed immediately. Quieter. Not muffled, absorbed. Every footfall was swallowed by the moss, every broken twig a mere suggestion. Even the birds above seemed hesitant to sing here. Elia felt no fear, but her pulse quickened, not from danger, but from the strange sense of being watched again. Or followed. Not in malice. Just, studied. The further she went, the more the path narrowed, as if it didn't want to exist for long. The trees grew impossibly close. Vines arched across the trail like ribs. Her shoulder brushed one of them, and it shuddered, not from the touch but from something deeper, like it remembered her. She paused. Somewhere behind her, a soft thud echoed, like a footstep. Just one. Elia didn't turn around. She simply lit the lantern. Its warm glow spilled out around her, illuminating the path ahead, but it also touched something further down the trail. A glint. A smooth surface, hidden between two thick roots. As she stepped closer, the shape revealed itself, a stone. Not placed naturally, but carved. Covered in lichen, worn smooth, but unmistakably shaped. A marker. She brushed a hand across its surface. Symbols. Nothing she recognized. Nothing human. And beneath her feet, the ground breathed. Just once. A deep, slow inhale. Elia stood still. And listened. Part 5, The Breathing Earth. Elia didn't move for a long while. Her hand remained pressed gently against the stone marker, the moss cool beneath her fingertips. The breath beneath her feet, if it had been a breath, was gone now. The ground lay still again. But something had changed. The air was thicker here, denser with silence. It wasn't heavy in a fearful way. More like the pause between thunderclaps, the quiet before something speaks. She stepped back, careful not to disturb the roots curling beside the path. The lantern's flame swayed gently, casting soft amber across the close bark and winding vines. The forest in the hollow seemed older. Not just in years, but in memory. Every surface felt like it remembered being touched. Every leaf held the scent of time. She moved forward, slowly. The path dipped again, narrowing between two tall, splintered trunks that leaned in close like conspirators. Beyond them, the hollow deepened into a wider basin, an ancient sink in the landscape, filled with fog. The mist was low, clinging to the ground, stirring faintly with invisible currents. It curled around her boots and ankles, moving as though it recognized her presence. She raised the lantern higher. Shapes emerged. Stone circles. Small ones, barely more than raised humps in the soil. Others were taller, narrow, and crooked, arranged in spirals and half-moons. Most were broken, cracked down the center or leaning at strange angles. Elia walked among them with reverence, her breath catching lightly as the flame revealed carvings on their surfaces. Symbols again. Different this time, smoother, flowing, like water etched into stone. She didn't recognize the language, but it didn't feel foreign. It felt forgotten. A gust of wind passed low across the basin, and with it came a sound. Not a voice. Not quite. More like a tone. A resonance. Low, and rich, vibrating just at the edge of hearing, like a cello in the dark. It seemed to rise from the stones themselves, and for a moment, Elia wondered if the earth had begun to sing. She closed her eyes and listened. It wasn't music exactly. Not in the human sense. But it held the shape of something melodic. Something meant to be remembered. She sat, cross-legged in the mist, and let the song wrap around her. Time softened. Minutes became indistinct. She didn't sleep, but she drifted, somewhere between waking and dreaming. In that space, she saw flashes of things. A flicker of firelight over ancient bark. Figures moving beneath heavy cloaks of green and bone. Eyes in the dark, not threatening, just watching, always watching. Then the sound faded. Not abruptly, but like a tide pulling slowly back from the shore. Elia opened her eyes. The mist was thinner now. The stones quieter. But something lingered in the air, something that hadn't been there before. A memory, maybe. Or a trace of one. She looked at her hands. They were shaking slightly, not from fear, but from the echo of what she just felt. She knew one thing for certain now. The hollow was not empty. And it had not forgotten. The watchers, the stones, the song, they were part of something much older than she had ever imagined. And she had stepped into its story. She stood, brushing the damp earth from her coat, and turned back toward the path. The trees loomed quietly around her. And as she walked, the wind began to rise again, carrying with it the scent of smoke, and the distant, unmistakable sound of footsteps not her own. Part 6, Echoes in the Smoke. Elia moved with measured steps, her boots pressing softly into the moss-lined floor of the hollow. Behind her, the mist slowly swallowed the stone basin again, folding it back into secrecy. But something followed her out, a sound, a feeling. The memory of that deep-toned resonance still buzzed faintly in her chest, as if it had left its signature behind. The wind had picked up slightly, rustling through the branches with long, whispering fingers. She felt it curl against her skin, then dart away. The canopy here was tight, yet the forest made room as she walked, branches leaning just enough, roots staying still underfoot, as if it respected her passing. Then came the smell. Smoke. Not from her fire. This was different, older, richer, carried on the wind like a message wrapped in ash. It reached her in subtle waves, not enough to see, but unmistakable all the same. Wood smoke mixed with something faintly sweet, like dried herbs and cedar resin. It reminded her of incense, or ritual. Elia tightened her grip on the lantern and followed the scent. The hollow's path climbed gently now, the trees thinning just enough to allow pale light through the mist. Each step felt deliberate, like she was crossing a line not meant to be crossed without invitation. Ahead, the trail widened slightly into another clearing, hidden, sheltered beneath the arch of two leaning birch trees, their trunks silver and peeled like old paper. At the center was a blackened ring of stones. A fire had been here, not long ago. The ashes were fresh, still warm, and thin strands of smoke coiled up like spirits trying to rise. But no one was there. Elia approached slowly. Kneeling, she brushed the edge of the fire ring and found small footprints. Bare. Human, perhaps. But small. Not childlike, just slight. The prints circled the pit, then disappeared toward the far side of the clearing. She didn't follow them, not yet. Instead, she looked around. It wasn't just a campsite. There were objects laid out neatly on a flat stone beside the fire, tokens. A thin string of bone beads. A carved wooden figurine, smoothed by time and handled often. And a single feather, long and dark, with flecks of silver near its tip. It shimmered faintly even in the low light. These weren't just left behind. They were offerings. She sat on her heels and stared into the faintly smoldering pit. A strange thought came to her, I'm not the first to come here. And I won't be the last. There were others who walked these woods. Maybe not often. Maybe not recently. But this was a place of passage. A place where the veil between the forest and something else grew thin. The silence here was deep but not empty. She could feel it pressing at the edges, not to scare her, but to remind her. Every stick, every stone, every flicker of smoke held a memory. The fire that had burned here before hers had not been for warmth alone. It had been for calling. For speaking. For listening. And the forest had listened. Elia reached out to the feather and held it up to the lantern's glow. It caught the light with an unnatural glint, as though it still carried something from the one who left it. She tucked it into her coat. Then, with one last look at the ring of ash, she followed the footprints into the trees. Behind her, the last wisp of smoke rose from the blackened stones, and curled into the shape of a single, slow eye. Watching. Part 7, The Veiled Trail. The footprints led deeper than the path itself. Elia followed them through underbrush and ferns, past trees whose bark was covered in long vertical scars, natural, maybe, but symmetrical enough to seem intentional. The ground was soft from the rain, and the tracks were easy to follow, but the further she went, the more the forest around her began to shift. The trees grew closer together. Their trunks twisted subtly, like they had once grown straight but had since bent towards something unseen. Vines dangled overhead, not in wild tangles, but in straight, silent curtains that brushed against her shoulders as she passed through. The air had changed again. It was still damp, still rich with the scent of loam and moss, but now there was something else. A quiet electric tension, like the moment before lightning strikes, or the breath you hold before opening a door you aren't sure you should. Her hand brushed her coat pocket, where the silver-flecked feather rested. It was warm now. Faintly. As if it were aware. She stopped. The footprints had vanished. One moment they were there, pressed into the earth like ghostly invitations, and the next, they simply ended. No turn. No scatter. No fading. Just, gone. Elia stood still in the thick quiet, her breath misting gently in front of her. She turned slowly, lantern raised. Trees surrounded her on all sides, tall and dense, their bark darker here, as if they had soaked up more than rain over the years. No trail. No direction. Only silence. And then, the whisper. It was not a voice, not in the human sense. It didn't come from a mouth, and it didn't carry across the air in a single line. It came from around her. From the trees. From the leaves above and the ground beneath. Like the entire forest was murmuring in tones older than speech. She couldn't understand the words, if they were words at all, but she felt the meaning in her bones. You are still walking forward. It wasn't a warning. It was a truth. She moved again, not by compass, not by track, but by instinct. The feeling that something ahead was waiting, not ominous, just expectant. As if the forest had paused for her to catch up to something it already knew. Soon, the terrain changed again. A rise in the land led to a natural archway, two massive stones leaning together, draped in moss and wet ivy. Beneath it, the air shimmered faintly, like heat rising from pavement, though the temperature remained cool. Elia stepped beneath the arch and felt a tingling crawl across her skin. Not painful. Not cold. Just, a veil lifting. On the other side, the forest was different. Quieter still. But brighter, somehow. The light filtering through the canopy had a pale gold tint, even though the sky was still gray. Every detail was sharper, colors deeper, outlines more defined. The trees no longer felt passive. They watched. Not with suspicion, but with clarity. Like old beings waking from a nap and realizing a guest had arrived. Elia didn't speak. She simply breathed in. And let the veil settle behind her. Part 8, The Standing Grove. The golden light made everything seem older. Elia walked with care, her boots pressing softly into the spongy forest floor. Beneath the canopy, everything shimmered just slightly, not brightly, but enough to suggest that the air here held something more than mist. Every surface had a kind of weightless sharpness, like memory preserved in light. Ahead, the trees began to space apart. Not randomly, deliberately. They formed a ring. A wide grove opened up in the middle of the forest, the center sunken slightly, as if it had been pressed by a great wheel or walked upon for generations. The grass was shorter here, thick and deep green, beaded with dew. Moss ran in lines between the trunks like veins. And standing at exact intervals around the clearing were 12 tall stones, each one carved, each one different. Elia stepped toward the nearest. It was etched with a spiral, thin and shallow, worn smooth at the edges. She reached out and traced the pattern with one finger. The stone was warm. Not with sunlight, but with presence. As if the carving held memory still inside it. The others, too, were marked. She walked slowly around the ring, studying them. Some held symbols she recognized from the hollow. Others had images, simple, almost childlike. A tree split in half. A bird with too many wings. A circle inside a hand. One bore only a single dot, perfectly centered, deeply carved. None of it made sense. But all of it felt true. At the center of the grove, the ground dipped just slightly, forming a natural bowl. In it sat something unexpected, a pool. Shallow and clear, not more than a few feet across. Its surface was perfectly still, though no wind stirred it. Not a single leaf floated on it. The water reflected not the sky, but the canopy above, and something else. Elia stepped closer. When she looked into it, she saw not just the branches above, but herself, not as she was now, but as she had been. Flickers of her childhood, playing among tall grasses. Her fingers brushing bark as she ran past trees she couldn't yet name. Her face, younger. Wiser, somehow. Then the image changed. She saw herself in this very grove, seated beside the pool, her lantern set beside her, unlit. But something else sat opposite her, just out of focus. A shape. Humanoid, tall and still, like a shadow wearing the memory of a body. They weren't speaking. But they were listening. Together. The image faded. Elia blinked and stepped back, the pool rippling now for the first time. Around her, the standing stones vibrated faintly, barely perceptible. Just enough to feel in her feet, not here. Like the hum of a mountain held still for too long. This place wasn't sacred in the way ruins are. It wasn't abandoned. It was occupied. Not by creatures, but by intention. She understood now. The forest hadn't led her here by chance. It was remembering with her. This was a place for reflection, but also for meeting. For messages. For witnessing. And something, somewhere beyond the trees, had taken note of her arrival. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. She simply sat at the edge of the pool, her lantern beside her, and waited for the forest to speak again. Part 9, The Figure at Dusk. Elia waited beside the pool as the golden light began to shift, deepening into the amber hues of a forest evening. The mist no longer lingered low to the ground. It had risen, curling gently around the standing stones like smoke from some unseen incense, drawn not by wind but by purpose. She felt it before she saw it. The presence. Familiar now. Like a shadow just out of reach. She didn't turn immediately. Her breath slowed, her shoulders softened. The pool before her remained perfectly still, even as the world around it changed. The light dimmed. The grove deepened in silence. And behind her, somewhere near the edge of the ring of stones, something moved. One step. Then another. No threat. No urgency. Only presence. Elia turned. The figure stood just beyond the first stone, half shrouded in mist, taller than any person she had seen, but not by much. Cloaked. Not in fabric, but in darkness so gentle it almost seemed to breathe. The outline flickered faintly, as if it was part of the air, part of the forest, not separate from it. No face. No voice. But eyes. Not eyes in the human sense, more like 2 points of awareness. She couldn't see them, but she felt them. Meeting her gaze without aggression or greeting. Just recognition. Elia stood slowly. The lantern remained by the pool, still lit, casting a faint glow behind her. She didn't reach for it. She stepped forward, into the space between the pool and the stones. The figure didn't move. She raised her hand, not to wave, not to beckon. Just to show it. A gesture of openness. Her other hand went to her coat pocket, and she drew out the feather. The silver glint caught the last rays of evening light. It shimmered. At the edge of the grove, the figure finally stepped forward. Not fast. Not slow. Just deliberate. Closer now, Elia could see that its form wasn't solid. It was shaped like a person, head, shoulders, long limbs, but within that shape, the texture wasn't flesh or cloth. It looked like smoke held in place by memory. Like it had once been a body, long ago, but the forest had claimed it back, and now only the idea remained. It stopped a few paces away from her. Still silent. Still watching. Then, it reached out. Its hand, or the shape of one, emerged from the folds of shadow. It moved not like a limb, but like flowing ink in water. Graceful. Gentle. Open. Elia stepped forward and placed the feather into the space where the hand hovered. The moment it touched, the air shimmered. Not violently. Softly. Like a sigh. The figure held the feather for a moment, and then, without turning, walked backward. Slowly. Back toward the edge of the trees. As it moved, it began to dissolve. Not vanish. Fade. Like fog drawn upward by warmth. Like the ending of a thought you were never meant to hold on to. Within seconds, it was gone. Only the mist remained. And the memory of the moment. Elia turned back toward the pool. The surface, once still, now rippled gently. In its reflection, she saw the standing stones, and within each one, for just a heartbeat, a flicker of light. A breath. An acknowledgement. She sat again. And the forest, now darker, now deeper, exhaled around her. Part 10, The Sound Beneath. Elia remained at the edge of the pool long after the figure faded into mist. Night had truly arrived now. The golden haze of twilight was gone, replaced by a deep indigo that settled thick over the grove. The trees around her loomed like sentinels, their outlines blurred by darkness, but not erased. The lantern flickered softly beside her, its flame a small, warm anchor in the sea of deepening quiet. She should have felt alone. But she didn't. There was something beneath the silence, something steady and rhythmic, too low to hear clearly, but present. Like a sound inside sound. It wasn't the fire. It wasn't the wind. It came from the ground. Elia placed her hand flat against the earth beside the pool. There it was again. A thrum. Gentle. Subterranean. Like the slow pulse of a massive creature dreaming far below the forest. It was not alarming. In fact, it calmed her more than silence ever had. It was as if the world itself had a heartbeat, and now she was close enough to feel it. The pool shimmered slightly. She leaned closer, peering into the water's surface, and once again, it showed something other than the forest above. This time, it wasn't her reflection staring back, it was movement. A path of stones, descending into a dark, earthen corridor. Roots hung like chandeliers from its ceiling. And far below, in the shadows, a dim glow pulsed. Elia blinked, and the vision disappeared. The pool was still again. She sat back, her breath slow, her heartbeat calm. The path had been underground. Beneath the trees. Beneath this place. She felt the forest guiding her not away, not upward, but inward. Down. She stood. Carefully, she retrieved her lantern and cast one last look around the grove. The standing stones seemed still, but she felt the same low vibration in her soles as before. They were not stone alone. They were keepers. Gateways, perhaps. or sentinels, like the figure from the woods. And now, they had seen her. She passed between two of the tallest stones, the space between them just wide enough for a single body. As she crossed through, her ears popped softly, like crossing into a different pressure. The forest beyond felt heavier, the trees older, the dark more settled. She followed no trail now. Just instinct. And sound. Somewhere ahead, there was the faintest whisper of movement, stone brushing stone. Not loud, not near. Just enough to let her know she was not the only one who walked this late. Eventually, the earth began to slope again. Downward. The moss gave way to thick, soft soil. The roots overhead curled tighter, weaving themselves into low arches. Trees leaned toward her from both sides, their trunks no longer separate, but interwoven. The lantern's glow flickered across markings in the bark, scratches, carvings, stories maybe, or warnings. She crouched beside one, a spiral, deep and clean, like the one she'd seen earlier on the standing stone. Beneath it, a set of 5 parallel lines. Fingers. Claws. The air was colder here. But not dead. She continued, her breath forming clouds before her. A new sound joined the pulse beneath the earth, dripping. Water, echoing softly through open space. She was close. And then she saw it. The opening. Not a cave. Not exactly. A gap between 2 massive stone slabs, half covered in moss, half buried by time. A place the forest had tried to hide, but couldn't close. She stepped forward. The sound grew clearer. From within the darkness came a steady, distant chanting, not in any language she knew. Not loud. Not near. But ancient. Elia raised her lantern. And stepped inside. Part 11, The Root Cellar. The lantern's glow spilled cautiously into the dark. Elia stood at the mouth of the stone opening, her breath caught in the cold air that rose from within. It smelled of ancient things, wet earth, mildew, and something older still, something dry and brittle like forgotten paper or bone. She tightened her coat and stepped inside, her boots crunching on a layer of gravel and old roots. This place wasn't a cave. It felt made. Not carved by time or water, but shaped by intention. The walls were narrow and close, each side packed with dark soil reinforced by stone ribs that arched overhead like the inside of a giant ribcage. Roots dangled down in long strands, thick as ropes in some places, beaded with dew that shimmered in the lantern's light. She could feel the forest above her, but now as a weight. A canopy of age and memory pressing down, not in menace, but in gravity. The chanting was louder now. Still faint. Still distant. But clearer in shape, rhythmic, slow, like breath formed into syllables. It came from deep below, echoing off the unseen walls of the tunnel. The words, or sounds, repeated in a slow, deliberate pattern. Not human. But not inhuman either. It felt like a language with no single mouth. She descended further. The ground sloped gently downward, the tunnel curving in wide arcs like a spiral. Occasionally, carved stones jutted from the wall, flat surfaces etched with shallow symbols, the spiral again, an eye split down the middle, a tree with its roots reaching upward instead of down. At one bend in the tunnel, she found something left behind. A bundle. Wrapped in dark cloth, set neatly into a recess in the wall. Elia crouched and gently unwrapped the top. Inside were items carefully arranged, a worn piece of charcoal, still stained with old markings, a stone pendant etched with 4 tiny holes, and a piece of parchment sealed with wax. The seal bore a symbol, a crescent moon inside a square. She didn't open it. Something told her it wasn't hers to read. She rewrapped the bundle and returned it to its hollow. This place had been used before. By others. Maybe not recently. Maybe not even in this age. But the path was not new. And she was not the first to descend. Further down, the tunnel widened. And the chanting stopped. It ended so abruptly, so completely, that Elia froze mid-step, her lantern held high, its flame swaying slightly from her motion. Silence rushed in to fill the space, not empty, but dense. Full of attention. Something knew she was here. She stepped into the chamber. It was a circular room, wide and low-ceilinged, its walls lined with rough-cut stones. A shallow channel ran around its circumference, filled with water so still it looked like black glass. The air felt thick with humidity and unseen dust. In the center of the room was a stone platform, and atop it, a mask. Not resting. Not displayed. Waiting. It was carved from dark wood, smooth and polished, with lines that curled like smoke along its surface. The eyes were hollow. The mouth slightly open. Elia couldn't tell if it was meant to look serene or sorrowful. Maybe both. She stepped closer. As she did, the air shifted. Not with wind, but with memory. For just a moment, the mask changed. Its eyes blinked. Its lips parted. Not in threat. In recognition. Elia stepped back, breath shallow. The moment passed. The mask was still again. But the chamber was not. Behind her, something stirred. A whisper. A footfall. A sigh. She turned slowly, lantern raised. And saw not a figure. But figures. Standing at the edge of the chamber. Cloaked in shadow. Silent. Still. Watching. Part 12, The Silent Assembly. They stood without sound. A circle of figures, tall and unmoving, lining the edges of the chamber like a forgotten council. Their forms were indistinct, cloaked in darkness, as if they wore the air around them. Their feet were hidden beneath the still water in the channel, their faces obscured by hoods, shadows, or something more deliberate. Elia did not move. She didn't need to. The silence between them was not empty, it was a conversation already in progress, one she had walked into mid-thought. She could feel it. The air was thick with meaning. With judgment, perhaps. Not harsh, but curious. Measured. They were studying her, weighing her presence against something unseen. She took a breath, slow and even, and placed the lantern on the floor beside her. Its light rippled across the water in the channel, casting a golden wash across the figures. Still they did not move. Not one breath. Not one sway. But she could sense their awareness. As if each presence in that room was a vessel filled to the brim with attention. Her eyes drifted to the center once more. The mask sat perfectly still on the stone platform, its wooden surface gleaming faintly. The air around it pulsed, not visibly, but in feeling. It drew the room inward. Everything seemed to lean toward it, like gravity had changed direction. Something wanted her to approach. Not the figures. Not the forest. Something deeper. She stepped forward. One step. Another. No resistance came. The figures watched, but offered no gesture of approval or denial. They were not gatekeepers. They were witnesses. Elia reached the platform. Up close, the mask was more intricate than she had thought. The carvings were not just decoration, they were lines of a map. Grooves, etched deeply in places and faintly in others, creating a winding pattern across its surface. She traced one with her fingertip and felt a shiver run through her hand. Not cold. Not fear. Memory. A flash of something not hers. A forest burning in slow silence. A voice humming a song with no words. Hands reaching through stone to offer something unseen. She pulled her hand back. The mask pulsed faintly. Behind her, the figures remained still. But now, one moved. The one nearest the entrance. A tilt of the head. A subtle bow. Not deep, not formal, but unmistakable. It was enough. The air in the chamber shifted again, like the closing of a circle, the final word in a long-spoken sentence. Elia reached for the mask. As her fingers wrapped around the edges, the room did not tremble. The figures did not wail. The stones did not crack. Instead, something opened. Inside her. Not a memory. A space. A knowing. She didn't place the mask on her face, not yet. But she understood it now. It wasn't meant to hide. It wasn't for disguise. It was a key. A tool. A vessel for seeing, and being seen, by something the forest kept deep. The channel of water stirred for the first time. Ripples moved outward from each figure's feet, spreading like soft drumbeats across the stone. And then the chanting returned. Soft. Distant. But rising. Elia turned. None of the figures had mouths. And yet, they sang. Part 13, the Psalm Without Voices. The sound rolled through the chamber like a slow tide, deep and full, yet without origin. The figures sang, but their hoods remained drawn, their faces unreadable, and no mouths ever moved. The song did not come from them. It came through them. It was unlike any melody Elia had heard before. There was no tune, no rhythm she could follow. Instead, it moved like mist, folding in on itself, echoing off unseen corners, layering tone upon tone until the air felt thick enough to taste. It settled into her skin like a memory. Into her lungs like breath. Into her bones like truth. She held the mask in both hands, its weight more symbolic than real. The carvings on its surface seemed to shimmer now, not with light, but with movement, as though the grooves themselves were reacting to the song. She could almost feel the lines winding around her fingers, like vines curling toward a trellis. And then the chamber darkened. Not all at once. The lantern dimmed first, its flame shrinking without smoke. Then the walls faded, not with shadow but with silence. The figures around her became harder to see, not because they moved, but because the space around them did. The sound swallowed the light. The water turned glassy black. Still, the song went on. Not louder, but closer. It felt like it was no longer just in the air. It was in her chest. In her skull. It hummed against her teeth and behind her eyes. She closed them and stood still, letting it carry her. Images came, not sharp visions, but impressions. A door, half buried in stone. A sky filled with roots. A creature with a lantern for a head, walking a spiral path beneath a sleeping hill. Then, silence again. Total. The song had stopped. Not faded, stopped. She opened her eyes. The figures were gone. The chamber remained. But the water was gone from the channel. The lantern was gone too. And in her hands, only the mask. She was standing alone at the center of the circular room. And directly across from her, where the nearest figure once stood, a new passage had opened. A tunnel descending even deeper, carved of rough stone, framed by two smooth pillars that hadn't been there before. Upon each pillar was carved a mark she now recognized without doubt. The spiral. It was no longer just a symbol. It was a direction. Elia placed the mask gently into her satchel and stepped toward the new passage. Her footsteps echoed now. Not loudly, but enough to suggest that the air ahead was wide. Ancient. Hollow in the way cathedrals are hollow. This was the path the song had shown her. Not up. Not out. But inward. Downward. She passed between the stone pillars. And the door behind her sealed with a sound like deep sleep returning. Part 14, The Descent of Sleepwalkers. The stone closed behind her with no crash, no echo, just a soft and final settling, like a tomb being tucked beneath the earth. Elia stood still for a moment, her fingers brushing the smooth pillar at her side, letting the weight of what had just passed settle in. There was no fear. Only stillness. And in the stillness, the same slow rhythm returned, the subterranean pulse she had first felt beside the pool. It was stronger here. She didn't just feel it in her bones now. She walked with it. Each step down the tunnel felt like a step into that rhythm, as though her movement was becoming part of a deeper beat. The new tunnel was colder than the last. The walls were rougher, unfinished. Not careless, but primitive. Stone pressed close on both sides, damp and cool, veined with narrow root systems and mineral scars. Drops of water fell steadily from the ceiling into small hollows along the floor, their plink-plink-plink joining the rhythm of her footsteps like a second heartbeat. And then, she saw them. Carvings. Crude and ancient, lining the walls of the corridor in long, spiraling murals. Not written language, but images, scenes. Moments. As if someone, or something, had etched its memories into the earth so they wouldn't be forgotten. The first panel showed a single figure, small and hooded, standing beneath a forest of towering trees with glowing eyes. The second showed the figure walking a spiraling path into the roots of the forest. The third depicted the figure sleeping beneath the earth, while others watched. Elia slowed. The fourth panel had been etched more deeply than the others. It showed the same figure, but now with a mask. The figure stood at the center of a ring of standing stones. Around them, smaller shapes knelt, faces raised toward the masked one. Above the whole scene, a large spiral descended from the sky, like a thread dropped from some massive hand. She touched the edge of the carving. It wasn't prophecy. It was memory. A ritual that had happened before. Maybe countless times. The details changed. The figure changed. But the journey remained. The path into the hollow. The fire. The watchers. The mask. The door. The descent. The becoming. Because that's what this path was. Not escape. Not search. It was transformation. She continued. The air grew heavier as she walked. Not with danger, but with dreaming. The kind of weight you feel in sleep when the world above no longer matters, and only the strange logic of dreams remains. The corridor began to widen. The stone underfoot leveled, became smoother. Something had shaped this place. Then, up ahead, she saw movement. At first, she thought it was her reflection, cast in some trick of wet stone or hidden water. But it wasn't. There were others ahead. Figures. Dozens of them. Standing perfectly still in alcoves carved into the tunnel walls. Each wore a different mask. Each figure stood upright, as if waiting for something, but their bodies were coated in the pale gray film of centuries. Stone, dust, time. Sleepwalkers. Not dead. Not alive. Just paused. In some of their hands were objects, talismans, relics, feathers, lanterns. One held a bundle of charcoal. Another wore a pendant carved with spiral teeth. Their masks were all unique, some shaped like owls, others like tree bark or bone. None had mouths. Elia walked between them, heart steady. The sleepwalkers did not move. But as she passed, each one exhaled a faint mist into the cold air, like a sigh held for 1,000 years finally allowed to drift free. And at the end of the passage, a doorway. A real one this time. Old wood. Iron hinges. Set into stone. Elia reached for the handle. It was warm. She opened it. And stepped into a room filled with roots, candles, and the sound of something breathing just beyond the edge of the light. Part 15, The Room Beneath Roots. The door creaked softly on its ancient hinges, not out of resistance, but as if it had been waiting a very long time to open. Elia stepped inside. The room was low-ceilinged and round, like the belly of an old oak tree made of stone and earth. Its walls were thick with tangled roots that curled and stretched from every angle, some thin and hair-like, others thick as her arm, pulsating faintly with the deep rhythm she had come to know. They weren't just growing into the space. They were the space. The roots held the ceiling, formed the corners, shaped the very bones of the room. Candlelight flickered across the walls. Dozens of them. Thin, hand-dipped candles of uneven length, all burning low but steady, placed on shelves carved into the dirt, on flat stones, on broken bowls. Their flames didn't flicker, despite the draft that must have followed her in. They burned like memories, quiet and constant. And at the far end of the chamber, the source of the breath. A massive root structure loomed there, gnarled and woven together into a shape nearly human in form. It sat in a natural seat carved into the wall, its head bent forward, its arms resting on its knees. It breathed, not with lungs, but with the slow flex and shift of wood and fiber. It exhaled mist from a hollow at its core, like smoke rising from old embers. Not asleep. Not awake. Elia stepped closer, her boots silent on the packed earth. The root being did not move, but she felt its awareness like heat from a fire. It had no eyes. No mouth. But still, it watched. Not just her now. Her before. Her fire. Her footsteps. Her stillness. Her journey. This place was not the end. It was the threshold. She reached into her satchel and pulled out the mask. The moment it entered the light of the candles, the root being's breath shifted, faster, not urgent, but focused. The mask, in her hands, felt heavier now. Not in weight, but in meaning. She could sense the shape of every carving as if they were carved into her own skin. She didn't hesitate. She raised the mask to her face. The moment it touched her, the world fell away. Not into darkness, but into depth. The room, the roots, the candles, they didn't vanish. They became something more. She could see beyond them now. see through them. The forest above was visible like a living map stretched across the sky. She saw the grove, the stones, the hollow, the figures from the chamber. She saw the footprints that had vanished reappear in spirals. She saw the sleeping forms in the walls breathing with her. She saw herself. And beyond that, something greater. The forest as being, not as place. A vast awareness, older than language, older than even the memory of fire. It had no voice, but its thoughts moved like wind through leaves, like water over stones. And it said, "You are the witness." Alia's breath caught. Not in fear. In understanding. She was not here to find something. She was here to remember it. To carry it. To walk it back into the waking world. The mask tightened gently to her skin, not binding, not trapping. Just joining. The root being leaned forward, its wood groaning softly, and from the hollow in its chest, it pulled something glowing, a thread of light, fragile as smoke, bright as embers. It placed it in her hands. It didn't burn. It warmed. The room pulsed once, like a drum beneath her feet. The candles bowed their flames. And everything went silent again. The thread pulsed in her palms. It was time to return. But the path would not be the same. Part 16, The Return Spiral. Elia stood motionless in the root-woven chamber, the mask pressed gently to her skin, the glowing thread held in her open hands. It shimmered faintly, neither hot nor cold, but alive in a way she didn't know light could be. It pulsed in time with something ancient, something vast. Not a heartbeat, not a breath, something older than either. A rhythm the forest remembered. She lowered her hands slightly, watching the light trace small arcs through the air as it moved. It felt like it wanted to return. Not to be discarded. Not to fade. But to complete something. Behind her, the room shifted. Not in structure, but in energy. The roots relaxed, sagging slightly as if the chamber itself had exhaled. The air felt clearer, thinner somehow, like the forest had offered her what it could, and now the rest belonged to her alone. Elia turned. The door that had closed behind her, sealed with such finality, was now slightly ajar. A narrow sliver of darkness beyond it waited, no longer a barrier, but an invitation. She stepped toward it. With every footfall, the soft hum in her hands grew fainter. Not because the thread dimmed, but because it was sinking into her. Becoming part of her step, her motion, her path. By the time she crossed the threshold again, the thread no longer glowed in her hands. It glowed behind her eyes. The tunnel had changed. The passage that had once echoed with her breath and steps now welcomed her like an old corridor in a home she had forgotten she'd built. The carvings along the walls were different now, subtly altered, no longer the journey of another, but hers. They showed the mask in her hands. The feather. The pool. The circle of watchers. The root being. At one point, she passed one of the sleepwalkers again, stone-faced, silent, unmoving. But this time, as she drew near, its head turned a fraction toward her. Not in surprise. In acknowledgement. Its mouth did not open. But from within its chest, a faint warmth pulsed in reply to hers. A thread of light flickered inside it, dim, ancient, and still burning. She walked on. The passage slowly tilted upward, the air growing less heavy with each step. The hum of roots gave way to the scent of rain-damp moss and deep forest floor. She was rising again, ascending through layers of stillness, through forgotten tunnels once used by those who remembered how to walk with the forest, not over it. Eventually, a soft glow returned, pale and silver, not from flame, but from the sky beyond. She reached the opening. It was not the same door she'd entered through. It was older, larger, a great arch of stone entwined with ivy and memory. Beyond it was the forest again, but not as it had been. It was brighter now. Calmer. The rain had returned, a soft misting fall that made every branch gleam and every leaf bow gently. Light filtered through in broken strands, and the forest listened, not just watched. Elia stepped out beneath the canopy. She expected silence. But the forest began to sing. Not with words. Not with voices. With sound, the wind through hollow logs, the drip of water onto stone, the rustle of ferns, the breath of fog moving between trees. It was the song of the spiral, and it followed her now, not as something to chase, but as something that moved with her. The ground beneath her feet no longer felt like earth. It felt like memory. And it remembered her now. Part 17, Ash on the Wind. The rain was no longer cold. It fell like a curtain of silk through the trees, beating gently on Elia's shoulders and catching in her lashes. The forest had deepened since her descent, not in size, but in silence. A profound hush followed her, not empty, but held. Like the forest itself was waiting to see what she would do next. She moved slowly through the glade, her boots brushing over soft moss. The trees here had changed subtly in shape. Their trunks were darker, more gnarled, their bark streaked with silvery veins that glowed faintly when touched by rain. It was as if the deep places beneath the earth had risen slightly to meet the surface, as if the world below had followed her upward. In her chest, the thread still pulsed. Not visibly. Not as fire or glow. But as memory. A soft rhythm that kept time not with seconds, but with meaning. She passed a cluster of stones, smooth, moss-covered, arranged in a crescent arc. In their center was a bowl, carved shallow into the ground and filled with black ash. Elia crouched beside it. The ash was damp from the rain, but it still carried a faint warmth when she held her hand above it. It hadn't been burned by fire alone. This was ritual ash. It had been placed here deliberately. Left as offering, or remembrance. She reached in, touching the surface lightly with her fingertips. A small gust of wind moved through the trees at that exact moment, not strong, but precise. It blew across the bowl and lifted a few flakes of the ash into the air. They didn't fall. They floated, drifting like feather-light charcoal, carried not on the wind, but toward something. Elia followed. The ash led her deeper into the trees, each flake pulling forward like the soft swing of a compass needle. The forest opened as she walked, not in clearings, but in mood. The branches leaned apart. The underbrush thinned. The world gave her space to pass, not because it was guiding her, but because she now belonged to its rhythm. Soon she came to a hill, not tall, but broad and rounded like a sleeping creature beneath a blanket of fern and lichen. At its center stood a single dead tree. Charred. Hollow. Its trunk blackened and split from long ago fire. It shouldn't have still been standing, but it did. And from its jagged top, thin strands of smoke still drifted, like breath that had never stopped escaping. Elia approached the tree and placed her palm against the bark. It was warm. Alive in a way that was no longer about growing or blooming. Alive in a way that remembered everything. This tree had been part of something sacred. Something burned, but not broken. The ash in the air drifted toward its hollow center and vanished inside. And then came the sound. Not a voice. Not the forest. But the mask. It pulsed against her skin, just once, and in that pulse, she heard. This is where they crossed. She didn't know who they were. But she saw them in her mind's eye. Figures stepping into flame not to perish, but to pass. Through the hollow tree. Through smoke. Through song. This had once been a gateway. A place between. A crossing not meant for roads or rivers, but for memory itself. Elia stepped closer to the hollow. Inside, the charred wood was smooth. Not naturally, but shaped. Polished by hands over years. Carved with spirals, circles, dots, symbols she had seen before in the underground, etched into the stones and masks of the sleepwalkers. She reached in. And felt nothing. Not cold. Not heat. Just the absence of surface. Her hand had passed through. The hollow wasn't hollow. It was open. She stepped back. The forest had grown utterly still again. Even the rain had paused. The thread in her chest pulsed faster now. Urging. Not demanding. But inviting. She looked once more into the black hollow of the tree, its breath of smoke curling outward like fingers. And then she stepped inside. Part 18, Through the Burned Gate. The moment Elia stepped into the hollow, the world folded. Not with a jolt, not with violence, but with the silence of breath held for centuries. The space within the charred tree was far too narrow to hold a human body, and yet it did. She did not press against wood. She passed through it, as though the tree were no longer a thing, but a threshold shaped from old fire. It wasn't dark inside. It was colorless. A pale gray realm without sky or ground. The tree vanished behind her like a mirage receding. There was no wind, no direction, only weightless mist, stretching outward in all directions. She stood on nothing. And yet she didn't fall. Her boots made no sound. Her breath didn't echo. She existed within this space the way a thought exists between dreams, shapeless and true. The mask, still on her face, glowed gently now, a soft pulse of golden warmth that kept her grounded, kept her Elia. The thread inside her heart unfurled like a map. And a path appeared. Not made of stone or soil, but of moments. Each step ahead shone faintly, like a memory caught in dew. As she walked, she began to see. To her left, a forest at dusk, the first fire ever lit by human hands in that grove. A circle of silent faces, masked, watching it burn with reverence. To her right, a storm unraveling the canopy of a forest that looked both ancient and unborn. A single figure walked into it barefoot, arms raised, laughing. She kept walking. The images continued, flickering at the edges of her path. A woman weeping into a carved bowl. A child placing a stone into the palm of a tree. A figure like the root being from the chamber, slowly dissolving into smoke as dozens of masked witnesses knelt around it. Elia understood, this place was the memory of the forest. Not its past. Not its future. Its essence. It held no time. Only story. And she was now walking inside it. Her thread burned brighter. Ahead, the path narrowed. The gray mist grew thicker, swirling gently around her ankles. It wasn't choking, but it slowed her steps. She could feel resistance, not physical, but emotional. Like trying to walk through a long-forgotten grief. Each movement forward pulled something old out of her. Doubt. Fear. Loneliness. She saw faces she tried to forget. Heard words that had once cut deep. Saw herself walking away from moments she should have stayed for. But still, she walked. And as she did, the mist thinned. The weight lifted. And before her, a new shape emerged. A door. Not grand. Not tall. A simple wooden door, half covered in ivy, floating in the mist with no frame to hold it. Carvings covered its surface, spirals, eyes, roots, and in the center, a circle filled with starlight. Elia reached out. The moment her hand touched the handle, everything she'd felt, the journey, the forest, the weight of memory, the light within, rose to the surface. And the mask whispered, "You are not returning. You are remembering." She opened the door and stepped through. Part 19, The Forest That Waits. Light. But not sunlight. Elia stepped through the door into a place that shimmered with its own quiet glow, like starlight filtered through water. The ground beneath her boots was soft, not from moss, but from thousands of years of fallen leaves, pressed into memory. Every step released a whisper, not sound, but feeling. A murmur of those who had passed before. Above her, the trees stretched impossibly tall. Taller than any forest she had ever known. Their trunks were pale, almost silver, with bark that shimmered when she looked directly at it, then darkened when she looked away. The branches reached far overhead, and instead of leaves, they bore strands of glowing filaments, like hanging threads of light. They swayed gently in a breeze she could not feel. And yet she felt it. The forest that waits. That name came to her, not in words, but as a knowing. This place wasn't ahead of the journey. It was beneath it. The deep root of everything she had walked through. Not a forest of the world, but of the woven in-between. Here, things did not grow. They endured. She stepped forward, slowly. The forest held no paths. No tracks. And yet her feet found direction without thought. The glow above her shifted slightly as she moved, casting long slow shadows across the trunks. In those shadows, she saw things watching, not eyes, not creatures. Intentions. Shapes that formed not from matter, but from attention. They watched her not to judge, but to witness. To see if she remembered why she had come. The thread within her pulsed. And suddenly, the air changed. Not the scent, not the temperature, but the time. It slowed. Not just her body, everything. The drift of mist, the sway of the trees, the beat of her own heart. Each second unfolded like a dream that refuses to end. A leaf floated downward ahead of her, and she watched it fall for what felt like hours, spiraling gently in the blue glow until it finally touched the forest floor and disappeared into nothing. Then she saw it. Ahead, through the haze and tall trunks, a gathering of stones. Familiar. Circular. She moved toward it. The closer she got, the clearer it became. A mirror of the standing stone grove from the world above, but older. Undisturbed. Untouched by wind or time. The stones here were taller, worn with grooves that spiraled inward like water drawn into a drain. At the center of the circle sat a pool, identical to the one she'd seen before, yet deeper. Darker. She approached slowly. The pool reflected nothing. No trees. No sky. No self. Only black. She knelt beside it. The mask, still resting upon her face, began to grow warm. And the voice came again. Not from the mask. Not from the forest. From within her. Offer the thread. Her hands moved on their own. She reached inward, not physically, but with something deeper. She felt the thread, the light that had traveled from the root being into her chest. It unwound, shimmering with old breath, old fire, old sleep. She held it in her hands, golden and trembling, and released it into the pool. It touched the surface. And the pool came alive. Ripples spread outward, not as water moves, but like echoes. The black surface changed, brightened, until it glowed silver. Then gold. Then a deep, forest green. And in it, she saw not her reflection, but her memory. She saw herself arriving in the hollow. The fire. The first dream beneath the rain. The masked figures. The chamber of roots. The spiral tunnel. The ash in the bowl. And the moment she stepped into the burned tree, when everything changed, but nothing vanished. Then the vision changed. She saw the world outside. The world she had left. The people still walking. Still searching. Still forgetting. Still waking in the night with a deep ache they could not name. And again, the voice came. Now, you return. But Elia did not stand. Not yet. She waited. Because some part of her knew, there was still one more thing to see. Part 20, The Last Reflection. The pool glowed softly before her, calm now, its ripples stilled into a perfect mirror. Elia stared into it, but it no longer showed memories. No images moved across the surface. Only the faint glimmer of starlight shimmered at its edges. And then, her reflection returned. But it was not the version of herself that had entered this forest. It wasn't even the one who had descended into the earth, nor the one who had placed the thread in the water. It was older. Wiser. She wore the mask still, but now it was no longer a separate object. It was part of her face, fused by time and purpose. The carvings had deepened, no longer shallow spirals etched in wood, but glowing lines of light that pulsed in rhythm with the pool. Her eyes glowed too, quietly, with the gold of memory and moss, of candlelight and breathing stone. And behind that reflection, another shape appeared. It moved as slowly as thought, as gently as breath through sleeping lungs. A figure, massive and fluid, stepped up behind her in the reflection, not in the forest, but in the water. It was not humanoid, not rooted in shape or size. It was tree and fire, root and ember, wind and ash. It had no face, but it watched her. It had no voice, but it knew her. She did not turn around. She did not need to. Because she understood, this was the heart of the forest. Not a being. Not a god. Not a guardian. But the total memory of everything the forest had ever been. Every creature. Every whisper. Every step taken in wonder or in fear. Every dream laid down beneath the rain. It had waited here, not for her specifically, but for someone who remembered how to listen. The figure reached a limb, if it could be called that, into the pool, and the water brightened. Elia's reflection vanished. In its place, the world. But not as it is. As it could be. She saw the hollow, quiet and undisturbed. She saw the stone circle, no longer forgotten but tended, surrounded by travelers who came to sit in silence and feel the hum beneath their feet. She saw trees being planted. Fires lit for warmth, not for destruction. She saw children listening to stories beneath ferns. Elders remembering the shapes of dreams. She saw herself, walking the forest, not as a seeker, but as a guide. And the voice returned. Not aloud. Through her. Carry the rhythm back. Leave nothing, but the thread. Let them remember. The pool began to dim again, the images fading. And Elia stood. The mask no longer weighed on her face. The thread within her had been given freely. And the forest, this deep and glowing version of it, had no more to ask. She turned, slowly. The trees swayed gently above her, the glowing strands in their branches drifting downward like slow rain. And just ahead, through the trunks, was another arch. Not of stone. Not of wood. But of light. It shimmered in silence, a door without hinges, a gate without barrier. It was the return. Not a way back to what was. But a way forward, with what she now carried. Elia stepped toward it. And the forest began to hum again. Low. Warm. Full of breath. Part 21, The Gate of Waking Light. Elia moved toward the arch of light, its shimmer growing clearer with each step, not dazzling or harsh, but soft, steady, and knowing. It pulsed not with brilliance, but with presence. As though it was aware of her, aware of the journey she had taken to reach it, and of the weight she no longer carried. The roots under her feet softened. The air warmed. The song of the forest shifted, still deep, still slow, but now carrying something lighter within it. A note of release. Of quiet celebration. The tension that once hid in the trees, beneath the rain, within the stones, was gone. Elia paused at the threshold. Just before the veil of light. She turned back. Behind her, the forest that waits stood untouched. Its silver trunks. Its strands of glowing memory. The reflection pool, still and calm. The tall stones. The ashes. All of it held its place not in time, but in truth. She did not weep. There was no grief in leaving. Only a reverent understanding that some places must remain where they are, unchanged, eternal, waiting. She stepped through. Light passed around her, not over or into her. It moved with her. It did not blind, it revealed. As she walked through it, she saw pieces of herself return. Not forgotten, just softened. She saw the fire. The rain. The first dream beside the pool. The figure on the other side of the lake. The hollow roots and the breathing wood. The faces of those who had once stood silently in the chamber of stone. And then the light thinned. And the sound of falling rain returned. She stepped into the waking world. It was still dusk. But somehow deeper into evening. The clouds above drifted low and slow, their bellies heavy with mist. The forest had not changed in form, but the feeling of it had. The canopy seemed less oppressive. The trunks less ancient. Everything breathed easier. She stood once again in the hollow. The circle of stones surrounded her. The pool at the center shimmered with starlight, quiet and calm. No ripples. No storm. She reached up to her face and removed the mask. It no longer felt like wood. It felt like something grown, a part of the forest itself. She held it in both hands. And for a moment, she did not know what to do next. Then the wind picked up. Gentle. Carrying the scent of pine needles and memory. And with it came the faintest sound. Not chanting. Not singing. But breathing. From the trees. From the stones. from the rain. A deep, slow, unified breath. And Elia understood. The forest remembered her now. As she remembered it, she knelt in the center of the circle, and with great care, placed the mask in the grass beside the pool. She would leave it here. For the next who wandered too far. For the next who listened too closely. For the next who could not sleep. Part 22, The Hollow Sleeps. Night settled slowly over the forest. The rain, still soft, whispered through the leaves in a cadence as steady as breath, as ancient as root. Mist gathered near the earth, curling gently around the stones in the hollow, wrapping them like blankets around sleeping limbs. The fire from days ago was long gone, but its memory still warmed the soil beneath Elia's knees. She remained there in the circle, unmoving, the moss rising cool against her palms, the pool at her side reflecting nothing but stars. The mask rested beside her. Still. Quiet. It no longer pulsed. No longer hummed with unseen rhythm. And yet it held something now it hadn't before, rest. It had been worn, seen, walked. And now, like a tired witness, it had been laid down where it belonged. The hollow responded. Not with motion. Not with voice. But with ease. The wind curled inward through the trees. The water in the pool settled further. Even the usual stirrings of distant night creatures, the owls, the foxes, the soft scurry of life, had dimmed. The forest was resting. As though it too had crossed through some veil, and now sat quietly watching the stars arrive. Elia stood slowly, her joints stiff but strong. There was no urge to leave, no pull back to trails or torches or names. And yet, she knew it was time. Her part of the spiral had turned its full arc. Not to end, but to continue elsewhere. The forest had been waiting for someone to carry the memory forward, and now it would not wait so hard. It could sleep. And in that sleep, it could begin to dream again. She walked through the circle of stones, tracing one hand along their moss-covered flanks. Each one hummed faintly beneath her touch, not with sound, but with memory. As though they, too, remembered her. As though they had always known she would come, and were now content. As she stepped into the tree lean, a soft sigh drifted through the hollow. Not from her. From the forest. And the mask, now alone beside the pool, caught a single falling leaf in its hollow. The trail home was no longer hidden. What once had vanished in spiral paths and shifting trees was now clear. Not carved, but simply present. The land itself no longer twisted around her, no longer tested her steps. It welcomed them. The moss underfoot was plush, the ferns dipped gently as she passed, and even the rain seemed to lean slightly aside, as if unwilling to trouble her further. She passed the broken log where she had first glimpsed the flickering eyes in the underbrush. Nothing waited there now. Only stillness. She passed the place where the crow had vanished in the sky. No feathers remained. But the branch it once sat upon swayed gently, though no wind touched it. And as she reached the rise that overlooked the small clearing where her first fire had burned, she paused. The ash was gone. The circle was green. A few small mushrooms had grown in its place, white, low, and glowing faintly in the rain. She smiled. By the time she reached the edge of the forest, dawn had begun to bloom behind the low clouds. A soft gray morning. No sun yet. Just the promise of one. She did not look back. Because the forest was not behind her. It walked beside her now. In breath. In thought. in dream, in rhythm. And far behind her, deep in the hollow, the mask remained. Waiting not for the lost, or the broken, or the desperate, but for the listener. For the one who hears the forest hum, and stops, and steps off the path, and follows it inward. The hollow sleeps, but dreams, always, are listening. Part 23, The Lantern Trail. Days passed. Or perhaps only one. Time no longer sat firmly for Elia. It stretched and curled like smoke, like fog drifting over quiet soil. Since returning from the hollow, the world felt slower. Not dull. Not distant. Just quieter. Like something had shifted deep beneath the surface of her awareness and was still settling into place. She had not spoken aloud since leaving the forest. There had been no need. Her steps guided her now, not toward villages or roads, but toward something unfolding. She carried nothing but her satchel, now lighter, emptier. And yet, she felt no lack. Her hands remembered the weight of the mask, though it no longer lay within. Her heart remembered the thread. Her breath remembered the scent of roots and ash and rain. And then, on a windless morning veiled with low mist, she found it. A lantern. Hanging from a branch overhanging the path, not the carved wooden kind she had seen in the chamber, but iron, rusted, simple. Inside it, a flame glowed, not flickering, not blazing. Just present. Steady. She stepped beneath it, looked up into its glow. It hummed. Not a sound, but a resonance. A familiarity. Then she noticed the next one. 50 paces ahead, barely visible through the fog, another lantern hung. Then another beyond that. A trail of them, hung at irregular heights, some shoulder level, some far above, swaying faintly even without breeze. She followed. Each lantern she passed warmed the air slightly. The mist parted around them like curtains drawn back for a traveler. The path beneath her boots was lined with leaves she did not remember falling, soft, golden gray, each imprinted with faint spiral patterns. They crumbled gently underfoot. She passed 6 lanterns. Then 12. At the 13th, she paused. There, beside it, sat a figure. Cloaked. Still. Unmoving. Elia approached slowly. The figure was not masked. Nor was it fully visible. Its face was turned away, its hands tucked into its sleeves, legs folded beneath it as if it had been waiting for hours. Or years. Or lifetimes. On the ground before it lay a small bowl filled with water. And within that water, floating peacefully, a single black feather. The figure turned its head slightly toward her but did not speak. It did not need to. Its presence was a gesture. A remembering. An offering. Elia crouched beside it. She did not reach for the bowl, or the feather. Instead, she reached into herself, into the memory of the forest, the hollow, the chamber of breath and stone, and she breathed out. A small, silent breath. And the feather in the bowl stirred. Just once. The lantern above them flared ever so slightly. And the figure stood. Not quickly. Not dramatically. Just, purposefully. It stepped off the path and vanished into the fog between trees, leaving behind only a faint trail of warmth in the cold. Elia stood as well. And walked on. The lanterns continued. And with each one, the air felt more aligned. More listening. She was being guided, but not in direction. In remembrance. Something was waiting at the end of this trail. Not a destination. A meeting. A reunion, not with a person, but with a part of the world that still remembered how to dream in silence. Part 24, Where the Fog Gathers. The lanterns grew farther apart. At first, only a few extra steps. Then more. Until Elia found herself walking long minutes between each soft glow, each moment of warmth. The mist between them thickened, curling in from the forest edges, rising in loose tendrils that danced along her boots and shoulders. It was not a threatening fog. It was curious, the kind that watched but did not follow, the kind that held its own breath. There was no wind. There were no birds. Only the hush of damp forest and her own quiet steps. And then, the path curved. Not sharply, but deliberately. It wound left, down a gentle slope lined with cedar roots and low rocks, until it opened into a hollowed glade. The fog here pooled low to the earth like a slow tide, thickest at the center where it lapped gently around the ankles of another figure. Elia stopped. This figure was different. Not seated. Not hooded. It stood straight in the mist, facing away from her, motionless as stone. The air around it shimmered faintly, as if heat rose from its skin, even in the cool rain. The fog did not touch it. It parted slightly at the edges of its silhouette, curling back as if held at bay by something unseen. Elia took a step forward. The figure did not turn. But her thread pulsed again, not in her chest now, but in her hands. It was back. A golden glimmer appeared between her palms, glowing steadily as though it had never truly left. It felt lighter now. Less like fire. More like breath. The figure finally moved. It raised one hand slowly and pointed, not at her, not at the path, but upward. She followed the gesture with her eyes. And saw the tower. It rose above the fog, its upper reaches invisible in the mist. At first glance, it looked like a tree, its base twisted with bark and roots, but the shape was too deliberate. Too structured. It was a tower built from forest. From ruin. From memory. Elia stepped closer to the figure. Still it did not speak. But she could feel what it meant. This was the place where the memory must be planted. Where the thread she carried would take root, not in soil, but in time. The tower was not a destination. It was a seed. And the forest was ready to dream again. The figure stepped aside, allowing her to pass. As she moved by, she caught the edge of its face, only briefly. It was her own. Not as she was. As she had been. Younger. Lost. Afraid. A memory left behind to wait until she returned with what it had always been missing. She did not speak. She only walked forward. And began the climb. Part 25, The Tower Rooted in Rain. Elia approached the base of the tower, its wide, bark-covered sides rising into the mist like a tree that had forgotten how to stop growing. It was neither ruined nor pristine. It simply was, a structure the forest had built around something older than stone, older than story. Its surface was textured with roots that had grown into spirals, like the markings on the mask she had left behind. Tiny leaves sprouted in places, trembling slightly even in the still air. Lichen-covered parts of the lower trunk, soft and pale, and faint moss lit gently beneath her touch as she placed a hand against the wood. The door was not a door. It was a space, an arch, like those she had walked through before. No hinges. No lock. Just a curve in the shape of passing. She entered. The interior smelled of damp earth and old fire. There were no stairs. No furniture. Just the inside curve of the tower, lined with shelves carved directly into the wood. Each shelf held a single object, nothing repeated. A child's wooden toy. A burnt feather. A stone with a hole worn through it. A piece of rope. A folded piece of bark etched with tiny spirals. They were offerings. Not to gods. To memory. She walked the inner circle slowly, her boots soundless on the packed earthen floor. As she neared the center, the thread between her hands grew warmer. Brighter. It didn't hum or pulse now, it called. The center of the tower held a hollow. A shallow bowl carved directly into the floor, lined with smooth obsidian stones. Rain had pooled there, gathered through a hole far above in the ceiling, falling in slow drops from the mist into the bowl's center. Elia knelt. She held the thread in both palms, now golden bright, no longer wavering. She did not need to think. She only placed it in the water. The moment it touched the surface, the water did not ripple. It sank. The thread vanished into the obsidian pool like ink drawn into paper. The rain fell silently around her. And the tower responded. The walls lit softly, not from flame, not from sun, but from within. Each shelf glowed around its object. The rope shimmered. The stone hummed. The feather, though soaked, lifted slightly as if on a breeze. All of them, those small, forgotten pieces, responded to the return of the thread. The memory was accepted. And with it, the forest exhaled. Elia closed her eyes. The sound of the rain faded. And in its place, she heard the spiral turn. Not forward. Not backward. Inward. 1,000 journeys, 1,000 dreams, woven through root and shadow and water and sleep, coiled once more into a seed. And she was its witness. Not its keeper. Its witness. She rose slowly. Her part was done. But the forest would dream again now, because something had been remembered. Planted. Carried. Returned. And somewhere far below, in the circle of moss and stone, a single mask waited beneath the rain, its hollow eyes turned toward the future. Part 25, The Tower Rooted in Rain. Elia approached the base of the tower, its wide, bark-covered sides rising into the mist like a tree that had forgotten how to stop growing. It was neither ruined nor pristine. It simply was, a structure the forest had built around something older than stone, older than story. Its surface was textured with roots that had grown into spirals, like the markings on the mask she had left behind. Tiny leaves sprouted in places, trembling slightly even in the still air. Lichen-covered parts of the lower trunk, soft and pale, and faint moss lit gently beneath her touch as she placed a hand against the wood. The door was not a door. It was a space, an arch, like those she had walked through before. No hinges. No lock. Just a curve in the shape of passing. She entered. The interior smelled of damp earth and old fire. There were no stairs. No furniture. Just the inside curve of the tower, lined with shelves carved directly into the wood. Each shelf held a single object, nothing repeated. A child's wooden toy. A burnt feather. A stone with a hole worn through it. A piece of rope. A folded piece of bark etched with tiny spirals. They were offerings. Not to gods. To memory. She walked the inner circle slowly, her boots soundless on the packed earthen floor. As she neared the center, the thread between her hands grew warmer. Brighter. It didn't hum or pulse now, it called. The center of the tower held a hollow. A shallow bowl carved directly into the floor, lined with smooth obsidian stones. Rain had pooled there, gathered through a hole far above in the ceiling, falling in slow drops from the mist into the bowl's center. Elia knelt. She held the thread in both palms, now golden bright, no longer wavering. She did not need to think. She only placed it in the water. The moment it touched the surface, the water did not ripple. It sank. The thread vanished into the obsidian pool like ink drawn into paper. The rain fell silently around her. And the tower responded. The walls lit softly, not from flame, not from sun, but from within. Each shelf glowed around its object. The rope shimmered. The stone hummed. The feather, though soaked, lifted slightly as if on a breeze. All of them, those small, forgotten pieces, responded to the return of the thread. The memory was accepted. And with it, the forest exhaled. Elia closed her eyes. The sound of the rain faded. And in its place, she heard the spiral turn. Not forward. Not backward. Inward. 1,000 journeys, 1,000 dreams, woven through root and shadow and water and sleep, coiled once more into a seed. And she was its witness. Not its keeper. Its witness. She rose slowly. Her part was done. But the forest would dream again now, because something had been remembered. Planted. Carried. Returned. And somewhere far below, in the circle of moss and stone, a single mask waited beneath the rain, its hollow eyes turned toward the future. Part 26, Descent Through the Quiet. The tower no longer glowed. Not visibly. But Elia could still feel its warmth radiating gently behind her as she stepped back out through the arch. The rain fell steadily now, not heavy, not cold, but steady. Each drop felt like punctuation in a language too old to speak aloud. She did not look back. The memory had been planted. The thread returned. The path ahead was her own now, not marked by masks or chambers or spirals, but by stillness. A different kind of silence. One that did not ask questions. One that did not answer them. The mist had thinned. The forest opened slowly before her, no longer tangled or winding, no longer a maze of shadows and whispers. It simply was. Trees stood spaced wide and tall. Their leaves swayed with purpose. The earth beneath her feet was soft but certain, and every footfall felt like it belonged. She passed no more lanterns. She needed no more light. The memory burned within her now, deep and rooted. Not as flame. Not as burden. As presence. Down the slope she walked, following no trail, letting her feet be drawn toward the rhythm she had long since joined. At the base of the hill, a shallow stream passed lazily through the trees. The water was clear and cold, full of smooth stones and half-buried twigs. She crouched beside it, touched the surface with her fingers. The water didn't ripple. It parted slightly, then returned, like it recognized her. Like it remembered. She dipped her cupped hands and drank. It tasted of cedar and rain. Of sleep and ash. Of stories not told aloud, but passed from breath to breath. And when she rose again, she saw something across the stream. A small structure, nothing more than a shelter made from woven branches and bark. It sat against the side of a low hill, half buried in moss and soft ferns. A faint curl of smoke rose from a hidden fire within. Not a blaze. A coal. A warmth maintained. Elia crossed the stream and stood at the threshold. The entrance was low. She knelt slightly to enter. Inside, it was quiet. The floor was soft with pine needles. A small, flat stone in the center glowed with the low red breath of coals, warming the air just enough to keep the damp out. Along the curved wall, someone, or something, had arranged bundles of herbs, feathers, small stones, and hollowed seed pods. It was not a home. It was a way station. A resting place. She sat down before the coals. They whispered. She listened. Not to voices, but to belonging. And then, finally, Elia slept. Not out of exhaustion. Out of permission. And the rain, for the first time, did not keep her awake. It sang her deeper. Part 27, The Sleep Beneath the Ferns. Elia's sleep was not empty. It was rooted. It unfolded like soil turning gently under spring rain, like old bark peeling away to reveal younger wood beneath. She didn't dream in the usual sense, no images, no faces, no echoes of memory distorted by fear or longing. Instead, she sank. Not downward, but inward. There was no cold. There was no weight. Just breath. Just stillness. And in that stillness, something found her. It wasn't the forest. It wasn't the voice in the mask. It wasn't even the thread. It was a presence older than them all. Something that had never spoken to her directly until now. Not because it had been waiting, but because she had only just become quiet enough to hear. It didn't speak in words. It revealed understanding. She was shown a grove, far away, still untouched by human paths, still dreaming in green. In that grove, a child would someday wander, barefoot and lost. And in the moss, that child would find a stone. Smooth. Etched with a spiral worn nearly flat. And in holding that stone, the child would feel peace. Not knowledge. Not revelation. Just peace. And in that peace, they would stop walking. And sit. And breathe. And in doing so, the spiral would begin again. Elia smiled in her sleep. Because now she knew what she had become. Not a guardian. Not a prophet. A seed. When she awoke, the fire had gone out. The coals were dark but still warm. The rain had stopped. Outside, the air was full of light. Not sharp. Not blinding. A pale gold breaking through the morning fog, lighting the trunks of trees in long bands of honeyed glow. The shelter was empty but untouched. It had never truly belonged to her, but it had known she would come. She stood slowly, feeling the gentle ache in her limbs, the kind that comes from deep rest, not fatigue. The forest outside held a different sound now. Not silence. Not song. But readiness. Everything was still damp, the ferns, the leaves, her hair, but the heaviness had lifted. The weight of memory, the pull of the journey, the spiral of descent and return, it was all behind her. Not forgotten. Woven in. She stepped back into the forest, and her feet moved easily. No hesitation. No searching. Not because she knew where to go. Because the path would meet her. And ahead, through the trees, something flickered. Not a light. Not a figure. A shadow in motion. A ripple in the rhythm. And she followed. Part 28, The One Who Waited Beside the Hollow Tree. Elia moved through the forest like a thought remembered mid-breath. The trees were farther apart here, their bark smooth and pale, as if washed clean by years of gentle rain. Shafts of late morning light cut down through the branches above, illuminating motes of mist and pollen that danced as she passed. The forest floor was soft, thick with pine needles, scattered leaves, and something quieter beneath, a kind of old hush that had taken root and grown into the earth itself. Ahead, she saw it again. That flicker. The ripple. The sense of being not alone. She slowed, letting her breath fall into the rhythm of the place, letting her footsteps match the slow sway of the canopy above. And there, beside the hollow of a tree that bent low over a shallow stream, she saw the figure clearly. Not cloaked. Not hidden. Not distant. They stood with their back turned, long dark hair braided with bits of bark and thread, a weathered satchel at their side. The hollow tree beside them had split at the base, wide enough to crawl into, yet still alive, its crown green and high above. Elia said nothing. She didn't need to. The figure slowly turned. And she saw herself. Not in some metaphorical or magical sense. Not a vision. Not a dream. A true mirror. The same face. The same eyes. But older. Not aged by years, aged by journey. This version of Elia bore the gentle weight of choices, of trails walked again and again, of lives moved through quietly. Her shoulders were not heavy, but worn. Her hands carried calluses, not from hardship, but from returning. The two stood facing each other for a moment longer than silence could hold. And then, the older Elia smiled. "Now," she said, her voice low and moss-soft, "you understand." Elia nodded. No words were needed. The older Elia stepped aside, gesturing toward the hollow tree. "Inside," she said, "is the next place." Elia looked into the opening. It was dark, but not unknown. She felt no fear. No uncertainty. Only the sense of a circle closing. Of a new one beginning. Before stepping forward, Elia looked once more at her older self. "Will I forget?" she asked. The older woman shook her head. "You'll remember the important parts," she said. "The rest will be carried for you, until it's time again." And then she turned, and walked into the trees, leaving only footprints that the moss had already begun to take back. Elia stepped into the hollow. The wood was cool against her fingers. The roots above curved down like ribs. And as the light behind her dimmed, she exhaled. Letting go. Again. And again. Until all that remained was the sound of the stream, and the dark breath of the tree closing softly around her. Part 29, The Spiral Beneath the Stream. Inside the hollow tree, there was no ground. No walls. No roots. Only downward. Elia did not fall, she descended, slowly, as though the earth itself were drawing her gently into its breath. There was no fear. Only the sense of gravity being redefined, not as weight, but as memory folding inward. And then, her feet touched stone. Cool. Smooth. Wet with stream water. She stood in a chamber carved not by hands but by time. The walls curved gently around her in a spiral that reached down and inward, lit by bioluminescent moss clinging to the stone like veins of slow lightning. The air was thick with a scent that stirred something in her, old cedar, smoke long since cooled, and the first rain of early autumn. A path coiled to the left, sloping downward. She followed. Each step echoed softly, and beneath those echoes, she could hear a rhythm, a heartbeat not her own, but familiar. The heartbeat of the hollow. Of the tower. Of the forest. Of all of it. This was the place beneath all places. The spiral brought her deeper, and with it, the walls began to change. Carvings emerged, not of creatures, but of moments. A fire being lit for the first time. A masked figure walking into rain. A feather falling slowly beside a bowl of water. None were complete. Each was only a fragment, a single breath pulled from 1,000 stories. And among them, her own steps. Tiny spirals carved into the floor where she passed, pulsing faintly beneath her soles, as if the earth had always known she'd arrive. And then the spiral ended. At the center, a pool. But unlike the others, this one was not water. It was light. Golden, endless, slow-turning, like sap caught mid-fall. It hovered, liquid and weightless, and at its center floated a single object. The mask. Her mask. Returned. Changed. The wood was no longer plain, no longer carved. It pulsed like living bark. The spirals in it had deepened, overlapping into an ever-widening pattern that drew the eye inward until there was no center, only motion. Elia stepped to the edge of the light. She did not reach for the mask. She waited. And it rose to meet her. The pool lifted the mask slowly into the air. It turned gently, once, twice, and then hovered before her, perfectly still. Then, the voice returned. Not from the forest. Not from her memory. Not even from within. But from the space between all things. This is not the end. This is not the beginning. You are the thread now. And the mask came forward, not to be worn, but to become part of her. It pressed gently against her chest. And sank inward. No pain. Only knowing. And in that knowing, she remembered something even deeper than the hollow. That the forest does not forget. It only waits. Part 30, The Forest Remembers. Elia stood in the center of the spiral chamber, the golden light still gently swirling around her feet, the mask now gone, but not lost. It had become part of her. Not a weight, not a symbol. A rhythm. A memory that breathed when she did, that pulsed in her veins like sap through bark, like slow thunder far beneath stone. And the forest listened. Not from outside, but from within. There were no more paths now. No more lanterns. No more guiding figures or carved bowls. Only the stillness of having arrived. Only the breath of completion. Above her, far above, the trunk of the hollow tree arched upward through soil and root and time. Through it, the faintest shimmer of dawnlight filtered downward, illuminating the spiral one layer at a time. Not blinding. Not dramatic. Just present. Elia stepped back onto the spiral path, this time climbing gently upward, not as a traveler seeking meaning, but as a part of the forest rising to meet the morning. Each step sounded softer than the last. Each moment stretched. She no longer saw the carvings on the wall. Because she was one. When she emerged again into the open air, the forest greeted her like a friend seen after a long illness. The rain had ceased completely. The ground was wet and shining with dew. Every leaf on every branch glistened with the freshness of renewal, and the sky above was not gray anymore, but a pale, pearled blue, the first clear sky she had seen in what felt like lifetimes. And there, waiting just beyond the tree's roots, was a figure. Not a mirror. Not a stranger. Just another wanderer. face not hidden, hands open, eyes wide with recognition, though no words passed between them. They simply bowed their head as Elia passed. Because they felt it. She had returned with something. Not power. Not prophecy. Only the deep, sacred memory of what the forest had always been. A place of silence. A place of listening. A place that remembers those who remember it. Elia walked for some time. Not toward a destination, but as a keeper of rhythm. The spiral, now part of her, did not fade, it grew. With every step across root and stone and moss, she planted it deeper into the land. Not so others could find her, but so that others might find themselves. And somewhere, far behind her now, in the hollow where it all began, a single tree began to flower. Soft, white blossoms opened against charred bark. And beneath it, resting in the moss, was a new mask. Unworn. Waiting. Breathing. Dreaming. Part 31, After the Spiral. The forest was not done with her. Though the journey had closed like the final note of a slow, ancient song, something beneath Elia's footsteps still whispered. Not with urgency. Not with need. But with invitation. She walked without knowing why. The path unfolded itself not in front of her, but behind. Wherever she stepped, the forest bent gently to make room, ferns tilting aside, mist receding like breath through a doorway. The trees were older here. Their bark darker, smoothed by age and rain. Their roots twisted through stone and memory. The wind was almost still. But not entirely. And it carried a scent she had not smelled since the hollow, ash. Not the sharp smoke of burning. The cold ash of what had burned long ago. She followed it. Not because it pulled her. Because it waited. Ahead, the trees parted around a clearing she had not seen before. It wasn't overgrown, nor wild. The ground was flat, dry, ringed by stones blackened and split. At its center, a fire pit. Empty. Long unused. But something had once burned here that mattered. Elia crouched beside it. The earth here was quiet. Not dead. Listening. She reached out and touched one of the stones. It was warm. Not with heat. With memory. And in that moment, her breath caught, because she saw it. Not with her eyes. With her remembrance. This was the first place she had ever fallen asleep in the forest. Before the hollow. Before the spirals. Before the tower. A forgotten fire, beside a younger self, wrapped in a wet blanket and fear. Alone and uncertain. That night had vanished into the haze of dream and time. But now, it returned, clear as rain on skin. She stood slowly, and the trees around the clearing leaned inward, not menacingly, but protectively. A circle. A chamber. A memory sealed in moss and silence. And there, on a low branch beside her, hung a bundle of thin, blackened threads. They moved without wind. Elia reached out and took them gently. They crumbled in her hands. But when they fell to the ground, the ash did not scatter. It spiraled. A slow, smoky coil into the dirt. And in that moment, Elia understood. This was not a memory from her past. It was a future left behind. A piece of the spiral that had never been walked. A forgotten path she had once almost chosen. And the forest was offering it back, not to warn her. To show her what had healed. She stepped back, eyes closed, and let the ash continue its spiral. Not everything had to be walked. Some paths were meant to be witnessed, and then left behind, carried only in silence. Part 32, The Still Path. Elia left the clearing slowly. She didn't rush. The forest around her had quieted to such a depth that even her breathing felt like sound. The kind of stillness that only comes after long remembering. After something old has finally stopped echoing. The trail she followed was barely visible, more suggestion than path. A line of flattened grass. A scattering of small, smooth stones. A corridor of trees that leaned ever so slightly toward one another, forming a kind of hush between their trunks. The ash had stopped clinging to her boots. Now, it dissolved as she moved, vanishing into the undergrowth like dust returning to breath. She began to hear things again, not sounds, exactly. Presences. The gentle creak of a tree bowing under its own memory. The distant shifting of water through moss-soaked channels. The muffled wing beats of birds that did not sing. Even the silence here had layers, like listening to the forest breathe through 100 lungs. And then she saw it. The trail ended at the edge of a rise. Below her, a wide, shallow lake. Its surface was glass, reflecting the dull silver of the overcast sky, unbroken by wind or ripple. At the far end of the lake stood a structure so covered in ivy and bark that it seemed to have grown rather than been built. No firelight. No smoke. No door. Just a single arched window glowing with soft amber from within. Elia felt no fear. Only a strange kind of déjà vu. She had never been here. But something from here had once been part of her. She made her way down the slope, the grass wet underfoot but not slick. The lake did not speak. It held itself completely still, as though waiting for something very specific to happen, and only then would it allow motion again. The structure by the water was larger than it had looked from above. Not a home. A hall. It had no threshold, no fence, no signs. Only a sense of entry. She stepped through the curtain of ivy that formed the arch. Inside, everything was wood. Not crafted. Grown. The walls were curved, the ceiling sloped, and the floor pulsed with faint green-gold threads beneath its grain, like veins under skin. There were no chairs. No shelves. Only a single stone basin set in the center of the space. It was full of water. And floating in that water were objects. A thread. A feather. A smooth seed. A black spiral carved into bark. Her breath caught. These were not offerings. They were remnants. Not of her story, but of others. Others who had walked spirals, who had climbed towers, who had carried breath through silence and returned changed. This was not a place to rest. It was a place to bear witness. She knelt beside the basin. And the surface of the water shifted. Not from her movement. From recognition. A spiral of soft ripples formed around the seed. And a single word pressed gently into her thoughts, not spoken, not etched. Continue. Part 33, Threads That Never Broke. The basin held her gaze for a long while. Not because it changed. Because she did. With every breath beside that still pool, Elia felt something loosen inside her, a quiet unraveling. Not of herself, but of the things she no longer needed to carry. Worry. Old echoes. Names spoken once but no longer hers. They drifted off like steam, rising from her shoulders, dissolving into the space above. The objects in the basin remained where they were, undisturbed. But the water began to shift, slowly turning in a spiral that reversed direction every few minutes, like a breath going in, then out. And then, without sound, something surfaced. A single strand. Not golden, like her old thread. This one was gray, soft, frayed, and wet, but glowing faintly from within. It floated toward her across the surface of the basin and came to rest by the edge. She lifted it gently. It was warm in her fingers. And even before it touched her skin fully, she understood. This was not hers. It had belonged to someone else. And the forest had kept it safe. Elia stood and turned. The light from the arched window had dimmed to a dusky orange, like the end of a fire. Outside, the lake remained still, but a single ripple had begun to spread from its center outward. Slow. Wide. Intentional. The kind of ripple caused by something emerging. She left the structure quietly, ivy brushing her shoulders as she stepped into the evening air. The sky above was now threaded with thin clouds that glowed faintly as dusk set in. The ripple on the lake had grown, spreading steadily toward the shore. And then, breaking the surface, something rose. It wasn't a creature. It wasn't a person. It was a shape. Smooth, round, and black, like obsidian pulled from the earth. As it rose, water streamed down its sides, revealing carved markings across its surface, spirals, thread lines, and branching paths. Elia knew it instantly. It was a memory stone. But not hers. This was someone else's spiral. Another journey. Another soul who had once entered the forest, once followed the path, once placed their story in the rhythm of the trees and vanished beyond it. And now, the forest had brought it back. Not to be studied. To be witnessed. Elia stepped into the lake, the water rising around her shins, then her waist. When she reached the stone, the water stilled again. She pressed her palm to its surface. The spirals pulsed faintly. And then, quietly, gently, another's journey bloomed inside her mind. Not fully. Not as vision. But as feeling. Cold. Fear. A small fire in a wind-rattled shelter. And a decision made in silence, to stay. To wait. To vanish gently into the trees and leave no trace. Elia understood. This person had not been lost. They had become part of the rhythm. And the forest had held their memory like a thread between roots, waiting for someone who would carry it forward. She opened her satchel, placed the frayed thread inside, and turned back toward shore. Part 34, Shelter Beneath the Remembering Sky. The light faded fast now. Not suddenly, but as if the sky itself had grown tired. The clouds deepened to a blue-gray hush, and the first stars blinked into view like eyes reopening after long rest. Elia stepped out of the lake, her boots dripping, the frayed thread tucked carefully away. Behind her, the memory stone slowly sank back into the water without sound, its spiraled surface slipping below until only a ripple remained, and then nothing. The forest waited. Not with tension. With readiness. She followed a gentle rise leading away from the lakeshore, through a corridor of dark-trunked trees whose branches arched high above her like ribs forming a cathedral. The path had no markings. No symbols. Only fallen leaves, many, many leaves, dry and soft, golden brown and silver in the starlight. And then she saw it. A small shelter. Low to the ground. Built into the side of a hollow hill. It looked like it had grown there, roofed in moss, ringed by stones, its chimney no taller than her knees. Smoke curled from it lazily, thin as thread. She approached slowly. The wooden door was slightly ajar, and warm light flickered within. Elia stepped inside. The warmth embraced her like a blanket that had waited for years to be picked up again. A small fire burned low in a hearth of river stones. The walls were curved, no corners. The shelves were carved directly into the earthen walls, and on each shelf sat only one item, a single bowl, a single folded cloth, a single small wooden cup. Nothing extra. But nothing missing. On a low bench beside the fire, a dry cloak had been laid out. Not recently. But not long ago, either. Elia stepped out of her damp clothes and draped the cloak around her shoulders. It was heavy, but not burdensome, lined with something soft, and smelling faintly of cedar smoke and night rain. She sat. The fire cracked gently. Outside, the forest had grown utterly still. Even the wind had stopped. She poured a cup of water from a stone jug set beside the hearth. It was cool and clear, and as she drank it, she felt something soften deep within her chest. Not relief. Not peace. Return. The spiral didn't spin anymore. It rested. Not gone. Just complete, for now. And as she stared into the fire, the cloak warming her shoulders and the frayed thread resting safely at her side, she understood. The forest wasn't offering her another trial. It was offering her a night off. A quiet breath between storms. A shelter not earned, but remembered. She lay down beside the fire on the woven mat, eyes open just long enough to see the flames blink softly, once, then again. And sleep found her like a familiar trail through old trees. Part 35. The Watcher on the Path of Crows. Elia awoke to silence so complete, it felt like a dream refusing to end. The fire had burned to ash. Light filtered softly through the small circular window of the shelter, not gold or gray, but a pale, soft silver. Dawn. But not the kind that came quickly. This was the kind that arrived on tiptoe. A cautious light. The first breath of a day that hadn't yet decided what it would become. She rose slowly, the woven mat still warm from sleep. Her limbs felt heavier, but not from weariness. From depth. As though every step taken had added another layer to her, pressed gently into the space between heartbeat and thought. The thread was still beside her. But something had changed. It no longer pulsed. It watched. She dressed, placed the thread into a small interior pocket in her cloak, and stepped out into the forest. The air was still. And above, on a high branch to her left, sat a crow. It did not call. It did not move. It simply sat, watching her, its eyes dark and wide. Elia stared back for a moment. And then another appeared. And then another. A dozen crows lined the upper limbs of the trees, spaced evenly as though they had grown there. Their feathers shimmered slightly in the silver light, black, but not quite. Iridescent with hints of green and blue and violet that shifted with every twitch of their wings. They made no sound. They only waited. And so, Elia walked. The crows followed. Not flying. Walking. Hopping from branch to branch, tree to tree, always just ahead or just behind. She began to feel their rhythm, the silent pulse of their movement, their watching, their presence. They were not leading her. They were walking with her. As witnesses. As rememberers. The forest changed as they passed through it. Not visibly. Not drastically. But Elia could feel the ground shift, slightly softer. The trees leaned, slightly inward. The sky, slightly darker. The air was not heavy. Just, close. After what may have been hours or minutes, the trees opened. A clearing again. But unlike the one by the lake or the one by the fire pit, this one was wider. Wilder. The trees circled it like an audience. And in the center was a tall stone arch. Covered in vines. Weathered by time. Unbroken. No door. Just a standing gate carved from smooth stone and set deep into the earth. The crows stopped. They perched in a perfect ring around the clearing's edge. And for the first time, one of them cawed. Low. Harsh. Final. Elia stepped forward. And passed beneath the arch. There was no flash of light. No sudden shift. Only a single breath. And then a change. She turned. And behind her, the crows were gone. So was the forest. She was somewhere else now. Not apart from the forest, but beneath it. Part 36, Beneath the Forest, the Hollow Sky. There was no floor. No ceiling. No trees. No walls. Just an expanse. Elia stood on ground that looked like stone but felt like mist, solid beneath her boots, yet shifting subtly with each step, as though remembering where she walked before her feet even touched down. Above her stretched an endless, dark dome, not black, but so deep a gray it seemed to absorb the faint light rising from the ground itself. There was no wind. No sound. No crows. But Elia did not feel alone. This place pulsed, not like a heartbeat, not like a drum, but like breath held, just before release. A stillness that came not from absence, but from expectation. Something here was waiting. And she was expected. She moved slowly through the dimness. Shapes emerged, not clearly, not at first. Only when she neared did she realize they were trees, not upright, but upside down, their roots reaching upward into the hollow sky like fingers, their trunks buried into the mist stone beneath her. Each root tip glowed faintly. Not with fire. With memory. She passed beneath one. And it spoke, not aloud, but in her skin. She felt a forest long gone, burned to ash, reborn through moss. She passed another. And tasted the cold air of a mountain long forgotten, where someone had once waited 3 nights for a vision that never came. Each tree held a past. A spiral. Not hers. But familiar. At the center of the space, the ground rose slightly, forming a mound made of roots curled tightly together. Upon it stood a single figure, not masked, not cloaked. Tall. Barefoot. Face weathered not by age but by silence. Their eyes opened as Elia approached. Dark. Reflective. Not human, but not either. "Do you carry the thread?" they asked. Their voice was calm. It didn't echo. Elia reached into her cloak and revealed the frayed, gray thread. The figure nodded once. "Then the spiral has chosen you for memory. Not to speak it. To hold it." Elia stepped forward. "What is this place?" she asked, her voice sounding small in the vastness. The figure tilted their head. "This is the sky beneath the roots," they said. "Where all forgotten threads are returned." They gestured to the trees around them, the upside-down giants. These are not trees. They are stories. Buried so deep they became part of the soil. You are here because one thread still remembers its ending. The figure extended a hand, and in their palm was a bowl of water. Elia looked in. She saw herself, at the fire, in the hollow, beneath the tower, at the lake. And then she saw a path she had not walked. A grove. A mask she had never touched. A silence deeper than this one. The water began to glow. "Drink," the figure said. Elia lifted the bowl and drank. It tasted like starlight and rain on burned stone. And as the warmth filled her, she knew. This was not the end of her story. It was the beginning of someone else's. And she would carry it forward now. Not as a guide. Not as a guardian. As a vessel. Part 37, The Vessel Walks. The warmth of the water remained in her chest long after the cup was empty. Not like heat. Like presence. A gentle pulse behind her sternum, as if something ancient had laid down in the space between her heartbeats and chosen to sleep there, lightly. Elia lowered the bowl. The figure before her was gone. So were the trees. The sky beneath the roots had folded in on itself, quietly, without wind or sound, and become a tunnel of woven bark, damp with time. A passage, just wide enough to walk. No lanterns. No markings. But the wood glowed faintly, as though remembering sunlight. She stepped forward. The passage closed behind her. She did not feel trapped. She felt carried. As though the forest itself had become a vessel now, too, and she walked not through it, but within its memory. Her fingers brushed the walls as she moved. And with each touch, she felt moments spark through her skin. A child burying a small carved animal beneath a cedar tree. A pair of hands weaving thread into bark during a thunderstorm. A fire built in absolute darkness, its only light the breath of its maker. She recognized none of these. And yet, they felt entrusted. The passage turned slightly, then again. And ahead, a soft orange glow emerged, steady, pulsing slowly, like the last coals of a long-burning fire. She entered a chamber. Round. Low-ceilinged. Encased in tree roots that curved like ribs around its center. At the middle sat a stone basin. She knew it. Not by sight. But by weight. This was where the threads returned. This was where memory was kept, not stored, not hidden, woven. The frayed gray thread in her pocket pulsed once, then again. Elia stepped forward. And placed it gently into the basin. It did not sink. It floated. Then slowly unraveled, strand by strand, spiraling out across the water in a delicate bloom of silver-gray lines. The basin accepted it. No light. No sound. Just stillness. And then, one new thread rose in its place. Thin. Green. Unbroken. Alive. She reached out, and it wrapped itself softly around her wrist, twice, then vanished into her skin like dew into moss. A gift. A reminder. A seed for something that hadn't yet happened. She sat for a long time beside the basin, listening to the slow movements of the root chamber. There were no voices. No visions. Only breath. Only warmth. Only the spiral continuing, not as a task, but as a song softly hummed by the trees that had always known she'd come this far. Part 38, Rain in the Hollow Sky. Ellie awoke to the sound of rain, but not above her. Around her. The root chamber she had rested in now pulsed faintly with droplets striking the bark from unseen places. Not harsh. Not cold. A gentle, steady rhythm that seemed to hum in harmony with her breath. She rose slowly. The green thread had vanished entirely from her skin. No mark remained. But the feeling, subtle, warm, rooted, still lingered deep inside her, as if she had absorbed a piece of forest logic, some silent truth too old to be spoken aloud. The basin was still, but no longer glowing. Its work, for now, was done. She stepped into a narrow hallway beyond the chamber. This one was different. The bark was darker here, lined with veins of moss. The rain was louder, not falling from the sky, but slipping through tiny cracks in the wood, gathering in shimmering pools along the floor. Each puddle reflected not her face, but moments, memories not her own. In one, a hooded figure placing a mask into a river. In another, a circle of stones lit by a fire that gave no light. And in another, a single crow, alone, sitting atop a stone arch swallowed in vines. Each step carried her farther through these echoes, not to observe, but to remember with them. Like the way grief lingers in a room long after words have stopped. At the end of the hall was a door made of layered bark and thread. Woven tight. Waiting. Elliot touched it, and it opened outward, not into forest, but into rain light. She stood once more beneath the open sky. But the forest was different now. It had deepened. The trees around her were the same height, but they felt taller. The rain fell through the canopy like falling ink in water, slow and silver and full of sound. And before her, a campfire. Unlit. Ringed with wet stones. A circle that had not been touched in many seasons. But dry wood was stacked beside it. A single unburned coal rested in the center, untouched by time. And across from it, another figure sat. Quiet. Not cloaked. Not masked. But still. Waiting. Their eyes met Elia's, not with urgency or warning. Just recognition. The stranger did not speak. They simply lifted a small flint stone from the ground beside them and struck it once, bright spark, twice, brighter, and on the third, the coal caught. The fire began to burn. Low. Steady. Unbothered by the rain. Elia stepped forward and sat across from the figure. They both watched the flames for a long while. No stories passed between them. Because none were needed. The forest was telling it for them. Part 39, The Flame That Doesn't Burn. The fire crackled softly, but no heat rose from it. It gave off light, yes, deep amber and gold, flickering in a way that made the trees around them seem to shift, just slightly, as if the forest were breathing through the fire's rhythm. But there was no warmth. No smoke. It was a flame that remembered heat but had long since moved past it. Elia sat with the figure across from her. They still had not spoken. And yet, in the space between them, so much passed. Not thoughts. Not visions. But weight. Like the weight of stories unsaid, carried for so long they had grown soft and sacred. The fire held it all. Not as burden, but as a vessel. The rain continued to fall, light and steady, soaking the forest in a hush so deep, Elia could hear the droplets hitting the stones around the fire one by one. Each sound felt ancient. Each ripple in the puddles echoed with time she did not live, but somehow understood. The figure beside her reached into their satchel and drew out a small object. A mask. Half finished. Carved from light wood, its surface was bare on one side, and marked with curling spiral lines on the other. Not symmetrical. Not perfect. It looked like a story that had almost been told. They held it out to her. She did not take it. She looked at it carefully, and then shook her head. The figure smiled, not disappointed, but understanding. They set the mask gently on the stones beside the fire, and let it rest there. "I thought it might be yours," the figure said, at last. Their voice was soft. Dry like bark. Worn like something that had spoken rarely and remembered often. "It isn't," Elia replied. "No," they agreed. "But someone will need it." A pause. Then, the figure leaned closer, their eyes catching the firelight in a strange, flickering shimmer. "Do you know why the fire doesn't burn?" Elia shook her head. The figure reached into the flame with bare fingers and withdrew a small coal. It glowed like a heartbeat. "Because it only burns what isn't ready to be remembered." They let the coal fall to the ground, where it went dim without sound. Then they stood. The rain picked up slightly, still gentle, still rhythmic, but now with the tone of parting. "You've gone farther than most," they said. "And slower than all." "I wasn't in a hurry," Elia replied. The figure nodded, stepping back into the trees. "You never are, once you become part of the story." Then they vanished into the shadows, no rustle, no footsteps, no farewell. Elia sat by the fire a while longer. Not thinking. Just breathing. The mask lay beside her, untouched. And when she rose again, she didn't take it. Because not every thread needs to be carried. Some need to wait. And the rain fell soft across her shoulders as she stepped once more into the spiral. Part 40, The Place Where Threads Begin. The forest no longer felt like a place. It felt like a breath. A slow inhale of memory. A long exhale of silence. As Elia walked through the rain-drenched trees, something had changed, not in the world, but in her perception of it. The path didn't wind anymore. It unfolded. Like pages turning in a book where the ending had already been lived, but was still unknown. Not because it was hidden, but because it was sacred. The trees had grown taller here. Not physically. In presence. Each one pulsed faintly with threads of color too subtle to name, some glowing gold, others green, or blue, or violet. Each tree held a spiral, not carved, but woven into its bark by time and rain and wind. She understood now, these weren't just trees. They were memory trees. Vessels. Not for facts. For remembrance. Some held joy. Others held sorrow so deep the rain slowed just to honor it. Elia passed between them, and with every step, the spirals inside her spun just slightly, shifting, adjusting, sinking. Not to tell her where to go, but to let her know she had always been going. And then, ahead, the forest opened, one final time. Into a glade ringed by ancient stones, each half buried and cracked with moss. In the center stood a low platform carved from layered root and blackened earth, as if the ground itself had chosen to rise. And atop it, a bowl. Wooden. Simple. Waiting. The same bowl from the hollow. The same bowl from the tower. But different. This one wasn't meant to hold water. It was meant to hold threads. Dozens already lay within it, curled, folded, spiraled into tiny nests of color and silence. Elia reached into her pocket and drew out the one that had come from the basin, the green thread. It shimmered slightly in the dusklight. She placed it gently into the bowl. It nestled among the others like it had always belonged. And something moved in the trees. Not a figure. Not an animal. Just awareness. A deep, rooted acknowledgement that this part of the spiral was complete. Elia sat beside the bowl. Cross-legged. Still. And as the light dimmed above her, as the rain softened to a mist, as the spirals in her chest finally stilled, she closed her eyes. And let herself be remembered. Far away, the forest breathed again. A low exhale through leaves and time. And in a tree not yet grown, deep in a place where no fire had ever been lit, a new mask began to form. Its wood soft. Its spiral faint. Its purpose unknown. But not lost. Just waiting. Waiting for the next thread to begin. Part 1, The Rain That Followed. The first drops began before the forest had even come into view. The narrow road curved like a ribbon of fading gravel between rolling green hills, thick with early summer mist. With every step forward, the hum of insects faded and the wind softened. Trees began rising on either side, tall, dark, and ancient. A gray rain cloud, swollen and unmoving, hovered above it all like a warning held in suspension. The traveler's boots squelched as the first light rain came down in slow, even taps. No thunder. No wind. Just the measured rhythm of droplets brushing leaves, pooling in footprints, and running in thin silver lines down the bark of crooked trees. He stepped into the threshold of the forest, and the change was instant. The sounds of the world dimmed. The canopy swallowed the sky. What little light remained came filtered through deep moss and hanging vines, thick branches stretching like ribs above a stone-spined path. It wasn't the sort of forest drawn on maps anymore, this was older. The kind spoken of in murmured stories and passed over in guidebooks. Even locals nearby only nodded quietly when it came up, as if unsure whether it was real or a shared invention. But he had come here anyway. He needed distance. Stillness. Quiet. The rain soothed his thoughts. Each step deeper into the forest erased the weight of everything left behind. The trees stretched impossibly high now, their trunks damp with lichen, bark gnarled into patterns that seemed to twist and shift in the corner of the eye. He walked until he could no longer hear the hum of any road, until all he could sense was the soft percussion of rainfall and the dim smell of damp earth. At a small rise between the roots of two enormous trees, he stopped. There was a clearing here, barely 10 feet across. The stone beneath his feet was smooth and ringed with tiny red mushrooms. A perfect spot. Dry enough, with the protection of low-hanging branches, and just enough space to stretch out his gear. He crouched beside the small pile of firewood he'd brought and began assembling a modest fire. The tinder resisted at first, the humidity clinging to everything, but after a few careful strikes, orange sparked into life. He fed the flame slowly, hands steady, eyes soft. Rain tapped the canopy in delicate rhythms above, but the fire crackled confidently, defying the damp. Soon, warmth radiated out into the clearing. Shadows danced across the bark around him. The traveler settled onto a patch of moss beside the fire, unrolled his blanket, and leaned against his pack. The forest felt vast around him, too vast for any single man to be noticed. But still, it watched. Not unkindly. Just aware. The rain fell in long, whispering threads through the trees. Somewhere far off, a low rustle echoed like wind through a corridor, but there was no wind. The fire popped gently, sending a tiny ember floating into the dark. He let his eyes fall half shut, breathing in time with the slow rhythm of the world around him. Water trickled down from the high branches and disappeared into the roots. The trees creaked with age. And for the first time in what felt like a lifetime, he didn't feel the need to move. Sleep hovered near. Just before it took him, he heard it, soft and fleeting. A sound like a voice, carried between the rain and the crackle of fire. Low. Distant. Not quite words. And then, silence again. Only the rain remained. Part 2, Beneath the Stillness. The fire was little more than a bed of warm coals by the time he stirred. Night had fully arrived, cloaking the forest in a deep, dense black. The canopy above allowed no moonlight through, only a pale suggestion of silver here and there, where the leaves thinned for just a moment. Rain continued, lighter now, barely more than a fine mist descending like breath from unseen lungs. The traveler sat up slowly, feeling the dampness that had crept into the edges of his blanket. The embers still glowed, pulsing faintly in the center like the eye of something resting. He stirred them gently with a stick, coaxing a bit of light back from their heart. A flicker. A small breath of flame. The silence around him was thick, not dead, but waiting. Listening. He leaned back against his pack and let his gaze drift past the firelight. The trees stood in patient silence, towering sentinels wrapped in vines and thick with shadow. The further he looked, the more they seemed to lean slightly inward, as if listening to the faintest murmur beneath the rain. Something was different. Not wrong, exactly, but altered. The air had a strange stillness, not quite natural. The kind of quiet that feels like it's trying not to be heard. He'd camped in woods before, real woods, in real storms. There were always sounds, branches groaning, small animals shifting in the brush, the occasional owl. But this forest, it breathed in a way he couldn't explain. He turned toward the edge of the clearing. The trees there were tighter together, their roots tangled and bulging through the earth like knotted veins. Behind them, the shadows seemed deeper, denser. And carved into one of the tree trunks, just above eye level, was something he hadn't noticed before. A mark. A thin, almost delicate shape etched into the bark. Not fresh, not ancient. Just there. He rose quietly, stepping closer, letting the firelight behind him stretch toward the mark. It was a symbol, maybe a glyph. 3 lines, one bent into a curve, the other straight, forming a shape that felt almost familiar. As if his memory wanted to offer an answer, but had forgotten how. He reached out to touch it. The bark was cool and slick with rain, but the carving was dry. Perfectly dry. He pulled his hand back. In the distance, far past where the firelight could reach, something moved. A soft shifting sound, like someone brushing against wet leaves, then stopping. He stood still, letting the rain whisper down over his hood, heart quiet but awake. The fire popped behind him. A tiny coal skipped into the moss. Then came the whisper again. Closer. Not words. Not language. But sound shaped by breath. He didn't move. Just listened. The whisper rose slightly, then faded, like a hand retreating into fog. And with it, the stillness of the forest seemed to pull tighter. More present. He took a step back toward the fire. Not out of fear, exactly, just instinct. The fire welcomed him again with soft heat and crackling breath, the glow brightening enough to push back a few more inches of the dark. The symbol on the tree still lingered behind him, untouched, watching. He sat down slowly, drawing the blanket up again. The warmth was thin, but the sound of the rain, the constant, hypnotic rhythm, began to settle over him once more. And as he watched the coals breathe, a single thought curled quietly in the back of his mind. This place remembers. Even if no one else does. Part 3, The Stone Markers. By morning, the rain had steadied into a fine, unbroken curtain, gentle enough that it didn't seem to fall so much as hang in the air. The fire had finally gone out in the early hours, leaving behind a mound of soft gray ash ringed with tiny blackened stones. The traveler stood slowly, the blanket still wrapped around his shoulders. The world outside the clearing looked hazier now, a watercolor of muted greens and browns, blurred at the edges by mist. He stepped carefully over the wet roots and walked just beyond the trees that had encircled his camp. The soft squelch of mud beneath his boots followed him with each pace. Beyond the first ring of trees, the forest floor dipped into a narrow path, barely visible but undeniably there, like the ghost of something once walked again and again. The traveler followed it. The path wound between massive trunks and fallen logs, and as he moved deeper, the forest began to feel older, not simply untouched, but abandoned. Then he saw them. Stones. Low, weathered, and standing in quiet patterns just ahead. They emerged from the undergrowth like crooked teeth, partially swallowed by moss and centuries of decay. Each was about knee-high, their edges smoothed by time, surfaces covered in lichen and runes too worn to read. There were 5 of them, arranged in a loose circle. No obvious marker or trail leading in. The traveler approached the nearest and knelt. The stone was damp to the touch, but like the symbol on the tree the night before, the etched grooves were strangely dry. His fingertips traced a shallow spiral, so faint it was more a suggestion than a design. He couldn't tell if it was natural or deliberate. Then he noticed the center of the circle. A depression in the earth, subtle but unmistakable. Something had once been there. He stepped into the middle of it. The moment he did, the forest quieted. The rain didn't stop, but it muted, as though it fell somewhere far away. No birds. No insects. Not even the rustling of leaves. Only the steady breath of his own body and the sound of water slipping from leaf to leaf in distant layers. He turned slowly, scanning the trees. Each one around the circle bore marks, some deep, others so shallow they vanished when looked at directly. Curved shapes. Knots of carved spirals. scratchings that almost resembled eyes. He stood there for a long time, unsure of what he was standing inside. A memory? A grave? A ritual? And then something shifted. Not movement, not sound. Just a shift in the feel of the clearing. A subtle pressure in the air, like the pause before a breath or the space between two spoken words. He stepped backward, out of the center. The pressure eased. The rain returned. He exhaled without realizing he'd been holding his breath. As he walked back to camp, the traveler glanced once over his shoulder. The stones stood as they had before. Silent. Watching. Waiting for no one in particular. But for a moment, just a moment, he had felt the shape of something very old. Not evil. Not kind. Just present. Something that had not forgotten. Part 4, A Hollow Tree. The fire was burning again. He hadn't expected it to catch in the drizzle, but something about this clearing, about the air and the way the rain curved as it fell, made fire easier to coax. It licked up from the damp wood like it had been waiting. As the flames settled into their slow dance, the traveler crouched nearby, his coat hanging on a bent branch to dry. He held the old kettle over the fire, watching thin trails of steam rise into the air, curling upward until they vanished into the heavy mist above. And still, the memory of the stone circle pressed against the back of his mind. There was something measured about those stones, deliberate. Not placed by chance. Not the work of nature. The symbols, the carvings, they felt too precise to dismiss as erosion or age. And the center of the circle, he still wasn't sure what he had felt when he stood in it, but it was real. He poured the warm water into a tin cup and sat down. Rain ticked softly off the leaves above. Steam drifted from his cup, mingling with the faint smoke curling from the fire. As he sipped, his eyes wandered. The clearing around him was quiet, almost peaceful. But beyond it, through a narrow cluster of trees, he saw something strange. A shape, pale and crooked, half swallowed by the underbrush. He stood, careful not to tip the cup, and stepped toward it. It was a tree, but unlike the others, its trunk was split at the base, wide enough to step into. A hollow. Not just a rot or decay, but a smooth, deliberate space. It opened like a doorway, tall enough to crouch inside, framed with twisted bark that looked sculpted, not grown. He crouched at the opening. Inside, the tree was dry. Not merely protected from the rain, but untouched by it. The earth was clean, the walls inside the trunk smooth and dark. And there, etched along the inner curve, was a series of marks. Symbols. Not runes, exactly. More like impressions left by careful hands. Circular designs, jagged lines crossing through them, repeating motifs, eyes, spirals, roots, flames. Some glowed faintly in the dim light, as if the wood itself remembered something. He touched one, an arching spiral with 3 dots in its center. The moment his finger met the groove, a sound rippled through the forest. Low. Like a sigh. The wind didn't move. The rain didn't shift. But the trees groaned, softly, almost mournfully. He pulled his hand back. The sound stopped. He backed out of the hollow and stood in the rain again, blinking against the mist. The campfire still burned in the distance, crackling away like none of this had happened. The cup in his hand had grown cold. His coat still dripped quietly where he'd left it. And behind him, the hollow tree stood with its silent door open, breathing out warm, dry air that smelled faintly of earth, ash, and something like forgotten incense. Whatever this forest was, it wasn't just wilderness. It had structure, memory, design. Not for humans, perhaps, but not for animals either. Something else. Something in between. And now that he'd seen it, now that he'd touched it, it felt like the forest had started watching him back. Part 5, The Buried Journal. The rain deepened that night. It wasn't the kind of storm that swept through with thunder and flashing skies. It was heavier in a quieter way, a slow, relentless downpour that seemed to soak not just the forest, but time itself. The trees bowed slightly beneath the weight of it, and the mist that hovered near the ground thickened, curling around roots and branches like a veil. The fire hissed and sputtered in protest, but it held. Somehow, it always held. The traveler sat close to it, his boots off and steaming near the flame, his eyes watching the embers dance. He hadn't spoken a word since returning from the hollow tree. Not out of fear, but contemplation. The carvings inside, the symbols, the way the wood seemed to breathe, all of it lingered in his thoughts like something remembered from a dream just after waking. He leaned forward, poking gently at the coals, then froze. Something beneath the firewood shifted, not the fire itself, but the earth below. He moved the log aside and saw it, a patch of moss that had grown over a strange mound of compacted soil. It was darker than the surrounding dirt. Denser. It looked disturbed. His fingers dug into the earth cautiously. Beneath just a few inches of soil and moss, his knuckles struck something flat. He scraped more away, revealing a faded, water-stained leather cover. A book, no, a journal, bound in a strange twine, edges swollen from moisture but still intact. He pulled it free and brought it into the firelight. The leather cover bore no title, only a faint indentation in the shape of a crescent and 3 dots. The same symbol he had touched inside the hollow tree. He opened it slowly, careful not to tear the damp pages. The writing inside was a spidery scrawl, faint and uneven, like it had been written in haste. The ink had bled in places, but much of it remained legible. He read in silence. Day 7, the rain doesn't stop. I thought I was just passing through, but the paths loop strangely. I've returned to the same stream 3 times, though I swear I turned away from it. Day 9, I found them again today, the stones. They changed slightly. The center was warm this time. I stood there for a while. Something moved beneath the soil. Day 10, I dreamt of firewood singing. Day 11, the symbols mean something. They feel like verbs. Not letters. Actions. Warnings, maybe. Day 12, the roots hum when you're quiet enough. The fire won't die. I stopped feeding it hours ago. The journal ended abruptly after that. No final note. No name. Just a page half filled with more of the symbols he'd seen in the tree, spirals, triangles, eyes, and one long black stroke that split the page from corner to corner like a knife wound. He looked up from the pages and into the woods. The rain whispered on. The trees loomed. And the fire, though now low and flickering, refused to go out. He gently closed the journal and placed it on a flat stone near his bedding, weighing it down with a smaller rock. The wind rose slightly, not enough to move the branches, but just enough to carry the faintest smell of something strange. Not rot. Not smoke. Something older. He lay back slowly and stared into the branches above, where the darkness held steady and the rain shimmered through the canopy like threads of silver silk. And just as sleep began to pull at him, he thought he heard a voice again, closer this time, shaped by breath and water. Not words. Not quite. But listening to it felt like falling toward memory. Part 6, Where the Animals Don't Go. By midday, the rain had thinned into a soft mist again, more present in the air than falling from the sky. The traveler moved slowly through the trees, the journal tucked securely into the inside pocket of his coat. The fire had resisted dying once more, and even now it smoldered quietly back in the clearing, as if it too had a reason to stay lit. He wasn't wandering aimlessly. He followed something subtle, something just at the edge of sense. A pattern in the way the forest pressed inward. The slope of roots. The way the moss grew. And most of all, the quiet. Too quiet. He crouched beside a gnarled log and scanned the earth. No paw prints. No droppings. No trails or burrows. No birds overhead. No buzz of insects near the wet soil. The forest here was not just still. It was avoided. He stood again and pressed on, deeper between narrow, skeletal trees where bark hung like parchment, flaking with age. The forest floor darkened as he walked, soaked with moisture and dotted with patches of dark fungus, slick and motionless like puddles of ink. And then he saw it. A stretch of ground ahead, completely untouched by footprints. No birds had landed. No squirrels had passed. Not even fallen leaves settled there. It was pristine. Unnaturally so. He stopped at its edge. The boundary was clear, on one side, moss and leaves and twigs, on the other, a smooth, untouched layer of black soil, damp and perfect like a sheet of paper waiting to be written on. He didn't step forward. Instead, he looked around. The trees in this pocket of the forest were different. Thicker, but not taller. Their trunks twisted together like braids, bark stripped bare in some places, exposing deep lines underneath that resembled ribs. He walked the edge of the boundary, circling. That's when he saw them, small totems hanging from the trees. Little bundles of sticks, bound with twine and tied with faded scraps of cloth. Some had feathers. Others had bits of bone. All were silent and still, unmoving even in the gentle misted breeze. They reminded him of warnings, or offerings. He stepped closer to one and reached out. A shiver passed through him before he touched it, like walking through the memory of a chill. The totem swayed softly, just once, though no wind touched it. And beneath it, buried shallow in the dirt at the base of the tree, he saw a half-buried shape. He knelt again and brushed away the topsoil. What he found was simple, a stone disc, no larger than his palm, carved with the same crescent and three-dot symbol as the journal. He left it where it lay. There was a rhythm to this forest, and the more he saw, the more it felt like these objects were part of a map, like they were placed not at random, but in tune with something deeper. Something beneath the soil. He backed away from the untouched ground, careful not to let his shadow fall too far into it. As he turned to leave, the faintest whisper drifted past him, not from behind, not from ahead, but from beneath. He stood still, spine straight, eyes wide. It was a sound like breath through hollow wood. Not a voice. Not a word. But it was there. He stepped away slowly, retracing his path until the sounds of distant water returned, the distant hiss of rainfall meeting a shallow stream. It was the first natural sound he'd heard in hours. Only then did he realize how tight his chest had become. He exhaled slowly and looked back once. The untouched patch of forest stood silent, ringed by symbols, bone, cloth, and silence. And even though no animal had come near it, he had the inescapable feeling that something lived there all the same. Something without footsteps. Part 7, Voices in the Journal. The fire had grown taller by the time he returned. No wind had fed it. No fuel had been added. And yet, it danced higher than before, flames licking into the mist like something eager to speak. Its color was subtly changed too, less orange now, more pale gold, with flashes of blue at the base. The traveler stood at the edge of the clearing and stared for a long moment before stepping back into the warmth. He sat cross-legged and pulled the journal from his coat. Its pages were damp at the edges but still held firm. He ran his fingers along the leather cover. Somehow, the symbol on the front, the crescent and dots, felt clearer now, more deliberate. Like it meant something he was almost ready to understand. He opened to the page where the previous writer had described the roots humming. Outside the firelight, the forest remained silent. He flipped forward. There had been blank pages before, the final third of the journal had seemed untouched. But now, there were words. Not new pages. The same ones. But filled. Faint writing, in the same hand, though shakier now. The ink looked fresh, but the page was dry. He blinked, leaned in, and read. Day 13, I dreamt I was inside the fire. Not burned. Just surrounded. I saw faces in the flames, speaking in breathless tongues. I understood them then. I no longer do. Day 14, I buried the stone disc where I found the totems. I think it mattered. The forest shifted afterward. Paths reconnected. Day 15, there's something under the clearing. I hear it sometimes when I rest. Not movement, but depth. Not like roots. Like halls. Chambers. Day 16, I touched the tree again. The one with the hollow. It knows me now. It showed me something when I slept, something with no shape, only pressure and sound. Day 17, the fire never dies. It feeds on memory. It shows things I've not lived. The traveler's fingers tightened slightly against the leather. He turned the page. Day 18, if you're reading this, it's because you've started to hear it too. It begins with the rain. That's the signal. It always rains first. Don't dig near the stones again. Don't sleep facing west. Don't speak back when it speaks from under the soil. Not even once. The writing stopped there. He stared at the page. The words didn't look aged, they looked written recently, within the last hour. As if ink still dried faintly between the lines. He ran his thumb across the surface. Dry. Completely dry. He set the journal down slowly and looked around the clearing. The trees seemed farther away than before, drawn back by some unseen shift. The mist clung tighter to the edges, and the shadows between the trunks pulsed faintly, like something breathing in the dark. He turned toward the west. The side of the clearing where the firelight dimmed most quickly. Where the rain hit the branches with an unfamiliar rhythm. And for just a second, he thought he heard a voice. Not distant this time. Not beneath. But at the edge of camp. Watching. Waiting. It didn't speak a word. But somehow, he knew it could. And that it would. Part 8, The Fire Watches. The rain eased into a near-silent drift, so light it was more sensation than sound. Mist wove like thread through the trees, catching the low flicker of firelight in strange, flickering halos. And the traveler, wrapped in his coat and blanket, sat with his back to a tree, eyes open, but unfocused, watching the fire as it watched him. It had changed again. The shape of it. It no longer danced in random tongues, no longer popped and hissed like damp wood should. The flame rose slow and even now, curling and folding in ways that felt purposeful. Shapes formed in it, not faces, not figures exactly, but gestures. Silhouettes of movement. The outline of a reaching hand. The suggestion of a doorway opening, just at the edge of perception. He blinked slowly, unwilling to look away. The warmth no longer felt like simple heat, it was closer to presence. Like the fire was aware. Like it was, remembering him. Behind him, the forest sat in patient silence. But there were no night sounds. No owls, no rustling leaves, no scurrying paws. Just the hush of mist sliding over bark and the slow drip of rain from branch to root. Even that, now, sounded distant. Hollowed out. He glanced at the journal again. Its pages were closed, but the feeling of the words remained. Still fresh. Still there. He didn't need to open it to feel what was written. Don't speak back when it speaks from under the soil. He thought again of the voice he had almost heard. Not imagined, heard. The way it didn't quite make sound. The way it wrapped around the firelight like fog. He reached out toward the flames. Close enough to feel the heat. Close enough that the edges of the shapes shimmered. There was no pain. The warmth was gentle. Comforting, even. But as his hand hovered there, he felt something else. A pulse. Like the fire was breathing. Not a metaphor. Not a trick of the heat. A real, steady inhalation, like a deep lung within the coals, drawing in the moment through unseen ribs. He jerked his hand back. Not from pain, just instinct. The fire flickered sharply. And that's when he noticed it. In the glowing basin of embers beneath the flame, letters had appeared. Just for a second. Then gone. As if the ash had shaped itself into a message and then erased itself in the blink of an eye. He couldn't make out the whole word, but the middle of it had been clear. Home. He stood slowly. Looked into the forest. Then back into the fire. He wasn't sure which one the message had come from. Or which one it referred to. He sat again, slower this time, gaze on the coals. Rain ticked against the top of his coat, unnoticed. The journal sat closed beside him, the symbol on its cover glowing faintly in the firelight like the memory of something once seen in a dream. And far off, deep beneath the roots of the forest, a sound moved like water through stone. Something had stirred. Part 9, The Light Between the Trees. The fire burned low and steady now, just enough to bathe the clearing in a soft amber glow. The rain had nearly stopped, just a thin, whispering mist remained, hanging like cobwebs in the air. Time stretched in strange ways here. The traveler wasn't sure if it was still night or already drifting toward another gray dawn. The forest gave no clues. He had barely moved since seeing the word in the coals. Home. A simple word, but not one the fire should have known. Not one that should have formed at all. And yet, it had. Now he sat with his back against the tree, staring into the darkness beyond the camp. The west side, the side the journal had warned against. There, the firelight thinned more quickly, retreating like a tide. That edge of the clearing seemed deeper, hungrier somehow. And now, there was light in it. A small, floating shape. Soft, flickering. Like a candle seen through fog. At first he thought it must be a trick of the firelight. But the longer he watched, the more certain he became, it was not a reflection. It was not his fire. It was something else. Hovering. Flickering. Moving. The traveler stood slowly. No sound from the forest accompanied him. The clearing remained hushed. He took a step toward the edge. Then another. The floating light backed away, slowly, steadily, drifting deeper between the trees, as if it had waited just long enough to be seen, and now invited pursuit. He hesitated. But the pull was too strong. The clearing felt suddenly confining. The fire too bright. That single light, out there in the wet mist, shimmered like a memory he hadn't yet had. So he followed it. Step by step, boots soft on damp moss. The trees seemed to part just slightly in front of him, then close gently behind. He never pushed aside a branch, they bent away just enough for him to pass. And always, the light remained just ahead. It never wavered. Never rose too high or fell too low. It moved as if on a quiet wind that only it could feel. Sometimes it pulsed softly, like it was breathing. Other times, it dimmed and returned brighter, like it was blinking. And still he followed. The further he walked, the less the forest felt like itself. The moss here glowed faintly underfoot, just enough to guide his steps. The trees leaned in strange ways, their trunks curving toward the light like they, too, were drawn to it. Vines hung from above, motionless and pale, almost brittle despite the humidity. And then, without warning, the light stopped. It hovered in place above a small depression in the ground, a natural basin surrounded by tall stones and curling roots. At the center was a single, flat platform of black rock, barely 3 feet across. Smooth. Polished by time. The light hovered above it, and went out. Gone. Just like that. But the traveler could still feel it. The space it had occupied shimmered in his vision, as though something had pressed into the air and left a memory behind. He stepped into the basin and felt the change immediately. The silence here was complete. No rain. No wind. No forest sounds at all. Only his breath. His heartbeat. The faint, cold hum beneath the ground. He stepped closer to the black stone. There, carved deeply into its surface, was the word. Stay. He knelt beside it, ran his fingers along the grooves. They were old. Worn. But the word had been made to last. Not a plea. Not a warning. Just a statement. An offer. He looked up, half expecting the light to return. But it didn't. He stood slowly, uncertain of what to do next. The forest had no answer for him, only the stone, and the silence, and the faint memory of firelight dancing in the mist. He turned back toward the way he'd come. The trees had shifted. The path was gone. Only silence remained. Part 10, The Tree That Listens. He didn't panic. That was the first surprise. He stood in a quiet hollow, the word "stay" still fresh in his mind, and turned in a slow circle. No path. No footprints. No landmarks he recognized. The light that had led him was gone, and the trees now formed a seamless wall in all directions, dark trunks standing tall like the bars of a sleeping cage. But he didn't panic. Instead, he listened. The silence here wasn't empty, it had weight. Depth. Like standing inside the pause before a whisper. And the longer he stood still, the more he began to hear it, not sound exactly, but shape. The suggestion of something vast and old, listening. And then came the wind. Not loud. Not cold. A single exhale, low and deep, sliding through the trees from nowhere in particular. It passed over his skin like smoke, curling around him, urging him not to run. He turned slowly, and saw the tree. It stood at the far end of the basin, wider than the others, taller, darker. Its bark twisted in slow spirals upward, and at its base, a wide notch formed a shape almost like an open mouth, silent and solemn. Its roots reached out like fingers, thick and knotted, tangled in the earth like old scars. Moss blanketed its sides, but in narrow rings, as though something had wrapped around it once and never left. The traveler stepped closer. The bark shimmered faintly in the mist. Not with light, but with memory. Shapes curled within the patterns, echoes of symbols he'd seen before. Spirals. Dots. Curves. Arrows. One symbol in particular stood out, a downward-pointing triangle, with a single horizontal line across it. He had seen it in the journal. He knelt at the base of the tree, not to pray, not from belief, but because it felt right. Like lowering his posture here was part of an old ritual he didn't remember learning. He rested one hand on the trunk. The wood was warm. And the instant he touched it, sound returned, not from the forest, but from within him. A rush of images filled his head. A fire burning in reverse, coals becoming logs, smoke flowing downward into the earth. Stones rising from soil, drawing circles in the moss. Eyes, not human, not animal, staring up from beneath the forest floor. Rain falling upward. A figure made of bark and ash, kneeling at this very tree, whispering words the earth itself seemed to echo. And then it stopped. He fell backward into the moss, breath shallow. The air seemed thicker now, but not threatening. Just, charged. Waiting. Above him, the canopy shifted, parting slightly. Through the smallest gap, he saw the gray sky for the first time in what felt like days. Pale. Vast. Still. He stood. There was no clear direction. No trail. But now, the trees no longer felt closed. There was space between them, a suggestion of passage. Not a path, exactly, but an allowance. He looked once more at the tree. And as he turned to leave, the bark at its base shifted ever so slightly. A new symbol had formed. Not carved. Grown. And though it made no sound, he understood what it meant. Return. Part 11, The Path That Wasn't There. He moved through the forest with a kind of quiet reverence now. The air had shifted again, subtly. Each step he took seemed to echo a little longer, not through sound, but through sensation, like the forest was memorizing his presence, committing the shape of his motion to some unseen ledger beneath the moss. There was no trail. No markers. No sign that anyone had walked this way before. And yet, he was undeniably being guided. Trees no longer pressed in like they had before. Instead, they leaned away from him slightly, opening in slow, spiral patterns. Branches rose just above his head as he passed, and the mist seemed to follow him like a tide. He moved between wide trunks and under low arches of vine-draped limbs. The ground felt softer now, but not in a dangerous way. It gave slightly under his boots, like walking on a dream just solid enough to carry weight. In his coat, the journal felt heavier. He hadn't opened it again since the last entry had changed itself. But he felt it thrum faintly against his ribs now, like it wanted to speak again. Or perhaps warn. Still, he didn't stop. The air grew cooler as he descended a slow incline. Trees grew stranger here, some twisted into spirals, others hollowed at the base as if scooped by enormous hands. Their bark carried new patterns, diagonal scars, broad crescents, interlocked loops. And then, in the mist ahead, a shape emerged. Not a person. Not an animal. Something older. It was a structure. Low to the ground. Made entirely of wood and moss. Its shape resembled a large stone altar, but it had no edges, only rounded curves, like something formed naturally and then used with purpose. On its surface lay a single flat slate of bark, dark as coal and carved with rows of delicate symbols, arranged like a paragraph. He stepped toward it. As he reached the object, a breeze passed over the clearing, not cold, but sudden. A hush followed. Not just quiet, but a holding of breath. Even the ever-present mist seemed to pause in place, as if listening. The traveler knelt before the slate. The carvings were shallow, deliberate, and symmetrical. Not quite a language, but something adjacent. Like instructions written in a script older than writing. A code for the forest, meant only to be understood by those willing to sit with it, rather than read it. He reached out and pressed his fingers gently against the wood. There was no sound. But again, sensation rushed in. The feeling of being seen by something deep in the earth. The memory of another fire, long ago, burning in a different clearing, with voices circling it, unseen. A name not spoken in centuries, curling through the air like smoke. A warning. And a choice. He drew his hand back. The mist resumed moving. The forest resumed breathing. And the path that wasn't there, shifted again. Behind him, where there had been only trees, a new opening yawned wide. Not carved. Not grown. Just revealed. A tunnel formed by arching roots, barely high enough to walk through. The traveler stood slowly. He didn't need to ask where it led. He already knew. Back. To where it had started. To what waited beneath the soil. To what had always been there. Part 12, The Mouth in the Earth. He stood at the threshold of the tunnel. The roots curled above like the ribs of a great beast, woven together in such intricate spirals it seemed impossible they had grown this way by chance. Moss hung from the upper curves like curtains, slick with moisture, and the opening breathed a steady draft of cool air that smelled of deep soil and rain-soaked stone. He ducked inside. The path was narrow, forcing him to crouch slightly as he walked. The sounds of the forest faded behind him almost instantly. No birds. No wind. Not even the gentle murmur of rain. Only the subtle noise of his boots pressing into soft earth, and a low, humming silence that wasn't quite silence at all. It felt like something was speaking beneath the frequencies he could hear. Not in words, not in tones, but in presence. Like a low, subterranean voice vibrating through bone rather than air. The tunnel continued, curving gradually downward. The air grew heavier with every step. More humid. It clung to his skin and jacket like breath. The roots that formed the tunnel thickened, some bending low enough to brush his shoulders or forehead. Many of them pulsed faintly with a dull amber light, soft, like coals buried deep in ash. He passed markings carved directly into the roots. Symbols again. But different now. These weren't messages. They were faces. Not human. Not animal. Carved silhouettes of things with wide, hollow eyes and mouths that opened into spirals. Some were serene. Others wept. One looked like it was screaming, but silently, endlessly. He paused before this one, resting his hand gently against the side of its face. The root was warm. It trembled ever so slightly beneath his touch. He continued. The tunnel began to widen. The curve flattened, and the air cooled. The low light from the roots began to fade, replaced by a strange, blue phosphorescence seeping up from below, thin lines of glowing fungus crisscrossing the walls and floor like veins. And then he arrived. The tunnel opened into a chamber, not vast, but old. It was circular, its walls made entirely of black stone, as though the earth itself had grown around a hollow. Roots wove in and out of the ceiling like fingers through cloth, dripping with condensation that echoed softly as it struck the stone floor. At the center of the room, a pool. Shallow, motionless, and clear. It reflected nothing. Not his face. Not the roots above. Only the vague shimmer of blue light, as if the surface of the water existed beneath this world, rather than within it. He knelt beside it. The hum returned. Louder now. Not noise, but vibration. And then he heard it. A voice. No louder than breath. Not outside him. Inside. Do you see it now? He didn't answer. Not aloud. The pool shimmered. Shapes formed just beneath its surface, a fire that would not die. A forest with memory. A symbol with 3 dots and a crescent. A figure curled beneath the roots of a tree. Himself. You have touched too much, the voice said. Now the forest knows you. Another pause. Then softer. And it remembers. He reached toward the water. Before his fingers broke the surface, a single word echoed in his mind. Choose. But what the choice was, or what its cost might be, remained hidden, just beyond the veil. Part 13, The Echo of Others. His fingers hovered just above the water. The stillness of it was absolute. It wasn't just calm, it was deliberate, like something beneath it was choosing not to move. The faint blue light that traced along the roots and walls seemed to gather at the surface, bending toward his hand like threads of static. Choose, the voice had said. But choose what? He pulled his hand back slowly. A ripple bloomed across the surface anyway, though he hadn't touched it. The water shimmered, once, and in that flicker, something changed. The chamber around him darkened. The roots seemed to pull back into the walls slightly, and the glowing fungus dimmed until only the faintest threads of light remained. The pool before him deepened in color, becoming a mirror of ink. And in it, reflections. Not his. Others. One after another, faint silhouettes appeared in the water, faces blurred by time, but close enough to recognize as human. Some leaned close to the surface, as if watching him. Others turned their heads to look into unseen corners of the chamber. One sat cross-legged, unmoving, eyes closed. All of them were silent. But all of them were here. Then a voice, fainter than before, but layered now. More than one speaker. They spoke not over each other, but as one. A chorus whispered from inside his skull. We were here before you. We walked the roots. We opened the mouth. We asked for fire and were given memory. We asked for shelter and were given silence. We asked for truth. The chamber rumbled faintly. A drip of water struck the center of the pool. And we were given ourselves. The reflections faded. The water stilled again, and the light returned to the roots above, gentle and slow, as if waking from a long breath. The chamber pulsed once with warmth. And then, just beyond the pool, something shifted. A patch of wall that had seemed solid now softened, parting slightly like tree bark bending open. Behind it, a narrow passage, perfectly round, its interior lined with moss that shimmered with threads of green and silver. It had not been there before. But now it waited, open and silent. The traveler stood. The journal in his coat felt suddenly light, as if pages had vanished. He pulled it free. The last half of the book was blank again. But the inside of the back cover now bore a single phrase, written in the same tight, spidery hand. There is no path forward that does not go down. He looked at the passage. Then at the pool. One would descend. The other had already shown him what came after. He turned to the passage. And stepped inside. Part 14, The Descent of Names. The tunnel narrowed around him, swallowing the faint blue glow behind. There were no roots here. No trees. Only slick stone and damp moss, the walls curved and breathing cold. The sound of his footsteps felt swallowed before it even touched the air. Water trickled somewhere deep below, not in streams, but in veins, thready, rhythmic pulses that beat like a buried heart. He walked without looking back. And with every step downward, the air grew thicker, laced with something earthy and old, like the scent of an untouched crypt, mingled with smoke and the faint memory of sap. After a long stretch, the passage opened without warning. Not into a cavern, not into a chamber, but a void. A perfect circle of space in the earth, wide as a cathedral, yet with no clear source of structure. The ceiling stretched up into blackness. The floor. Gone. Only a stone walkway remained, a narrow bridge suspended in the center, leading forward into a gray shimmer of mist that pulsed slowly like breath. He paused at the edge. There was no railing. No indication of what lay below. Only depth, endless, featureless depth. But not empty. He felt the presence of something waiting in it. Watching. Measuring the weight of his choice. He stepped onto the bridge. The stone was firm beneath his feet. Ancient, but whole. With each step, a low sound reverberated upward, not from the walkway, but from below. A murmur. A whisper. A language that wasn't language. It vibrated through his boots, into his bones. And then, voices. Real ones. All around him. Soft. Human. They spoke one word, again and again. Different voices, different tones, but the same word. His name. Whispered. Repeated. Echoed through the void like a chant. He froze. He had not spoken his name since entering the forest. Not aloud. Not even in his own mind. But here, the air knew it. The air used it. One voice, close and clear, whispered it again. And then added, "You are not the first to wear that name." He turned. No one stood behind him. Only mist. And darkness. He continued. As he neared the center of the bridge, faint lights rose from the blackness beneath. They hovered low, dozens of them, small, glowing white orbs, flickering like breath held between dreams. Inside each one, a shape. A figure. Some were standing. Some kneeling. Some curled on the floor. Each orb held a different posture, a different moment. Like memories captured mid-thought. And then he saw it. One of the orbs drifted closer to the bridge, just enough for him to peer inside. It was him. Not now, but younger. Sitting beside a campfire, staring into it with tired eyes. It was the fire from before. The first night. The mist. The carved tree. Everything. This was not memory. This was record. Another orb passed. Another version. Older. Wounded. Kneeling in the roots of a vast tree, arms wrapped around himself as if in mourning. And another. Standing in water waist deep, whispering something into the dark. Each orb shimmered and vanished as he passed. This path did not lead to the future. It descended into memory, but not just his. A network of selves, of names, of choices made in the same forest, under the same rain. He stepped carefully until the bridge finally ended, narrowing into a single stone platform surrounded by mist. There, at the center, a pedestal. Upon it, a mask. Woven from thin, pale bark, carved with the three-dot crescent symbol. The inside shimmered faintly with amber light. And behind it, nothing. Only dark. Waiting. He reached out. His fingers brushed the edge of the mask. And everything stopped. Part 15, The Mask and the Memory. The moment his skin touched the mask, time collapsed into silence. No sound. No breath. No heartbeat. He wasn't in the chamber anymore, not in the way that mattered. The pedestal, the mist, the walkway, all had fallen away like ash in wind. Yet he wasn't falling. He was still. Suspended. Held not by gravity, but by memory itself. And the mask was no longer just a thing he touched. It was looking back. His hand remained outstretched, but the mask now hovered on its own, rotating slowly, pulsing with light from within. Its texture, so delicate a moment ago, now appeared impossibly ancient. The bark shimmered with shifting patterns, images forming and dissolving across its surface, trees burning and then regrowing, faces laughing and then fading, the earth cracking open and spilling golden light. Then came the sound. A breath, not in his ears, but inside his lungs, as though something else had drawn air through him. And a voice. The same voice. No longer whispering. It spoke in calm, low tones. The forest wears many faces. You are the newest. But not the first. The mask floated closer. He could see now that it was incomplete, not broken, but waiting. There were grooves inside it meant to fit his features. Carved not by blade, but by expectation. You have walked the paths, the voice continued. Touched the roots. You have heard the silence that listens. The images on the mask grew faster. His own hands lighting a fire. A hollow tree. The journal in his lap. A circle of stones. A downward spiral. A hand reaching toward still water. Then the voice asked, "Will you wear it? Will you remember what came before you? Will you become the thing that watches, so that others may walk safely?" He didn't speak. But the forest already knew his answer. The mask moved forward and pressed gently to his face. And everything changed. It wasn't pain. It wasn't even sensation. It was awareness. He felt his bones remember things they had never touched. His skin recognized the chill of 1,000 rains. His breath echoed the firelight of 100 nights. And his mind stretched wide enough to contain roots. He was no longer a visitor. He was part of it. The pedestal cracked. The platform split. The chamber above began to fall inward like an eye closing for sleep. But he remained standing, alone, beneath the earth, with the mask now fused to memory, not to flesh. And the forest whispered around him. We do not forget our watchers. You are the voice between the trees now. The stillness in the rain. The choice others will find. Part 16, The Watcher Wakes. He did not remember waking. There was no moment of transition, no returning breath, no flutter of eyelids. One instant he was within the mask, suspended in memory, and the next, he was sitting once again beside the fire. It burned quietly, low and steady, like it always had. The same logs. The same mist curling through the branches above. The same black stones that ringed the flame, still damp with rain. Only the journal was different. It sat open on the moss beside him, pages filled from edge to edge in dark, careful ink. His own handwriting, but of entries he had never written. The words flowed like thoughts half remembered. Not past, not present. Just, true. He turned a page. Then another. They described things he had not yet seen. Paths that forked in darkness. Pools of water that shimmered with forgotten languages. A tree that could speak when the wind passed through it at just the right angle. Warnings etched in bones buried beneath the moss. Names not spoken in centuries, but known to the forest all the same. His name was gone. Nowhere in the journal. Not on the first page. Not in the middle. Not even on the inside of the back cover, where he once might have written it for memory's sake. He closed the book softly. He wasn't afraid. Not anymore. Because something deep within him understood, this was not losing himself. It was becoming something older than identity. A thread in the pattern. A voice among the whispering trees. He stood slowly. The rain had begun again. A light, steady fall that barely touched the forest floor, caught in the high canopy above. The mist shifted, but did not part. The fire hissed gently, flickering gold against the gray of the afternoon. He walked to the edge of the clearing. The west side. No longer closed to him. The trees there moved gently, not from wind, but in recognition. Their trunks twisted just enough to form a passage, their roots curling back into the soil to reveal a narrow trail slick with moss and fog. He stepped into it. Each footfall was deliberate. Measured. The forest didn't need to lead him now, it simply moved with him. Not like a guide, but like a companion. A quiet understanding passed between bark and breath, between footstep and fern. And behind him, the fire remained. Not unattended. Just waiting. It would burn until someone else arrived. Until another traveler stumbled into the clearing, soaked in rain, seeking warmth, seeking silence, seeking something they couldn't yet name. And when they did, the journal would still be there. The stones would be warm. The whisper beneath the soil would begin again. And he, now the watcher, would be listening. Part 17, A Stranger at the Edge. Somewhere far off, miles, or minutes, or memories away, the mist shifted. A shape moved through the rain. Careful steps, cautious posture. The crunch of twigs too wet to break fully, the occasional muttered curse beneath breath. A traveler. Not the same one. Not yet the same path. She wore a torn hood, soaked clean through. Mud clung to her boots like the forest didn't want to let go. Her pack was too heavy for her frame, swaying with every step like it might pull her backward into the trees. She didn't know why she kept walking. Only that stopping didn't feel safe. Not here. Not with the way the branches leaned toward her when she hesitated. Not with the way birdsong never returned after she'd passed a certain ridge. Not with how the forest listened when she spoke her own name aloud, like it needed to memorize it. She crested a low rise, boots sinking into moss, and stopped. There, below her, was a clearing. Circular. Mist-ringed. Quiet. At its center, a fire. Small. Still burning. She narrowed her eyes. No smoke trailed up. No scent of wood on the wind. Just flame, steady, golden, like it had always been there. Waiting. She slid down the bank toward it, one hand resting on a nearby trunk as she made her descent. Her breath slowed. There was no one at the fire. No tent. No pack. No voice. But there was a journal. It sat beside the flames, closed neatly, its cover beaded with fresh rain. No mold. No rot. Just waiting. She crouched beside it, hesitated, then picked it up. The leather was warm. The pages were dry. She opened to the first. Inside, a single sentence, in careful ink. You came looking for silence. Now listen carefully. She stared. Turned the page. More writing. Descriptions of trees. A hollow shaped like a mouth. A fire that refused to die. Paths that appeared only when rain struck stone. Names that were remembered even when forgotten. Symbols she swore she'd seen before, but only in dreams. She blinked slowly. The forest rustled softly around her. She sat. Not because she trusted it. Not yet. But because something inside her recognized the stillness here. The weight of it. The shape of it. The kind of silence that listens back. And somewhere deep within the trees, far beneath the soil, the watcher stirred. Not to interfere. Only to remember. Part 18, Beneath Familiar Branches. The fire crackled gently beside her, though she hadn't fed it. It didn't grow. Didn't fade. Just held, a steady flame that seemed untouched by wind or time. She turned another page in the journal. Some entries were short. Fragments. Incomplete thoughts like. The stone with the triangle was warm again. The tunnel breathes when I close my eyes. She left something under the roots. I didn't dig for it. Others were longer, filled with sketches of strange trees and notations of symbols she couldn't decipher. The symbols repeated, though, one in particular, the crescent with 3 dots. Sometimes it was carved in a circle of fire. Sometimes marked on stone. Once, she found it drawn in ash beside the word. Choose. She sat back, eyes scanning the tree lean. This clearing was unlike anything else she'd passed. The forest didn't lean away from it, it respected it. Moss grew thicker here. The rain was lighter. Even the birds kept their distance, as if they, too, knew this space was set apart. Her fingers traced the edge of the journal. It didn't feel like something left behind. It felt like something placed. A test, maybe. Or a map. She turned another page. And stopped. There, in the center, drawn with the care of someone trying not to forget, was a sketch of the exact clearing she now sat in. Stones, fire, even the nearby stump split by lightning. And just below it, in the same careful hand. This is where I first heard it. She looked up. The mist had grown thicker again, but gently, wrapping around the trees like silk. And somewhere within it, the forest shifted. Not with footsteps, not with voice. With presence. Something was awake now. Something that hadn't stirred before. She rose slowly. The fire remained behind her. She knew, somehow, it would not follow. It was never meant to. Its job was to wait, not to move. The journal slid easily into her coat pocket. And then she walked, north, though no compass guided her. Between moss-covered trees and beneath branches that bent slightly toward her. The forest no longer felt aimless. It felt curated. Like a path remembered only by the land itself was being uncovered with every step she took. She passed a tree marked with a downward triangle. She passed another whose bark had been stripped clean in a spiral. She did not feel lost. But she did feel seen. And just ahead, through the mist, a shape waited. A figure. Not moving. Not speaking. Just watching. Part 19, The One Who Waits. She stopped walking. The shape ahead didn't move. It stood just beyond a curtain of mist, still and tall, as though carved from shadow. Not human, at least not clearly. Its outline wavered slightly, like heat rising from stone, and where its face should have been, there was only a pale gleam, soft, mask-like. No eyes. No mouth. Just that gentle crescent curve, flanked by 3 faint dots. The same symbol from the journal. The same she'd seen in her dreams. The fire behind her flickered suddenly. She turned, just once. Still burning. Still silent. She looked back. The figure remained. And though it never spoke, she heard it. Not in sound, but in memory. In the deep, unspoken part of herself that recognized places she'd never seen and words she'd never said. The forest had always spoken like this. You carry the book. The voice was not male or female. Not a whisper or a boom. It was weather. The hush before thunder. The wind inside trees. She didn't answer aloud. She didn't need to. The journal pulsed faintly in her coat. You've walked the waking routes. You've entered the silent clearing. The fire marked you. She stepped closer. The figure remained still, mist swirling slowly around its legs. The ground here was softer, more moss than earth. The air thick with stillness. The sound of her own breath pressed loud against her ears. You've come to listen, the voice said. But listening means forgetting. Are you willing to be unknown again? She stopped a few paces away. I don't know what I'm looking for, she said aloud, voice steady despite the fear curling just beneath her ribs. The figure tilted its head, just slightly. Then you're closer than most. It lifted an arm. Not a command. Not a threat. An invitation. A curl of its finger pointed to the space between trees behind it. The forest there was darker, deeper. The mist pulsed once like a sigh. That way, the path continued. But once she crossed it, she would not be able to turn back and see the fire again. She understood that. Knew it without question. The figure stepped aside. And for the first time, she saw the faint glow of symbols in the moss at its feet. Spirals. Triangles. The crescent again. One symbol pulsed brighter than the others, a circle within a circle, split by a vertical line. She stepped past it. And the figure didn't follow. She felt its presence remain behind her, a quiet guardian of that threshold. She was alone again. But the forest was not empty. It never had been. Part 20, Roots in the Shape of Memory. The forest closed around her like a breath held too long. The moment she stepped beyond the figure, the trees grew thicker, closer together. Branches arched overhead like the ribs of something ancient and sleeping. The light dimmed, though no sun had been visible since she entered the woods. This place had no day or night, only the rhythm of stillness and movement, of silence and voice. She walked carefully, boots sinking into moss that now seemed deeper than before. It cushioned her steps but offered no path. Still, she didn't hesitate. The air had shifted again, not colder, not warmer, just heavier. Like walking through the gravity of a memory. She ran her hand along the bark of a nearby tree. It was smooth in some places, jagged in others, the surface interrupted by spirals and ridges, like the tree itself had grown around something. Something buried. Something remembered. Then she noticed the roots. They were not random. They formed patterns, looping shapes and intersecting arcs, wide enough to walk between, narrow enough to be intentional. She realized she was no longer simply walking through a forest. She was walking within something. A map. Not drawn on paper, but grown in bark, inscribed in soil. A long breath of wind passed through the trees, not from ahead, but from beneath. And as she knelt to trace the lines in the moss, the ground seemed to respond. Shapes lit faintly just below the surface. Thin, thread-like veins of light. As if something beneath the forest was watching through the eyes of its own roots. She pressed her hand against the soil. And the voice returned, quieter now, more familiar. Names sink. Truth roots. Those who remember are shaped like those who forget. She closed her eyes. The forest pulsed once around her. And when she opened them, the moss ahead had parted. Not physically, but perceptually. She could see a new path now, one she would never have found by accident. Trees leaned just so. Ferns curved away. A single broken branch pointed like an arrow. She stood. Followed it. The ground sloped gently downward, and the smell of wet stone grew stronger. The air turned cool and still. Time seemed to hold its breath again. And then, ahead. A tree. Enormous. Wide as a house. Its trunk twisted into 3 spirals, fused at the center. Around its base, a ring of stones, worn smooth by rain and age. She stepped carefully into the circle. At the tree's base, a hollow. Not wide. Not deep. But just large enough for a hand. A shape carved into the edge above it, a familiar crescent, the 3 dots now etched inside the arc instead of above it. She knelt. The journal pulsed once in her pocket, then stilled. She reached toward the hollow. Her fingers brushed the inside. The bark was warm. Alive. And beneath it, something shifted. Part 21, What Sleeps Below. The bark gave way, not cracking, not breaking, but yielding, as though it had been waiting all along for her hand. Her fingertips touched something inside the hollow. Smooth. Cool. It didn't feel like wood. It felt like stone, or perhaps something much older pretending to be stone. She wrapped her fingers around it and pulled gently. It slid free without resistance. A small object emerged into the misted light, a disc, no larger than her palm, made of some pale mineral that shimmered faintly with layered patterns etched deep into its surface. Spirals within spirals. The crescent again, but turned downward this time. And at its center, carved so finely it could almost be missed, an eye. She held it up. It seemed to hum softly against her skin, not with vibration but with weight. As though it contained more time than space. The forest shifted around her, leaves rustling with a current that didn't belong to any breeze. A memory surfaced, one she didn't know she had. A fire, long ago. Not hers. Another's. A circle of watchers, seated in silence, each holding a disc like this. Not speaking. Just listening. To the forest. To the earth beneath. To what slept below. She blinked, and the vision vanished. The disc in her hand pulsed once, dimly, and then grew still. Behind her, the moss whispered. She turned. A root had pushed gently through the ground while she knelt. Not forcefully. Just enough to be seen. It stretched toward the clearing's edge and disappeared into the trees beyond. An invitation. Or a reminder. She pocketed the disc, rose, and followed. The path it revealed wound deeper than before. The trees here grew twisted together in high arches, forming a natural cathedral. Rain fell in thin sheets, barely making it through the canopy. The silence grew again, thicker this time. More intentional. Like a door had been closed behind her. And then she saw the stones. Tall. Weathered. Arranged in a loose spiral across a clearing so wide she could not see its far edge. Some leaned. Others stood perfectly upright. All bore carvings, not just of symbols, but of faces. Weathered, unreadable, but undeniably watching. She stepped between them. The air here was different. Older. Like sound itself had never fully entered this space. Her breath made no echo. Her steps barely stirred the moss. In the center of the spiral, a depression in the ground. Circular. Perfect. Water pooled there, black and unmoving. Deeper than it looked. Still as glass. She approached the edge. The water didn't reflect her face. It reflected roots. Vast, pale roots twisting in the dark beneath the earth. Moving, slowly. Like they were alive. And as she stared, the voice returned, softer than ever. Almost tender. Below memory is silence. Below silence is truth. Do not come here to name it. Only to see. She knelt beside the water. The disc in her pocket warmed. And beneath the surface, something opened its eye. Part 22, The Eye Beneath. The eye did not blink. It opened slowly, as if it had been sealed for centuries, not by lids, but by time. Vast, amber gold, and endless in depth. Not a creature's eye, not quite. There was no pupil, no iris, no clear edge to its shape. It was a presence, a gaze without a face, looking through the pool as if through a window. And it saw her. She didn't move. Her knees pressed into the moss, hands resting gently on either side of the depression, just inches from the surface. The forest was perfectly still, as though every tree, every branch, had paused in its growth to watch this moment. She felt no fear. Only recognition. The eye looked through her, not at her, but into her. Through memory, through questions, through the slow spiral of her path until now. And in its silent gaze, something passed between them. A knowing. She felt her chest tighten, not in pain, but in pressure. like something inside her was being turned, slowly, like a key in a lock. Then she heard it. Not the voice from before. Not a whisper. But a sound, low, resonant, echoing from far beneath the surface of the forest. A vibration so deep it bypassed hearing and passed straight into her bones. And with it came images. Not memories. Not dreams. Truths. A forest grown over a burial ground too ancient for graves. Watchers who had worn the bark of trees and eyes of stone. A fire built not for warmth, but for containment. The rain falling as a shield, not a curse. Symbols passed hand to hand not as language, but as protection. Roots that listened. The eye watched. And then it began to close. Not in dismissal, but in trust. As it faded back into the dark beneath the pool, she felt something pass into her, a weight, a name, but not one she could speak aloud. It pressed softly into her chest like a fingerprint into wet clay. A mark not of power, but of belonging. She stood. The water stilled. The pool reflected only mist again. The stone circle around her remained silent, the faces on the monoliths now turned ever so slightly toward the center. Watching her. Remembering. She took the disc from her pocket. Its symbols now glowed faintly, one at a time, slowly pulsing. A path. A map. Or perhaps a heartbeat. She turned away from the pool. And the spiral of stones opened behind her, just wide enough to pass through. Another path awaited. No longer hidden. Only waiting to be remembered. Part 23, The Path That Knew Her. The spiral closed behind her. Not with sound. Not with motion. With memory. She didn't glance back. There was no need to. The forest wasn't behind or ahead anymore, it was with her. Around her. Beneath her feet and beneath her thoughts. Every step she took now felt more like being guided than walking, as if the ground anticipated her weight before she placed it. The disc glowed faintly in her hand. Not bright. Not demanding. Just pulsing, one beat every few seconds, in perfect rhythm with something older than her own heart. She didn't need to look at it anymore. The glow seeped into her palm and guided her through the forest like heat from a fading ember. The path ahead was winding. Narrow. Branches leaned in so close they brushed her shoulders. At times, the trees bent above her to form long, darkened corridors, sheltering her from the rain she hadn't felt in hours. Moss grew thick enough to soften even her breath. And then she began to recognize them. Not places. Marks. Familiar carvings on bark. Some half-faded. Others fresh. The crescent. The triangle. The spiral. But now, they meant something. Each symbol like a word she finally remembered how to read. One tree bore the vertical line that had once appeared in the journal. Another held a pair of notches, side by side, chipped clean into the bark, almost like eyes. She stepped past a stone she knew she'd seen before, though it wasn't possible. It was cracked down the middle with ash between its halves, as if it had split from within. And beside it, footprints. Not hers. Fresh. She knelt, brushing her fingers across the damp moss. 2 sets. One light. One heavy. And leading toward them, from deep within the woods, drag marks. Like someone had been carried. Or had crawled. She followed. The trees grew stranger. One split in two and then rejoined above her head, its bark braided together like sinew. Another wept sap that shimmered silver in the dim light. She passed beneath a tangle of roots hanging from midair, connected to nothing. The disc pulsed harder now. Like a warning. Or an arrival. She came to a rise, just a shallow incline, and paused at the top. Below her, a hollow. At its center, a figure. Not the masked one. Someone else. Curled on the forest floor, shivering, back turned, hair matted with rain and moss. Clothes torn. Fingers clawed into the soil. Breathing, barely. She descended slowly. No birds called. No wind stirred. Just breath. Hers. The forest's. The stranger's. She knelt beside the figure. The disc pulsed again. The figure stirred. And whispered something so soft it might have been a memory. A name. Her name. Not the one she was born with. The one the forest had given her. Part 24, The Name Between the Trees. The voice was barely audible, no louder than the hush of mist through needles, but it struck her like thunder. Her name. Not the name she'd carried into the forest. That one had long since dissolved beneath the weight of moss and firelight. This was the true name, the one the roots had whispered when she slept near the spiral stones, the one the eye beneath the water had carved gently into her breath. And now someone else was speaking it. She looked down at the figure curled in the hollow. Mud clung to their arms, their face half buried in wet leaves. Their body trembled not from cold, but from exhaustion, the kind that sits beneath the bones. Like the forest had taken everything from them and left only enough to call out, once. She leaned close. The stranger flinched slightly, then opened their eyes. For a moment, their gaze was wild, flickering with fear, confusion, and the fading remnants of whatever they had seen before reaching this place. But when their eyes met hers, something settled. Recognition. Not of her face, but of her presence. The same way she had recognized the journal's pages before she ever read them. The same way the fire hadn't needed tending. The same way the forest made you feel like you'd been here before, even when you hadn't. They whispered again. You made it through. She nodded. I think so. They shuddered, trying to rise. She helped them gently, slipping one arm beneath their shoulder. Their weight was heavy, but not just with fatigue, there was something else about them. Something that clung like a fog behind their ribs. An unspoken burden. They looked around, eyes tracing the tree trunks, the mist, the distant sound of water moving through roots. Their breath caught. It's still here. What is? The stranger stared beyond her. The thing I left behind. A pause. The thing I was never supposed to find again. She didn't ask what they meant. Some knowledge in this forest wasn't meant to be carried in language. It lived in bark. In fire. In silence. She helped them stand. They swayed slightly but remained upright. The disc in her pocket had grown warm again. Not pulsing, just present. Like it acknowledged this moment. Like it approved. She looked at the stranger, then at the woods ahead. The trees were no longer still. They moved again, not with wind, but with intent. Leaning, shifting, parting in slow, wide arcs. A new path forming, not one of moss or stone, but of invitation. This wasn't the end of her journey. It was the beginning of someone else's. But now, for the first time, she wouldn't be walking alone. Part 25, fire between shadows. Together, they walked. The stranger leaned against her for balance, but not completely. There was still strength in them, still purpose buried beneath the weariness. The forest accepted their weight. The moss softened, the trees leaned slightly outward, and the branches gave way without a sound. The path didn't feel like it had before. It wasn't circular. It didn't spiral. It climbed now, upward through denser undergrowth, where the canopy cracked and the sky appeared for the first time in what felt like days. Not sunlight, just pale gray, streaked with low clouds and long lines of drifting mist. But even that felt like a revelation. They reached a rise. Beyond it, in a clearing ringed by broken stones and twisted roots, a fire burned. Not the one from before. This one was taller, brighter. Orange and blue licked through the heart of the flames, and sparks rose in slow spirals, caught in a current of wind that didn't touch the trees. The clearing around it was still, the earth dry and cracked. There was no journal here. No circle of moss. Just the flame, and something beside it. A figure. Not masked. Not cloaked. Just, still. Kneeling. Head bowed. Arms resting on their thighs, palms upturned to the rain. The stranger beside her inhaled sharply. "I know them," they said. She glanced over. Not their face. Not their name. But I know them. They stepped forward. The figure by the fire raised their head slowly. Eyes met. And the forest listened. The fire pulsed once, like a breath. And for a moment, the world tilted, not physically, but deeply, like gravity had shifted inward instead of down. The three stood in silence. And then the kneeling figure spoke. Their voice was clear. Calm. But older than it sounded. "You've brought it back." The stranger lowered their head. "I didn't mean to. But you did. And that's enough." The fire flickered. The kneeling figure rose, slow and deliberate. Then turned to her. "And you listened. You walked the roots. You saw the eye. You wore no mask, but you remembered the name anyway." She didn't speak. The disc in her pocket warmed again, just slightly. The kneeling figure stepped closer, and from beneath their coat, they drew out something small, wrapped in layers of dried fern and bark string. They offered it to her. She took it. Unwrapped it slowly. Inside, a seed. Small. Pale. Slightly glowing. The figure nodded. "When the forest asks something of you, it does not want you to carry it forever. It wants you to plant it." She looked down at the seed. It pulsed gently in her palm. A warmth that was not heat. A promise that was not words. Then, behind her, the stranger spoke again. "I remember where it should go." Part 26, The Place Where Seeds Remember. They moved through the forest in silence. The stranger walked unaided now, each step steadier than the last. Something had shifted within them, like the forest had taken some part of their weight, freeing what remained to walk forward. They didn't ask where they were going. They knew. She followed close behind, fingers curled gently around the seed wrapped in fern. It radiated softly against her skin, not with heat, but with memory. The kind that hummed beneath the soil. The kind that turned silence into growth. The trees ahead leaned inward, creating a long tunnel of green and silver. Rain filtered through in narrow strands, catching light that didn't seem to have a source. The sound was hushed and steady, like water falling inside stone. The stranger spoke, low and certain. I came here before. Not in this body, but in this forest. Long ago. She didn't question it. They moved between two trees split at the base but woven together above. A gate. She felt it as they passed, something brushing lightly against her shoulder, not branch or bark. A memory, perhaps. A threshold. Beyond the gate, the ground leveled into a shallow basin. It was empty. No stones. No fire. No carvings. Just earth, bare, dark, untouched by moss or root. The rain didn't fall here. The mist curved around the hollow like it, too, knew not to disturb it. The stranger stopped at the center and turned. This is where I left the name. And this is where you'll give the forest something back. She stepped forward. The soil was soft beneath her boots. She knelt and unwrapped the seed. It glowed faintly in her hand, one steady pulse, as if waiting for permission. She pressed it gently into the soil. And the earth breathed. A deep, low exhale that trembled through the ground beneath her knees. The mist swirled and the trees above rustled, not in wind, but in witness. The seed sank into the earth without a sound. And from where it vanished, a glow began. Faint at first. Then spreading, threads of soft golden light branching outward beneath the soil, forming a slow, spiraling pattern that mirrored the carvings she'd seen in the stone circles. The shape of roots. Of time. Of return. The stranger knelt beside her, eyes closed. The glow did not fade. Instead, something rose. Not from the seed, but from the space around it. A stillness. A presence. And then, a voice. Not a watcher. Not a memory. But the forest itself. She has planted what was remembered. He has returned what was carried. Now we will grow what has never been spoken. The light faded into the soil. The earth stilled. And something new took root. Part 27, What the Forest Keeps. They remained there a long while, kneeling in the soft hush of the basin. No words passed between them. There was no need. The seed had taken hold, not just in the earth, but in the moment, anchoring it. The forest was no longer guiding them, it was holding them, like a breath held between the beat of raindrops. The light from the soil had faded, but something lingered in its place. A warmth that radiated without fire. A presence that did not demand to be seen. They stood together. Above them, the canopy shifted. Slowly. Intentionally. The leaves tilted upward, letting the first full shaft of gray sky pour through. The rain touched their faces, cool and thin. Cleansing, in its way. Almost reverent. The stranger exhaled and looked down at the place where the seed had vanished. It's deeper now than it was before. She nodded. The basin no longer looked like a simple patch of earth. The lines etched by the seed's glow were gone, but their shape remained in a pattern of roots and scattered leaves. A spiral in the way the moss grew. A circle in the way the trees leaned. Not a mark. A memory. She turned and began walking, and the stranger followed. They did not need to speak. The path was already unfolding. The trees shifted around them like the slow drawing of a curtain, revealing new stretches of forest untouched by their earlier journey. The ground dipped and rose, marked now by shallow ridges like the impressions of long-forgotten rivers. She reached for the disc in her pocket. It had cooled. Not dead. Just resting. They passed a tree she recognized. Not from sight. From feeling. Its bark was cracked in a spiral. A knot like an eye stared out from its base. Once, it had frightened her. Now, it simply watched. Not to judge. Only to remember. Then a clearing opened before them, different than the others. Wider. Walled on all sides by stone columns, each one leaning slightly inward as though listening to the center. At the heart of the clearing, a figure. Not cloaked. Not masked. But old. Older than either of them. Older than the forest, even. A woman, or something like one, seated cross-legged on a low, smooth stone. Her skin was weathered bark. Her eyes dark hollows moss clung to her shoulders, and her hair was a tangle of roots threaded with droplets of rain. She opened her eyes. They shimmered, not with light, but with depth. Like looking into a place far beneath the surface of knowing. She smiled faintly. So, she said. One carries a path. One returns from forgetting. Neither of them answered. She reached down and lifted something from her lap, a second seed. Identical to the first. But this one burned, softly, from within. She held it out. For what comes next, you'll both need to listen deeper. This one doesn't root in soil. This one roots in choice. Part 28, The Seed of Choice. The seed glowed like a coal-long berry, its light steady, its warmth unsettling. Unlike the one planted in the hollow, this seed pulsed with something heavier. Not memory. Not guidance. Something more dangerous. Possibility. The forest around them didn't stir. It watched, through every knot in every tree, every drop of hanging rain, every shadow beneath the stones. This was not a place of growth. This was a place of decision. The stranger reached forward instinctively. But the woman on the stone shook her head slowly. This seed does not respond to hands, she said, voice low and thick with mossy age. It chooses who will carry it. The seed hovered just above her open palm, spinning slowly, the glow inside shifting between soft gold and deep red. She looked to the traveler. She looked to the stranger. Neither moved. Then the seed began to drift. It turned away from the moss-wrapped woman, floated forward, passed between them. And stopped. Between them. Exactly equal distance. Its glow steady. It will not choose, the woman said. It is waiting to be chosen. Rain fell again, silent and even. The seed hovered like a question. She looked at the stranger. He looked at her. Something unspoken passed between them. A weight neither could carry alone, yet both had already borne pieces of. The choice wasn't about possession. It was about intent. She reached out first, not with haste, but with certainty. Her fingers paused just shy of the seed's edge. I won't use it to control, she said. I'll listen. And I'll remember. The seed pulsed, once. Then the stranger stepped forward. He placed his hand below hers. I won't forget again, he said. Even if it hurts. The seed flickered, then split. Silently. Cleanly. Two halves hovered, one above each of their hands. Each dimmer now, but no less alive. The woman nodded. It is done. She folded her arms, moss dripping from her sleeves. One of you will place it. One of you will carry it. Both of you will be changed. She stood. Her joints creaked like old trees in wind. The forest is not only what grows. It is also what waits. With that, she turned and stepped backward into the mist, and was gone. Not vanished. Not fled. Simply returned to something deeper. The two of them stood in the stillness. Rain fell quietly on stone. They looked down at the twin seeds in their hands, dimmer now, but warm. Heavy with something they didn't yet understand. And behind them, the forest opened a new path. Narrow. Winding. Lit by the soft glow of something beginning. Part 29, The Path with Two Shadows. They did not speak as they walked. Words would have crumbled in the air between them, fragile and unnecessary. The forest had grown quieter still, if such a thing was possible. Not the silence of emptiness, but the kind that comes just before something is revealed. The kind that listens back. The path ahead was narrow, but clear. Stones had arranged themselves in uneven steps, slick with rain. The trees arched tightly above, forming a winding corridor where the mist pressed in like breath between ribs. Each carried their half of the seed. Hers pulsed faintly in her left hand, low and slow, like the heartbeat of something dreaming. His glowed more erratically, sometimes brighter than hers, sometimes not at all. And she noticed how he gripped it tighter when the forest pressed too close. How his steps hesitated when they passed trees that had faces in their bark. They came to a bend. A fork. Two narrow paths split the mist. One curved downward, toward darkness thick as old smoke. The scent of damp stone and deep roots drifted upward from it. Earth. Memory. Stillness. The other rose, climbing toward the edge of the mist canopy, where faint light flickered between high branches. A smell of lightning. Of burning leaves. Change. She turned to him. Without speaking, they knew. This was the place the forest had meant for them to choose. Not between danger and safety. Not between right and wrong. Between what to carry and what to plant. He spoke first. Mine belongs below, he said. It always did. She nodded slowly. And mine will become something new. They exchanged one last look. Not goodbye. Something older. Recognition. He took the left-hand path, disappearing into the darker descent. His half of the seed pulsed once as he vanished around the bend, and the mist folded behind him like closing wings. She turned right. Her ascent was steep, but the forest helped her now. Vines coiled into handholds. Roots flattened into steps. She felt not watched, but lifted, as though something beneath the soil whispered encouragement. At the top, the path opened into a ledge. Wind moved here. She hadn't felt wind in hours, or days. The trees thinned, and ahead was a rise of smooth stone, flat and wide, surrounded by a circle of elderwood trunks that bore no leaves. Just pale bark, carved with thousands of lines, none of them straight. Spirals. Waves. Roots. She stepped into the circle. The light here was strange, not moonlight, not firelight. A glow that came from within the air, like the forest was remembering something in real time. She placed the half-seed at the center. And it did not sink. It rose. Just slightly. Hovering in place, pulsing steadily. Then the lines carved into the trunks began to glow, slowly, each one lighting like a vein catching starlight. She stepped back. The forest inhaled. And her half of the seed began to bloom. not into a plant, not into flame, but into sound. A deep, low chime that echoed into the trees and came back softer. Not an alarm. A signal. A reminder. That something had returned. And something else had begun. Part 30, where the forest speaks back. The chime lingered in the air, suspended like fog light through water. It didn't fade, it settled, folding itself into the rhythm of the forest. She felt it behind her eyes, inside her chest, deep in the soles of her feet. Not a sound to hear, but one to carry. The half-seed hovered still, spinning now in place above the stone where she had left it. Its faint glow matched the pulse of the lines etched in the surrounding trees, each one flickering softly like breath drawn in shadow. The forest had accepted it. She felt it. Not in words, but in response. The wind changed direction. Briefly. Softly. And the leaves above turned upward instead of down. Something had shifted. She took a step back from the stone. The glow did not fade. The sound remained, but behind it now, layered like echoes stacked in time, she heard something else. A voice. No. Voices. Layered. Interwoven. Dozens, maybe hundreds. Speaking not in a language she recognized, but one her bones understood. Memory stirred, not her own, but something older. Something the forest remembered through her. They spoke not as warnings, nor as command. They welcomed. The forest does not end. It folds. It deepens. What was lost has been carried. What was planted will awaken. The path will remember your steps. Just as you remembered its silence. She turned slowly, letting the full circle of trees surround her. Every trunk pulsed gently now, as though alive, as though aware. They were not just trees. They were the memory of trees. Watchers. Listeners. Holders of names that had been spoken and forgotten. And now, hers was among them. She looked down at her hands. They glowed faintly. Not with light, but with recognition. She had given something back. And in return, the forest had left a trace on her. Not a mark. Not a scar. Something quieter. A belonging. Behind her, the seed, her half, rose higher into the air. It split again. Once. Twice. 3 times. Each fragment drifted slowly outward, carried by a wind that didn't touch the branches. One floated east, one west, and one straight up into the canopy, vanishing into the mist beyond sight. She didn't chase them. They weren't meant to be followed. They were meant to find their way. As she had. She stepped from the circle. The glow behind her remained. But the path before her shifted again. It no longer wound aimlessly. Now it led forward, straight and certain, through trees that no longer pressed inward but bowed gently as she passed. And far ahead, at the edge of the mist, a figure waited. Not cloaked. Not masked. Familiar. The stranger. And behind his eyes, something new. Part 31, What the Forest Returned. He stood beneath a narrow arch of roots, where the path from below met the one from above. Rain slipped gently between the twisting branches, catching faint glimmers of light that hadn't been there moments before. The stranger looked different. Not in his face, though it, too, seemed changed, but in the way he stood. Straighter. Lighter. as though something once bound inside him had finally let go. His eyes, when they met hers, no longer darted like prey in deep woods. They held. She approached slowly. Neither of them spoke. They didn't have to. Between them, something passed, something invisible, but felt. The forest had taken them both, in its way. Carved out what did not belong. Planted what did. And now it brought them back together, not as the same people who had entered, but as reflections of what they had learned. He stepped forward. Held something out. It was his half of the seed. Except, it wasn't a seed anymore. It had changed. Twisted slightly, like it had grown roots inside itself. Veins of silver ran through its surface now, and etched into one side was the shape of a spiral, burned clean into its shell. He placed it in her hand without a word. She turned it over slowly. And in that moment, the forest spoke again, not in sound, but in a surge of memory. Not hers. His. She saw what he had carried into the dark. A cavern of roots, breathing like lungs. A chamber where silence screamed. And a stone altar wrapped in vines that bled sap like tears. There, he had planted his burden, not as an offering, but as a confession. She blinked. The memory faded. He exhaled. It needed both of us, he said quietly. It always did. A long pause. Rain continued to fall, but it no longer felt cold. It felt cleansing. She looked down at the seed now no longer seed. And realized, it was no longer meant to be buried. It was meant to lead. From behind them, the mist thickened. Not to obscure. To protect. The path they had walked was folding closed, sealed by what they had left behind. Ahead, the forest parted. A final path revealed itself, lined with upright stones, smooth as river glass, each one pulsing faintly with light that felt hopeful. He looked at her. She nodded. They stepped forward together. Not as strangers. Not as guides. Not as witnesses. But as part of the forest now. Named. Remembered. Needed. Part 32, The Stones That Remembered. The path was silent, but not in mourning. The kind of silence that followed understanding. A hush that invited reverence, not fear. They walked between the stones, side by side. Each marker glowed faintly as they passed, not bright, not showy, but with the quiet dignity of memory. Some bore symbols, spirals, crescents, triangles. Others were marked only with grooves worn deep by rain and time. A few shimmered with colors that shifted in the mist, amber, ash gray, green like old moss. None were the same. None repeated. Each was a name. She didn't need to ask. Somehow, she knew what they were walking through. It's a grove, he said quietly beside her, as if reading her thought. Where the remembered are kept. Not buried. Held. The forest felt broader here, wider in its breadth, taller in its silence. Trees spaced themselves naturally apart, their roots weaving together beneath the stone markers like threads of a story not yet finished. They came to one stone taller than the rest. Its surface was smooth, fresh, as if the rain hadn't yet had time to age it. But it wasn't blank. Carved deep into its face was the shape of the disc she'd carried, the vertical line through the circle. And just beneath it, something new. Her true name. Not in letters. Not in any language she could speak aloud. But in the curl of the spiral. In the spacing between the lines. in the way the grooves caught the light. A name the forest had given her, because she had walked, watched, planted, and remembered. She reached out and touched the stone. It was warm. Alive. Behind her, the stranger rested a hand on another marker, one shorter, chipped at the corner, half covered in creeping moss. As he touched it, the moss slowly withdrew, revealing a symbol she recognized, two crescent arcs facing each other. A mirror. He looked at her, and for a moment she saw it again in his eyes, that trace of the person he had been before he remembered. Not lost. Not broken. Just waiting to return. She stepped back. Together, they left the grove behind. The stones glowed gently in their wake, and the trees swayed as if nodding in approval. The mist began to shift again. Not hiding the path. Revealing it. Ahead, the forest narrowed once more, leading them through a tunnel of arching branches toward the sound of water, soft, rhythmic, familiar. A river. Not rushing. Flowing steady and deep. The place where memory leaves the forest, and becomes story. Part 33, where water carries names. The sound of the river was gentler than she expected. Not crashing or rushing, but soft, like breath sliding across a sleeping body. It curved through the forest with deliberate grace, carving its path as it had for centuries, maybe longer. The air grew cooler as they neared it, laced with the scent of wet stone and old leaves. The forest stepped back to make space. Here, the trees didn't crowd. They watched. Tall trunks leaned slightly outward as if giving room to something sacred. Their branches formed a high canopy that let pale gray light through, casting ripples of motion on the water below. Mist clung low to the river's surface, swirling with every shift of breeze. She and the stranger stood at its edge. Neither spoke. Across the river, a flat stone jutted out like a natural altar. Atop it, an old tree leaned sideways over the water, its roots exposed in a graceful arc woven between those roots, offerings. Strips of bark, tokens of carved bone, coils of silver fern. Names, likely. Memories. Echoes of those who had come before. Not forgotten. Just passed forward. The disc in her pocket stirred. She drew it out. It pulsed softly in her palm, not like before, no longer with urgency or command. Just a rhythm. Steady. Steady. As though the forest's breath now moved through her hand. The stranger looked to her. "It wants to cross," he said. She nodded. Without hesitation, she stepped into the river. The water was cold, but not harsh. It parted around her ankles, then her knees, then her waist. Every step felt like slipping through silk woven with memory. She didn't fight the current, it didn't pull her. It held her, like a guiding hand. Behind her, the stranger waited at the shore. He did not follow. He wasn't meant to. She reached the stone in the center of the river and climbed atop it slowly, her boots slick on the mossy surface. The tree above her creaked gently, shifting its limbs like waking. She knelt. Placed the disc on the stone. It didn't glow. It sank. Melted into the surface like ink into paper, disappearing without a sound. And then the river changed. For one long moment, it stopped. The current went still. The sound ceased. Mist coiled tightly around the surface. Then, from upstream, something emerged. A shape. Drifting. Slowly. A second disc. But this one was different. Smaller. Thinner. its surface dark and smooth like river glass. No symbols carved on it. Just a single spiral of light spinning slowly beneath its surface. She reached down and lifted it from the water. It was warm. And on the wind that followed, a whisper returned. Not all names are kept. Some are carried. She looked back toward the shore. The stranger was still there, waiting, silent, watching. She stepped from the stone and let the river carry her gently back. Part 34, The Disc with No Name. The water bore her like a cradle. It did not rush, did not spin. It carried. She floated with the current, the smooth black disc clutched gently in one hand. It was smaller than the first. Thinner. Almost fragile in her fingers, yet as she held it, she could feel it humming, not with memory, but with intent. By the time her feet touched the riverbed again, the mist had shifted. The stranger waited where he had stood, still watching. She climbed the bank in silence, boots dark with water, and stood beside him, holding out the disc. He looked at it, eyes narrowed. "It doesn't belong to either of us," he said. She nodded. "It belongs to what comes next." Together, they turned to face the forest once more. The trees ahead had changed again, wider spacing now, more light between trunks. The oppressive closeness of before was gone. No pressure. No testing. No eyes. The forest now welcomed. And in that welcome, a new path revealed itself, not marked by stone or firelight or carvings, but by the faintest shimmer in the moss. A glow that didn't pulse or fade. It simply was. They walked together. The air felt lighter here. Not empty, but released. The scent of earth was soft, no longer damp with rot or age, but fresh, like the first turning of spring. The mist remained, but it had thinned, rising higher into the trees like breath let go. As they passed between the roots of an ancient tree, the stranger spoke. "I remember now. What I left behind. What I came here trying not to see." She waited. He touched a small scar on his wrist. Not new. Not old, either. "I wasn't meant to survive the last place I came from. But the forest, it took that memory and folded it in. Not to erase it, but to teach me how to carry it." He looked down at her hands. "That disc. It's for someone else, isn't it?" She looked down at it too. The spiral on its surface shimmered softly. It didn't seem to reflect the trees or the sky. It reflected movement, not what had happened, but what might. A choice. A next step. Not hers. She tucked it carefully into her satchel. They continued walking. And the trees began to thin. Ahead, through the trunks, she saw something pale. Not light. Not mist. Sky. Open sky. The edge of the forest. The place where everything they had carried would have to be decided. Part 35, The Forest's Last Gate. The sky widened before them. Not suddenly, but slowly, like a curtain pulling back inch by inch. No dramatic line between forest and field. The trees simply grew farther apart, the mist rising higher until it became cloud, and then even that began to thin. They had reached the forest's edge. But it wasn't an ending. It was a threshold. Where the last roots touched open soil, two great trees stood, tall and silver-barked, their trunks leaning toward each other like guardians in quiet conversation. No leaves stirred on their branches. Instead, their limbs reached across to one another, weaving a canopy arch overhead. A gate. It did not glow. It did not hum. But it watched. They stepped toward it. The stranger paused beside one of the trees and placed his palm on the bark. He closed his eyes. Just for a moment. Then he whispered, "Thank you." The tree didn't move. But the air around it grew still. She stepped through first. Beneath the woven arch, the ground was smooth, no moss, no roots. Just earth. A narrow line of soil worn flat by steps that had come before hers. She held the black disc tighter in her hand as she passed beneath the boughs. And as she did, she heard the gate. Not a sound. Not exactly. A knowing. You may carry memory beyond our roots. But carry it gently. And never speak of it louder than a whisper. She nodded, even though no one could see her. And then she was through. Behind her, the stranger followed. And together, they emerged into a landscape unlike anything the forest had offered them. A high hill sloped downward before them, blanketed in soft grasses and low, wind-bent shrubs. Far in the distance, other forests. Other mountains. A line of rivers that shimmered under a pale and sunless sky. It was not bright here. But it was open. The forest no longer held them. But it watched from behind. Quiet. Enduring. Waiting for when they, or someone else, might one day return. The stranger turned to her. "So," he said. "Where do we go now?" She looked down at the disc in her hand. Its spiral shimmered softly. Not guiding. Just offering. She smiled, just faintly. Wherever someone has forgotten their name. Wherever something needs planting. And with the forest behind them and silence ahead, they began walking once more. Not toward endings. But toward what must come after. Part 36, The Wind That Knows No Walls. They walked in silence across the open land. No longer bound by the forest's hush, the air here moved differently. It tugged at their clothes, tousled their hair, whistled low through the grasses as if it had its own stories to tell, tales of hills and wide sky and places where roots could not reach. She noticed how her breath felt different now. Lighter. Easier. But also, lonelier. Without the trees pressing close, the space around her felt exposed. Not in danger. Not unwelcome. Just vast, too vast, maybe. After so many nights curled beside firelight beneath a ceiling of moss and fog, the sky now seemed like a wound too wide to cover. Beside her, the stranger breathed deeply. "Feels like a second first breath," he said. "Like we were underwater, and only now came up." She didn't answer. Instead, she reached into her satchel and pulled out the black disc. The spiral shimmered gently in its core, slower now. As if resting. As if waiting. They crested the next hill, and below them stretched a long expanse of land, not barren, but untouched. Rolling meadows with scattered stone formations, and in the far distance, the flicker of a small settlement. No lights, no movement, just suggestion. It felt wrong to approach it too quickly. Instead, they sat beneath a crooked tree at the top of the hill, where the wind gathered like a messenger returning home. The sky above held clouds that didn't move. Not frozen. Just patient. She turned the disc over in her palm. It no longer felt like a tool. Or a token. It felt like a question. The stranger spoke again, softer now. "There'll be others, won't there? People like us. Who feel something pulling at them in the dark? Who carry something they don't understand? She nodded slowly. And when they come to the edge of the forest, someone will need to help them walk through. The disc warned. A quiet signal. Not instruction. Permission. She looked out across the open land. And it struck her. The forest had not ended. It had changed shape. Now, its roots moved beneath open fields. Its memory carried by those who had walked its paths. It whispered through them. They were no longer merely travelers. They were keepers now. Carriers. Planters. She leaned back against the crooked tree and closed her eyes. The wind moved around her, never quite touching, never quite still. And somewhere, far off, across the hills, she thought she heard a familiar sound. Rain. Falling in a place that still remembered her name. Part 37, When Rain Falls Far from Trees. Night came gently. There was no clear shift, no sudden dimming of light. The sky simply rested, turning softer, the distant horizon blurring into shades of violet and ash. Stars did not pierce the dark here. Instead, the clouds thickened slowly, curling over themselves like sleeping animals, until the sky was a soft, glowing ceiling. And then, without fanfare or flash, rain. Not heavy. Not loud. But present. It began as a whisper in the grasses. The sound of small droplets threading through wildflowers, tapping on stone, soaking into the open, rootless earth. It moved around them in slow spirals, turning the hill into something living once more. She lifted her head. The crooked tree above her groaned softly in the wind. Raindrops gathered along its twisted branches, then fell one by one in steady rhythm. Beneath its sparse leaves, she and the stranger sat, both quiet, both listening. "It followed us," he said, eyes half-lidded. "Or maybe it never stopped." She looked down at the black disk in her lap. The spiral within it glowed faintly, blurred now by the mist collecting across its surface. It pulsed not like it once had, not to lead, not to warn, but like something breathing. Matching the pace of the rain. She spoke softly, not to break the quiet, but to join it. "Do you think the forest remembers the ones who never make it through?" He considered this. "Maybe it doesn't forget anyone. Just waits until they're ready to return." She nodded. The rain thickened, though never growing harsh. It moved like a veil drawn across the land, hiding nothing, but softening everything. And as it fell, she felt something stirring beneath her, just below the earth. Not roots. Not stone. But a knowing. Like the ground had eyes. Not to judge. Only to watch. She reached into her satchel again. Not for the disc. But for the seed. The third one. Not the one planted in the hollow. Not the one given at the river. The one left behind in the spiral grove, found later, wrapped in bark and bound with twine. She didn't know how it had gotten there. Only that it had waited for her. She held it up now to the rain. The seed glistened, its surface pale and smooth, with a single crack down the middle. Not a break. A seam. It was ready. The stranger leaned forward. "You going to plant it here?" She shook her head. "Not yet. Not until I find the one who needs to plant it themselves." And the rain agreed. It fell a little softer then. Like gratitude. Like trust. And beneath that crooked tree on the edge of forest and field, She closed her eyes again, the weight of the journey folding quietly beneath the hush of rain. The seed rested in her hands, the disc in her satchel, and her name, her true name, drifted through the mist without need for voice. Part 38, The Sleeper Beneath the Hill. The rain continued long into the night. Not a storm, just a steady presence. A kind of lullaby composed by the world itself. Every drop on leaf and stone seemed measured, deliberate. And beneath it, the hill softened. The grass drank quietly. The earth sighed. And something below it stirred. She woke with the feeling of having been watched, but not by eyes. Watched the way a river watches the shore, or a flame watches the dark. The kind of gaze that feels not intrusive, but aware. The stranger was still asleep beside the tree, one hand curled beneath his chin, the other resting near the faint glow of the disc in her satchel. Even in rest, it pulsed faintly, like a lantern left burning for someone on a distant path. She stood. The rain had lightened to mist, and the grasses around them steamed faintly, releasing the scent of damp roots and the deep underside of the world. The hill no longer felt like a hill. It felt like a lid. She walked forward, slow, deliberate. Her boots pressed into the soaked ground, and with every step, she felt it more clearly, a pattern in the soil. Not carved. Not placed. Grown. A spiral. So faint that she wouldn't have seen it if not for the mist pooling in its channels. She knelt. Touched the earth. It breathed back. And beneath that thin skin of dirt and rain, she heard something impossible. Heartbeat. Faint. Ancient. Slow. But undeniably there. She looked over her shoulder. The stranger hadn't moved. She looked down again. There were no words in her mind. No vision. No command. Just certainty. Something beneath this hill was sleeping. Not dead. Not buried. Sleeping. Waiting. Listening to the rain. She placed her palm flat to the soil. The seed in her pocket grew warm. A soft throb, like recognition. And then, behind her, the stranger stirred. Sat up slowly. You hear it too. She nodded without looking up. It's not ready to wake yet, she whispered. But it knows we're here. Does it remember us? He asked. She hesitated. Then said quietly, no. It remembers what we carry. And then, as the mist curled tighter around the hilltop and the grasses bowed low, the seed in her pocket pulsed one more time. Then stilled. As if saying, not yet. But soon. Part 39, The Path That Waits Beneath Feet. By morning, the rain had stopped. But the wetness lingered, thick in the soil, hanging in the branches of the crooked tree, and trailing down her coat in tiny, glistening beads. They stood quietly together at the crest of the hill, neither speaking. The stranger's eyes were on the land below, those far fields, the shadows of other woods, the soft curves where fog gathered and waited like breath held in a dream. But her eyes stayed on the ground. On the spiral still visible in the flattened grasses. And on the earth beneath that spiral, warm, still breathing. It's older than the forest, she said finally. Whatever it is. Whatever sleeps here. He nodded slowly. It let us pass. Let us walk above it. Like it knew. They said no more for a while. The mist thinned. Light filtered in sideways through the clouds, faint and silver, never forming shadows. Then she stepped away from the center of the spiral. Something had settled in her overnight. Not urgency. Not command. Readiness. She reached into her satchel and pulled out the black disc. Its spiral shimmered faintly, more still than before. Resting. Then her hand found the seed. Cool now. No pulse. No signal. Just wait. As if waiting to be placed. But not here. She turned from the hill. It's not our place to wake it, she said. Only to know it's here. So when the time comes, someone can lead the next one back. The stranger took one last look at the earth. Then followed. They descended the hill without fanfare, their boots pressing into the softened soil. With each step away from the sleeping spiral, the air changed again, less heavy, more stretched, as if something had exhaled long behind them. The land before them opened wide. Grasses gave way to stone. Stone gave way to cracked, forgotten paths. Faint signs of where others had once walked, but long ago. No footsteps. Just absence. And far ahead, near the place where the next tree line began, a crooked signpost leaned in the wind. Blank. No carvings. No names. Only age. Only direction. She stopped beside it. The wood was smooth, worn down not by hands or weather, but by time. She placed the disc gently against its surface. And for a moment, the spiral glowed. Not bright, but enough to catch the grain of the wood. Words etched themselves slowly, not by magic, not by tool, but like something remembering how to speak. This way to the place that waits. She stepped back. The glow faded. The words remained. And together, without needing to speak, they followed where the sign now pointed. Toward a path that had always been there. Just waiting. For someone who knew where to look. Part 40, The Keeper's Crossing. The path led them through low, windswept fields, where old stone walls slouched in the grass like forgotten sentences. The ground felt firm beneath their boots, less like the yielding forest floor, more like something made from memory layered over centuries. The path was faint, but it held. Every few steps, they passed a marker, a shard of pottery wedged in a mossy ridge, a single feather caught in a thorn bush, a coin melted flat and sunk into the soil. These weren't signs left for travelers. They were traces of decisions, breadcrumbs laid by those who came before and had turned, paused, or planted something in the world. Each object whispered, not in words, but in weight. The stranger walked slightly ahead, silent, focused. She watched his shoulders. Once hunched, now relaxed. Not careless. Just no longer afraid to be seen by the path. Her hand brushed the satchel at her side. The disc inside remained cool. Quiet. Sleeping, perhaps. Or simply listening. By midday, the fields gave way to a shallow valley where the wind stilled. The silence here was different than in the forest. It didn't press. It invited. At the valley's center, a low wooden structure waited. A bridge. Worn. Unpainted. No river ran beneath it. Only a dry gully, overgrown with ferns and creeping root. But when she stepped near, she understood. It wasn't meant to cross water. It was meant to cross time. She froze. The stranger turned. "What is it?" he asked. She shook her head slowly, eyes fixed on the bridge. "It's not a crossing for bodies," she whispered. It's a crossing for selves. The kind of bridge you only walk once. The kind that asks for a piece of you in return. She reached into her coat. Not for the disc. Not for the seed. But for something she hadn't touched since the beginning. A scrap of cloth, torn from her old pack. It was frayed. Dark. Stained. Not useful. Except it was. It carried who she had been when she entered the forest. The person who first listened to the rain, sat by the fire, and asked the silence for its stories. She tied the cloth to the railing of the bridge. "I'll leave this," she said. "So I don't carry the same shape across." He nodded. From his own pocket, the stranger pulled a shard of something blackened and rough. Burnt wood, maybe. A fragment from the night he forgot who he was. He laid it on the first plank. "We step forward," he said. "But we don't forget." Then, side by side, they crossed. The air on the far side was lighter. Cooler. And as they passed beyond the final plank, the wind stirred once more. And the bridge behind them creaked. Once. And then was still. Part 41, The Field Where the Sky Bends. The land beyond the bridge was open, so open it made her breath catch. No trees. No hills. Just a great, endless field swaying beneath a sky that seemed lower now, as if bending to meet the earth. The grass here was a silvery green, whispering as it moved. Not rustling, not snapping. Whispering. Like wind through old pages. They walked without speaking. There was no path. But the field accepted them anyway. The grass parted just enough for their feet, then gently closed behind them, leaving no trace, no trail, no line for anyone to follow. This was not a place you could find by returning. Only by continuing. Every few moments, she looked up, not to check the sky for sun or storm, but to feel the sheer presence of it. It hung above like a great mirror turned inward. Not watching from above, but remembering alongside them. "I don't think we're meant to stay here long," the stranger said, his voice soft. "It doesn't feel like a place where things root." She agreed. This was not a forest. Not a hill. Not a crossing. It was a clearing. Of thought. Of burden. Of shape. She stopped. Let the wind pass through her coat. Listened to the hush of the tall grass brushing against her knees. From her satchel, she drew out the black disc. Still cool. Still silent. But when she held it up to the sky, the spiral shimmered faintly, pulsing once. And then. Nothing. "It's waiting," she said. "But not for us." The stranger looked over. Then who? She didn't answer. Because the answer didn't have words yet. They walked until the grasses thinned and the earth sloped again, downward now, into a soft depression where the wind circled differently. More focused. Like breath held in a deep lung. At the bottom was a pool. Shallow. Still. So clear it reflected not the sky above, but the self standing before it. She knelt at its edge. Looked down. What she saw made her still completely. Not her face. Not as it was. But as it had been. When she first entered the forest. When she first sat beside the fire. When she had listened to the silence with fear, not trust. And slowly, behind that reflection, another appeared. A child. Eyes wide. Holding something heavy. A burden too old for their hands. Then it blinked. And the reflection was hers again. Only now. Her eyes were different. Calmer. Clearer. Wider in a new way. She looked up. The field no longer stretched endlessly. Ahead, a new rise began. Gentle. Subtle. But waiting. A new climb. Another shape. This isn't the end, she whispered. The stranger, standing beside her, looked down at the water. His reflection, too, had changed. And both of them understood. They had crossed something. Left something. And taken something else into themselves. And whatever waited on the far side of that next hill, the forest's breath would still be with them. Part 42, Where the Ash Trees Grow. The climb was longer than it appeared. Not steep, just steady, endless in its rhythm. Each step took effort not because of weight or wind, but because of the stillness they were leaving behind. The pool, the reflection, the silence, all of it clung gently to the back of their minds as they walked. And yet, the farther they climbed, the more the light began to change. It filtered down from above like smoke through leaves, though there were no trees yet. The very air shimmered faintly, the color of slate warmed by firelight. It felt like walking toward a memory that hadn't happened yet, familiar, but unfinished. Then, without warning, the first tree appeared. It wasn't tall, nor broad, but its bark was pale and flaking, ash-white, and its leaves hung like quiet thoughts, barely moving in the breeze. More followed. They crested the rise, and before them stood a grove, not dense, not wild, but arranged with strange care. The ash trees stood in loose circles, some close together, some alone. Their trunks twisted skyward in quiet motion, like they were still deciding which way to grow. There was no sound here. Even the wind felt hushed. And yet, it wasn't oppressive. It was listening. The stranger stepped lightly over the roots. Ash trees don't grow just anywhere, he said softly. They only root where something's been left behind. She nodded. And then, slowly, she reached into her satchel. The third seed, the one that had followed them from the forest, across the fields, to the hill and its sleeping heart, was warm again. Alive again. No pulse. No command. Just a quiet readiness. She didn't ask the stranger. Didn't need to. She stepped into the nearest circle of ash trees and knelt in the soft soil. It smelled like fire, old fire, long since cooled. She dug gently with her hands, and the earth welcomed the gesture. No resistance. She placed the seed into the hollow. Not deep. Just enough for it to touch the soil. And then she covered it. Pressed her palms against it. Closed her eyes. She did not speak. She remembered. All of it. The rain. The flame. The silent things that watched. The name she had been given without letters. The spiral she had carried in her chest. And in that stillness, the grove responded. Leaves above trembled, not from wind, but from knowing. And behind her, the stranger whispered. This is where it begins again. She stood. The seed didn't glow. Didn't bloom. It waited. And that was enough. Whatever it would become would not be for them. But someone would find it. Someone who heard rain in silence. Someone who carried too much. Someone searching for a path that didn't yet have shape. The ash trees would guide them. And she was ready to keep walking. Part 43, Beneath Branches That Remember Rain. They lingered in the grove only a little while longer. Long enough to listen. Long enough to feel the seed settle beneath the soil like a breath exhaled after holding too long. Then the wind shifted. It moved through the ash trees like a voice without words, rustling the high branches, curling around the trunk she had touched. It wasn't a direction. It was a nudge. "It's time," she said softly. The stranger didn't reply, only looked once more at the circle where the seed now lay. His eyes were calm. Grateful. They left the grove by a narrow line between the trees, not a trail but a thinning of the roots, as though the forest itself parted just enough to let them through. The ground beneath their boots turned firmer, less softened by moss, more packed by old footfalls. Signs of others began to return. Not recent, but real. Small cairns of stone nestled in the shade. A strip of fabric tied to a low branch. Scorch marks from a fire long gone. Remnants not of struggle, but of passage. The kind of things left behind when someone learns something, and moves on. As they walked, the trees grew stranger. Wider. Taller. More curved, their trunks bending gently inward as if to whisper across the path. Not menacing, reverent. These weren't just trees. They were witnesses. And beneath them, the forest began to speak again. Not aloud. Not in sound. But in pattern. Each branch above arched toward the next in a spiral. Each fallen leaf settled with its points turned in one direction. Even the knots in the bark swirled inward, echoing the shape she had carried for so long. The spiral. Everywhere. Not forced. Inherent. She slowed her steps. Looked down. There, in the trail ahead, a single flat stone had been set into the path. Its surface worn smooth by countless steps. And in its center, carved so shallow it could barely be seen. A spiral. The same size. The same shape. But incomplete. Only half-etched. The stranger crouched beside it, tracing it with one hand. This is where someone once turned back. She knelt beside him. Or where they waited for someone else to finish it. She reached for her satchel. But not for the disc. She took nothing out. Instead, she closed her hand over the spiral and pressed her palm flat to the stone. And there, without spark, without sound, the spiral completed itself. No light. No shift. Just closure. She stood. So did he. And ahead, the path unfolded again, gently winding toward a line of trees darker than the rest, where the wind moved in long, slow waves. The kind of wind that only flows where something old is waking. Part 44, The Trees That Had No Names. The path narrowed as it entered the next stretch of forest. Not because of crowding, there were fewer trees now, but because the space between them held something thick, unseen, and watching. The ground felt colder. The light, thinner. The silence, heavier. The trunks of these trees were taller than any they had seen before. They stretched up into mist so dense their tops were hidden completely, as though the sky had been swallowed. Their bark was blackened, not by fire, but by age, veined with silver-gray lines like cracks in ancient stone. And none of them bore carvings. No spiral. No name. No memory left behind. "Why does it feel like they're waiting for something?" the stranger asked. She didn't answer at first. Because she was watching the forest watch them. The disc in her satchel warmed faintly. just enough to let her know, these trees knew. Not her name, not her path, but what she carried. They didn't speak, didn't shift, didn't bend. But they recognized. Not waiting, she said softly. Remembering. The deeper they walked, the darker the bark became, until some trees looked like silhouettes carved from shadow. But there were no threats here. No malice. Only gravity. The air pulled inward. Every breath felt drawn from a deeper well. And under her boots, the soil changed, no longer soft with rot or moss, but packed with fine dust, pale gray and ancient. Then, in a small clearing, they found something that stopped them both. A monolith. Not stone. Wood. But shaped. Tall and smooth, like a tree stripped bare and carved by wind. It had no markings. Just faint swirls in the grain, natural, but unmistakably patterned. A spiral again. But this one ran upward, coiling around the trunk toward a place unseen. She reached out and touched it. Cold. Solid. And, somehow, listening. The stranger placed his hand beside hers. "We're not the first ones to come here," he said. "But I think we're the first ones who came back." The trees around them didn't move. But the wind that passed between them changed. Not in direction. In tone. Lower. Older. Like breath from something buried beneath roots too deep to ever unearth. The disc in her satchel pulsed once. And she understood. "There's something below," she whispered. "Not sleeping. Not dead. Kept." They stood in silence, surrounded by the trees with no names. And far beneath their feet, something began to turn. Slowly. Steadily. A spiral, deep in the dark. Not awakening. Not yet. But, remembering. Part 45, The Spiral That Turns Beneath. They stood in a clearing, still as stones. The air had thickened, not with fear, but with the density of presence. Something far below them was moving, but not like footsteps or tremors. It was slow, circular, like a deep mechanism just beginning to turn for the first time in centuries. Not loud. Not violent. A spiral. The stranger stepped back from the monolith, his face pale but calm. "It doesn't want us to leave," he said. "Not yet." She felt it too. The forest no longer asked questions. It listened. Held. And something within it had turned its eye upward, not hostile, not summoning, just aware. She knelt and placed her palm against the forest floor. It felt hollow. Not empty, just vast beneath the surface, like the ground here was stretched across the lid of a chamber that hadn't been opened in ages. She pulled out the disc. Its spiral was no longer swirling. It had stopped. Perfectly still. And instead of light, the center had gone completely black. Not unlit. Not dull. Just quiet. Then the spiral began to turn again, backwards. A slow reversal. The wind passed through the clearing, bending the grass low. The trees did not move, but their trunks hummed faintly, like great tuning forks. The stranger knelt beside her. His voice was low. "I think we're standing on the memory of a question. One no one's ever answered." She looked at him. Or one that was asked too soon. A soft sound rose from beneath the earth. Not a voice. Not a growl. A chime. Low. Long. Lonely. The disc in her hands grew warm. And then, without her touch, it lifted slightly. Only an inch, maybe two. Floating in the air above her palms, turning slowly, casting a pale circle of shifting shadow onto the ground. It wasn't glowing. It was revealing. As the disc turned, the dirt beneath it rippled. Then, in complete silence, a ring of small wooden posts rose from the ground in a perfect spiral around them. 13 markers. No taller than her knee. Each one smooth, dark, unmarked. But she knew what they were. Questions. Not doors. Not keys. Each one a piece of something left behind by someone who had almost understood. She stood slowly. It's not showing us where to go, she said. It's showing us what was forgotten. The stranger turned, taking in the spiral of posts. You think it wants us to remember them? She shook her head. No. It wants us to carry them forward. The forest groaned. Not in pain, but in effort, like something long dormant was shifting its weight again. The spiral below turned. And far away, so far it could have been inside or outside or beyond. A second chime sounded. Higher. Brighter. An answer. The stranger looked up at the sky, then back at her. We've passed through. But now we have to go back. Not to the same path. To where the path had once begun. To make it complete. She nodded, fingers curling once more around the disc. The forest had remembered. Now it was their turn. Part 46, The Turning of the First Silence. They began the descent at dusk. The light here did not fade like it had in other parts of the forest. Instead, it folded in on itself, like the closing of a book, or the moment between two thoughts. A hush fell across the grove, and with it came a stillness deeper than quiet. The spiral of posts remained behind them, embedded in the soil like a question asked in the old tongue. The disc, now cool again, rested in her hand with the stillness of something that had fulfilled one purpose and awaited another. They walked. Not along a path. Not through clearing or trail. But between. The trees watched, tall and uncarved, no spirals in their bark. But she could feel them listening. Not to her movements, but to the sound of what she carried now, not just the disc, or the name, or the memory, but the echo of what had slept beneath the hill. The stranger walked beside her. He didn't speak. Neither did she. Because the silence now was not emptiness. It was a kind of language. A language spoken by roots and rain. By ash bark and spirals carved in stone. By the space between waking and sleep, and by the stillness of things too old to die. And soon, that silence began to change. Subtle at first, a shift in scent. Earth giving way to moss. Dampness sharpening around the edges. Then came the sound. Rain. Soft. Familiar. Falling on leaves overhead that hadn't been there moments ago. The forest had brought them back. Or maybe they had brought the forest with them. The trees here were familiar now. Not identical, but shaped like memory. The crooked branches, the glint of fire-warmed bark, the soft rise of earth where something had once been buried. She stopped. Ahead, barely visible through the silver mist, stood a fire ring of old stones. Her fire. From the beginning. Still there. Still waiting. And beside it, half covered in lichen, soaked through with time. The first object she had left behind. A torn scrap of cloth, once used to bind a wound. The stranger stepped past her, knelt, and placed his palm on one of the stones. "We've come full circle," he said. She stepped beside him. "No," she whispered. "The circle came with us." And as the rain fell, and the mist moved, and the old silence wrapped itself gently around them once more, the spiral in her hand glowed faintly. Not with heat. Not with warning. But with welcome. She sat beside the fire ring. The stranger sat beside her. And for the first time in a long time, they did not plan their next step. Because something new was growing now. And it would bloom in its own time. Part 47, The Name That Waited in the Rain. The fire ring was wet, but she didn't try to light anything. There was no need. The warmth now came from somewhere deeper, beneath the skin, behind the ribs. The kind of warmth that didn't flicker or die with the wind, but lingered like the last glow in burned-out coals. She sat in silence. The rain slid down her sleeves, tapped gently on the crown of her hood, formed slow drips from the branches above. She remembered the first night she had sat here. How uncertain she had been. How she had pressed close to the fire, clutching her knees, watching shadows shift behind every tree. How the disk had pulsed without pattern. How she thought the silence meant she was alone. Now she knew better. The silence had never been empty. It had simply been waiting for her to learn its voice. The stranger stirred beside her, breaking a long stretch of quiet. "Do you remember what you called yourself, before the forest?" She thought for a long while. Then said, without turning, "I remember the shape of it. But not the sound. You want it back." She looked at the disk in her lap. The spiral swirled gently now, no glow, no pull. Just motion, steady and calm. "No," she said. "It wasn't the wrong name. Just, the first one. This one's quieter. And I can carry it further." He nodded. She could feel the motion beside her. "Then I'll call you what the rain does," he said. "A listener." She smiled faintly. Let the rain drip from her chin, cold and soft. And finally, she asked the question that had sat in her chest since the spiral beneath the hill began to turn. "Do you think this place is where the forest ends?" He paused, then leaned back on his hands and looked up. "No," he said. "I think it's where it starts over." She lay back in the moss, staring up into the web of branches above. The rain fell in slow rhythms now, as if it knew they had nowhere else to be. She listened to the quiet, to the spiral's hum, to the forest's breath. And slowly, her own name, not the old one, not the first one, but the true one, rose up through her. Not in sound, not in words, but in feeling. And the forest, at last, whispered it back. Part 48, The Memory That Was Never Written. Dawn came without light. The forest remained draped in mist, and the rain softened into something more like breath than weather. It didn't fall anymore, it rested, suspended in the air like sleep too deep to stir. She rose quietly, brushing damp moss from her coat. The stranger was still seated near the fire ring, eyes closed, face tilted toward the branches above. There was no rush now. But the spiral in her hand turned with gentle purpose. Not fast. Not slow. But forward. She understood. There was still one thing left to do. Not a task. A gift. She walked away from the ring, deeper into the trees. Not far, just far enough that the hush shifted slightly, and the branches bent a little closer together. Here, the forest remembered differently. Not names. Not places. But choices. And hanging from one of the branches, nearly lost in the folds of bark and lichen, was a ribbon of black cloth. She hadn't put it there. But she remembered it. It was tied in the way her mother had once shown her, looped 3 times, twisted at the center, sealed by a knot made without pulling tight. A knot meant for holding, not for binding. She took it down gently. Unwound it. And in that moment, memory didn't return, it arrived. Whole. Unbroken. Carried to her not as thought, but as presence. A time before the forest. A night by a different fire. A promise whispered into sleep. Even if you forget me, I'll find you again. Her hands trembled. Not from cold, but from recognition. She tied the ribbon once more, but this time around the spiral disc in her palm. Not to hide it. To honor it. To carry what had never been written, but had always been known. She turned back through the trees, finding her way not by sight, but by feel. And when she stepped once more into the clearing, the stranger looked up. No words passed between them. Because some names don't need to be spoken. Some truths don't need to be told. They're carried. She placed the disc in the fire ring. It didn't sink. Didn't vanish. It simply sat there, silent and waiting. And slowly, around it, the stones began to warm. One by one, tiny sprouts of green pushed up between the cracks. Not flowers. Not flame. New growth. A spiral, unfolding from the center. And she understood then. She wasn't leaving the forest. She was becoming part of it. Part 49, the fire that needed no flame. They didn't light the fire. But somehow, it burned. Not with heat. Not with smoke. But with presence, soft, slow light that rose from the center of the ring like breath made visible. It pulsed from the disc, coiled with the ribbon tied round it, and gently filled the clearing with a glow that wasn't quite color. It cast no shadows. It didn't flicker. It simply was. She sat beside it again, not to warm herself, but to remember. Not her past, but all the paths. Every trail. Every rain-drenched stone. Every pause beneath the canopy where silence asked her a question she didn't know she'd been answering. The spiral had never led her outward. It had always been leading her in. And now, at the center of all she had seen, carried, and changed, was this. The stranger sat beside her once more, his coat soaked, his boots muddy, his eyes at peace. "We'll leave this here," she said, not turning. "Someone else will need it. Maybe years from now. Maybe tomorrow." He nodded. "And they'll know it's safe. Because we stayed." The spiral in the center of the fire ring turned one last time. Just once. And then it stopped. Not in loss. Not in finality. In arrival. Rain tapped softly on the leaves above. It no longer felt cold. It felt like a hand pressed gently to the back of her neck. A reminder. A blessing. A naming. Not of who she had been, but of who she had become. Listener. Carrier. Keeper of the quiet spiral. She looked out past the clearing. The path still waited. Not behind. Ahead. And though the forest had grown familiar, she knew, there were still woods she hadn't entered, names she hadn't met, fires she hadn't sat beside. She rose. So did he. They didn't take the disc. They left it where it belonged. The fire that wasn't fire still glowed gently behind them, a warm mark on a world too often hidden in the dark. And the spiral now lay open for the next to step within. Part 50, The Path That Never Ends. They walked without looking back. Not because what they left behind wasn't important, but because it was. It would hold. It would wait. And when the next weary soul stepped into the clearing, guided by storm or silence, they would know. Someone had come before. Someone had listened. And someone had left the way open. The forest parted gently as they moved forward. The rain still fell, soft and even. No wind. No thunder. Just that steady breath of the world, exhaling through every leaf and root. The stranger walked beside her. Quiet. Steady. There was no destination now. Not really. Only motion. Only the way forward. She no longer carried the disc. She no longer needed to. The spiral was in her now. In the way she stepped lightly between mossy stones. In the way she heard every rhythm in the trees. In the way she felt no fear when the silence deepened. Because silence was never empty. They passed through a final grove. Smaller trees here. Younger. Still learning the shape of the sky. And there, between two narrow trunks, the forest opened, not with grandeur, not with light, but with invitation. Beyond the trees, a field. Beyond the field, nothing she recognized. Which meant it was right. She turned to the stranger. "This is where I go on," she said. "Without you." His eyes were calm. "It always was. But you'll still walk." He smiled. "Always. Someone will need the path behind you tended." They embraced. Not tightly. Just enough. And then she stepped into the field. The mist curled around her legs. The rain pressed gently against her back. The spiral in her chest turned slowly, steadily, toward the next fire, the next clearing, the next name. And behind her, the forest breathed. Alive. Endless. Waiting. For the next footfall. The next story. The next quiet question whispered beneath the canopy. And somewhere far ahead, another spiral began to turn.